Good afternoon, and welcome to my birthday stream. No like huge specific plans for the stream. We're probably going to be doing some roulette sometimes. We're probably going to be talking a lot about random stuff. A little bit of whatever. But it's going to be a bit longer than usual, so I hope you enjoy hanging out with me on my birthday. Thank you. Thank you, Raziayo. Thank you, Gazel. Thank you, Yisu. And thank you, Aradel. Thank you so much. And I hope you're doing well. Thank you, Fila. Hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, this is basically just stream of Hangout stream as we usually do, just without specifically requiring that we're doing dailies. I have some stuff that I would probably do on like a weekly basis or even daily basis that I would do anyway, that we will probably also be doing. Thank you, Sharo. Hope you're doing well. So, for example, I need to check on my island sanctuary. It'll take like 5 minutes. That's like one of the things that I would usually do in a day. Thank you, Rust. Hope you're doing well. And I didn't do any of my weekly stuff or daily stuff yesterday. So that is also something that we have even before the daily reset. Cheryl says I've unlocked T. That's going to be really hard. I'm pretty sure that T is a lot harder than most final Savage bosses, like final bosses of any Savage raid tier. So that's going to be a big step up. I hope you'll enjoy it. Thank you, BSR, and I hope you're doing well. And thank you, Tristan. I hope you're doing well. A soldier or something says fully automatic island production. Gotta love it. Yeah. Well, it's almost fully automatic. You see, you kind of have to sometimes come in and collect some stuff, just a little bit every now and then. But it does produce a lot of free stuff. Mostly dye in my case. And then I sell it if I have too much. Speaking of which, maybe we should just get that done immediately. I think I mentioned on the last Small Kai stream that my return teleport is specifically to where you do the island sanctuary, specifically for that reason. And then there's a little tip here. Ninjas just run 10% faster than all other jobs by default, so if you can't be bothered to spam sprint, just go ninja and then you run a little bit faster. Oops. Sauerkraut. Oh, there they are. Oh boy. Could you imagine? Sauerkraut and cornflakes. Just combine that. Fortunately, it's not very much. Today I just have to do this. I've already set up my Felicious favors for the rest of the week. Now collect these. Check what I have the least of. The logs and the shrimpy boys. Oh, I made those yesterday. Exactly, soldier or something. It's quite effective. The thing is that as more and more people get their islands online and working, the less you will be able to make from dye. At least as long as people are actively participating in it. There's a good chance when we get to Dawn Trail that a lot of people will just stop doing their islands because it gets boring. Like they just lose interest, right? That is a very likely scenario. Jesus says, do ninjas run faster than physical ranged with Peloton? No. but physical ranged with Peloton does not run faster than aisle sprint, which is just 30% with a lower cooldown than the duration. I don't understand why it's a 20-second duration. Why don't they just make it like the PvP one where it's a toggle? I don't get it. Why does it have to be awkward like that? Yes, I think this was that. But yeah, the ranking of like speed is sprint and expedient, Peloton, and then it's Ninja's base movement speed, which comes from fleet of foot. It's really weird that the movement speed increases are not like clarified in any way. They could just say 10%. They could just say 20% or 30%. Thank you, Lawrence, and hope you're doing well. So just it took me 2.5 years of playing to get to the end content. Some people do other stuff than the MSQ, so I really sabotaged myself by not getting my island ASAP. Well, the thing is that the island isn't just free money. It does require you to like put in some effort to get it up and running, and you also have to like visit it frequently. Like if you're going to like kick yourself over Thank you so much, Mokius. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. That's crazy. Thank you so much. Wow. That's incredible. Thank you. And welcome to the 10 new members. That's a lot of names. We have Fatman, we have Chris Nazar, Tenchi Ryu, Mani Lachlan. And we have Skip and Warfare Advancement and Revisionism. Interesting name. Nimryu and Chia and Yosjups and Alvin. Welcome to the Cult of the Pink. And I see Skip is here. Welcome. And thank you for watching. And hey Bob, thank you. I hope you're doing well. We call our friend here with the very long upside down reverse name, we call him Bob at their request. That's who I'm referring to when I say Bob. Thank you, Skip. Aerodale says, I wonder if someone will try to get their island sanctuary to max level during the stress test. Is that... Let's see, how much XP do you need to reach max level? Like from 1? Like the limiting factor here is that the big chunks of XP come from like things with a daily or weekly lockout or something. So to get your island sanctuary to the max rank in like I don't know how long the stress test was. Was it a week? Or was it a few weeks? How long was it? Does anyone know? But if it's like a week, then you would have to like just be picking stuff up. That as your strategy. Just collecting stuff non-stop. And I think it's possible to like pick up an item like every 2 seconds or so. Oh yeah, and you would also have to beat the Endwalker MSQ to actually unlock the Island Sanctuary. And that's quite a lot. So this is leveling. Island leveling was a bit of a journey. 40 minutes of hitting rocks on top of the mountain just to get another extra level. Yeah, that one really is awkward. When I had gotten to a certain point with that, I just decided that I would instead grind something that I actually needed. at the cost of it meaning that I leveled slower, because the thing is, once you're max level with it, then you just don't get any XP for farming, and you still have to do it. So like occasionally. So by instead leveling by farming items you will need, you will have to farm those less. A particular one, if there's anyone in the chat who has not finished their island sanctuary, who is like thinking, oh yeah, that's a good idea, I wonder what material would be good to get. The lava, the weird island lavas in the east waters of the island, you're going to need like a metric ton of those, like on a regular basis, if you're trying to optimize your island. So like, just go there and grab a bunch. There's also some other ones, but that's like an extremely good example of an item you'll need a lot of. There's also like rock salt, just near the coast there anyway, which you can also pick up. You're going to need a lot of those. Just those two weirdly appear in a ridiculous amount of workshop items. Thank you, Chloe. Hope you're doing well. It is a week. Yeah, right. I think you can boost XP with an FC bonus. I'm pretty sure you cannot boost the XP of your island sanctuary with an FC bonus, because it is not... It is not a type of XP that, like, it is a unique type of XP, the Island Sanctuary XP. So I don't think you can do that. I also think that it might be problematic to go out of your way to to make an FC set up, like get the FC bonuses. You actually have to level the FC a bit to unlock that, if I remember correctly. Let's see. You'd need to reach level 5 with your your free company to even access a company action. So I think it would be a lot of investment for like a 10% XP gain that is not for everything. But it could help a little bit. Like, I imagine the main reason you would be interested in this is if you're speedrunning through the Endwalker MSQ, is that you almost certainly will fall behind XP if you're level 80 when you start the Endwalker MSQ and do nothing else. And you will have to like maybe do a dungeon or two, like a leveling roulette or something, once or twice to stay ahead of it. And the reason why I know that is because, well, I completed the Endwalker MSQ in like 3 days or so originally when it came out. And I started at level 80, of course, because Shadowbringers. And I fell behind the MSQ level requirement in Elpis somewhere. Like level 87, I believe, quest was. And I was level 86. Thank you, Itsuba Knight. I hope you're doing well. Bob says, what is an island sanctuary? So when you have completed the Endwalker leveling story, so when you reach the point where they show you the credits for Endwalker, you will be able to pick up a quest in Old Charlian that allows you to have an island sanctuary, which was where we were just a little bit ago, where you can set up basically your own little, like, almost like mildly inspired by things like Animal Crossing, where you can like collect items, build your little base. There's not that much you can customize, but the key thing is that you can produce some currencies which you can then use to buy some items and some glamour outfits. In particular, you can buy cherry pink dye, among other things. You might wonder how I afforded all that dye. Yes, it was mostly manufactured on my island sanctuary. But it's like a side thing. It's entirely optional. Thank you, Cyrus. I hope you're doing well. Pink power. But yeah, you don't have to do it. It's not like a huge time investment, but it's like a matter of sitting down, learning how the systems work, understanding how to do what. Like if you want to optimize, you can also just like freestyle it. If that's what you prefer. I started by freestyling it. If you know those like armadillo animals that you see sometimes out in the wild with like those huge tails and those armored backs, I just captured like 18 or 20 of those or something like that and just went, great, now my pasture's filled. And just like set up a default craft like workshop routine where just made 2 specific items to optimize just those 2. And then a friend of mine like shared how many curries they were producing per week by actually optimizing. I was making like 10,000 a week, like profit after the expenses from the automation stuff. My friend was making like 30,000, 25 or 30,000. So I was like, you know what, I'll take those extra few minutes to optimize if it means I get 3 times more like reward. Nowadays you can get like 40,000 curries a week. And just for the sake of reference, 1 cherry pink dye costs 500. So that would of course mean that I could buy like 80 cherry pink dye a week with that kind of income, which is pretty substantial. Skip says I'm still about 15,000 curries away from the 2-seater mount from there. Yeah, I'm now at a point where I've bought most everything. There's some glamour items that I've just not bought because, well, I could buy them at any time. So I could just buy them when I want to use them. So I just keep the curries to have. I have a lot of excess. I have like 100,000 curries just sitting there, just in case. Partly because if I buy all of the items that I want to sell and try and sell them all at once, then I'm just not going to make very much money, and then I'll just sit with items in my inventory that I can't get rid of. So there's no reason to spend it all. And it's also true you can get crafter and gatherer materials from the Island Sanctuary. You can get a bunch of things from the Island Sanctuary. But most of the things that the Island Sanctuary can provide, if you're doing it just for that, there's probably better ways to go about it, right? Like if you just wanted cherry pink dye right now, you could just, there's a market board right there. And there are ways to earn like a few 100,000 gil per hour if you know how to do it. Like there are guides on this. And it's not like, oh, just flip the market. It's like tricks where you go into a duty and do something, and that just gives you raw cash. And there's nothing else than that. It's just, you just get the money, just flat out. Sometimes there's also some drops that you have to sell to make it the full like payout, but the general idea is that if you just want a specific thing that you could get off the Island Sanctuary, then there are probably better ways to go about it. If you just want to set up the Island Sanctuary, that's a different story. And if it's about setting up like this passive income thing, then you would have to do the Island Sanctuary to do that. And that takes quite a bit of time to set up before it starts actually producing something you can sell. Just, that's how it works. Yeah. I've had fun with it, but I can certainly say that sometimes it can get a little dull. And once you've set it up, there isn't really anything to do. For example, the final edition of Endwalker to the Island Sanctuary included so many crops that, well, now there are 20 different crops, but you only have 20 slots for crops. So we've gone from a system where there was like a priority of like, oh, you need 3 of these, 2 of these, based on like how much you used. Now you only have 20 slots. So the correct answer will always be just one of each. There are more animals on the island to collect than you have slots. And you don't need all of them, which leads to the situation where they add more creatures. They add more animals to collect on the island. And if you already have like a reasonably balanced setup where you generate some of everything that the animals produce, preferably a little bit more of those that you use more of, then you can just ignore all of those additions. Like I think there's like a griffin or something like that you could tame and put in your pasture. I think there's a marble, but I have no reason to get them because they don't do anything that I need. To my knowledge, they don't do anything better than other animals that I've collected. So like the crop stuff is finished, the pasture is finished and has been for a long time at this point. Which means that the only things you really have to micromanage is like the workshop and the, what's it called? The that collection thing where they generate some materials for you every day. And the only motivation, the granary, the reason why you're interested in setting up the granary, in addition to sometimes collecting some materials yourself, is because the granary produces some materials that you can't collect yourself. It's just, you can't do it. It has to be the granary. Which also leads to a very, very silly detail, is that the granary can produce most of the materials you can farm yourself, if not flat out all of them. Like, you just send your bots, your mammoths, to the correct, like, site, and they will collect materials. So you could just have them gather lava for you. There's just one little problem. The unique materials that you need the granary to collect for you is used in large enough quantities, then you need to specify that. Some of you saw that I specifically set my granary to collect the things I had the least of, despite me having like 300 of everything. Because if you just focus on the thing where you have like an easily farmable material you could have just gone and get yourself, and you have them collect that for you instead, then you'll have like an oversupply of this special material and an undersupply of other special materials. You don't want that. You don't want that. So that means that the granary suddenly changes from, oh, this can automate collecting the like daily materials for your workshop for you, to that'll happen for some things, but you needed to collect these things in particular. Like, the daily time save for you is actually a side product. Like, that's not what they're used for, weirdly. So that's why it's not completely automatic. You could make it completely automatic by just, specifically crafting items that your granary supplies you with materials for. You just go, well, I have some of this, so I'll just make that. But the difference between just making material, like making workshop items all willy-nilly, and actually optimizing it, which some people have figured out how to do, and you can just follow their strategy, is potentially 3 or 4 times more of the currencies. And it's so much that if you're doing it yourself, just freestyling it, it's like pennies. Like, it's like a little free cash, I guess. Like, you get a little something. But if you just follow the strat, you can get way more cash. Like I said, 80 cherry pink dye, for example. Cherry pink dye right now, I think on Louisoix is at a low of like 7,000 each. But they usually fluctuate around 10,000, give or take. And if it is 10,000, that still means that you're making like 800,000 gil a week just from cherry pink dye, and it's like less than 5 minutes a day that you need to spend on this. Less than 5 minutes. And that doesn't even consider the part where you can get those Felicious Favor tokens, which you can then buy these, for example, vegetal vouchers, which you can also sell. And they're also weirdly expensive. I think those are... I can't remember, I think I checked on it with Aradel the other day. But it's very likely. It's very likely that the price has changed. Around 80,000 each. So that means you can get, let's see, is it around 7 of them per week? If you can get 7 of these per week, then that's like an extra 560,000. So if you're doing both of these things and optimizing both of these things, then you're getting like 1.3 million gil worth of stuff every week for like 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes of work. I say 5 minutes less than because the Felicious Favors stuff is something that you might have to like freestyle yourself because you have to make something specific. That will of course eat into your curries production, but the value of the vegetal vouchers is just way higher. The mount is called the Adenium, right? Yeah, exactly, Soldier. The options you have is you can buy these, which are valuable in their own right, or you can buy the loot boxes. The loot boxes have a separate mount, so it's not the same mount. But the thing is that if you fail, if you fail to get something valuable out of the loot box, then it's basically just money in the wind, because you could have had 80,000 gil. Like that's the value proposition when you buy the loot boxes instead, is that if you get something out of that box that is worth less than 80,000, then you lose money. And the probability that you are getting something that is worth less than 80,000 is probably a lot higher than the alternative. Amokius says, just started the sanctuary. Kind of feels like the personal farmer sanctuary you have in Albion Online. Yeah, actually, I guess it does. I feel like the one in Albion Online gave you a lot more freedom in what you could do. But that kind of makes sense because it's like, I would say, a core part of like it interacts with the core part of the game itself, whereas the Island Sanctuary is like a side thing. It would probably be a lot more involved, the Island Sanctuary, if it instead produced, like, if you went out and mined stuff on your island, you actually found items you could use for crafting or something, then it would have to be a lot more significant. But they made it a separate, like, side content. So it makes sense that it's just, like, not too detailed. But it is similar to the stuff in Albion Online. Vegeta vouchers. That is actually, you thought the mount, like, the mount is called the Adenium, but it's actually, you just summon Vegeta. And he just comes out. Is very angry. Comes out like, Kakarot! And then throws his Scaldra on the floor. Because it's exploding, because it's over 9,000! Because he saw your HP. Was like, what? Thank you, Steve. I hope you're doing well. 9 months after your parents had some fun day. Erdel says they also have jet black and pure white dyes, but I haven't had any yet. Yeah, exactly. That, like, How much is it those are worth? I should just stay over the market ball. That would be way easier when we're talking money like this. 300,000. 400,000. Well, I guess it makes sense. It's a lot more common. People want to have like jet black equipment than they want pure white equipment for some reason. But that would still mean that every like to make like to break even when you're buying loot boxes, you would basically need to have like 1 in 5 of your loot boxes have a jet black die to break even with the value of the vegetal vouchers. And of course, alternatively, you can get other stuff. But the thing is, you can also get this, which is worthless. And you can get furniture, which people have got so many of that... Oh, what are the stairs called? I believe it's this. Wow. If I remember correctly, Aradel saw this item up for 2.8 million gil on like day 1. And to everyone's shock and horror, no one bought them. I know. Insanity. Why wouldn't they jump on this incredible value proposition? So basically, whenever you get something that is not the mount and not something people would want anyway, like die, it's just money lost. And if you could have had 80,000 gil instead, you know, probably better to have that. Beamy says, it's me, I bought all the jet black dye. Yeah, there's a lot of people that bought that. By the way, I saw, I believe it was Lawrence, wasn't it? I think it was Lawrence. So the new Fae mount looks so cute. This one. You just summon a Fae to carry you. Aradel says the mount that is exclusive to the loot box is the Perifool. I believe it is around 4 million now. 4 million. Let's see. 10. So it's worth 50 vegetal vouchers. 50. Meanwhile, I believe the mount you buy for the vegetal vouchers is worth like 210 or 220 vegetal vouchers, like in converted value. Also, hey Mihoels, and thank you. I hope you have a good day. Oh yeah, you can also get materia, and some of the materia you can get will just be worthless, as Arya points out. Steve says, I had this great idea for this character. I kept all the gear I received while leveling and just spent 2 hours desynthing to level all my crafters. Interesting. You know, Small Kai, I intentionally, while we were completing the MSQ a long time ago, I think, like, when I originally made the character, I didn't sell anything until I think we had to clear inventory at, like, level 60. I think, like, we finished the leveling story of Heavensward. And then I was like, well, the rest of the stream we're just going to be clearing up inventory, maybe do a few roulettes, and I think I spent like an hour sorting through equipment. Like both, just, you know, I believe Small Kai had like random junk all the way down to like here. And just a few items that she actually needed, and then just junk. And then pretty much all of these were almost entirely full. It was pretty funny. Strange. Why are you here? Why are you here? Anyway. But I think it's pretty incredible how far you can get in Final Fantasy XIV without ever bothering to manage your inventory. Like, I just want to say by comparison, because the thing is, we've sometimes spoken about this before on these streams, that it's quite annoying that we can't have more inventory space. Like, why can't we have more inventory space? Like, why is this the limit? But, like, for comparison, if you make a new character in, like, World of Warcraft, Retail or Classic, you choose whichever one you like. On Classic, you will have to visit a vendor within 20 minutes. And that's probably an overbound, like an upper bound. You're probably within 10. Because you just get junk and things don't stack very high and stuff like that. In Retail, it's less likely you would need to do that because things just don't drop as much stuff early on, specifically for balance reasons, that you don't have very much inventory space. So they go, oh, maybe we shouldn't drown you in junk. That's not a very fun new player experience. Whereas Classic WoW is like, deal with it. Buy bags or something. Make them yourself. I don't care. Soldier says, after farming 100% near items and using jet black for all of them, I'm done now. Aren't they already black? Isn't all that already black? Does that help? Thank you, Annalana. I hope you have a good day. But yeah, the thing with Final Fantasy XIV equipment is that if you want to keep everything, you just can't. Like, you don't get that much equipment. You get a lot, but you don't get that. Well, you don't that much space. You can't carry all of it. They have made it so you can't save all glamour items. It's quite funny because some players seem to want to keep all equipment that they find, like one of each. I get the motivation to do that. I get it. Oh, and Shadow's gone. I get the motivation to do that because then you don't have to go and grab it again. But I'm relatively confident that there's going to be some equipment that you don't need or will never use. Like, there's going to be duplicate items that look similar, where you will probably always use one over the other. And with materials, the simple fact of the matter is that just because you might one day need some copper ore, there's no reason to dedicate an entire inventory slot to that. They cost 2 gil from a vendor. 2. You're exchanging, and like, if you have copper ore stockpiled because you don't know if you'll need it, you are exchanging an inventory slot to save. Note that they sell for 1 gil. You're saving 1 gil per copper ore you have stored. And this applies for all items. That you should, like, if you have materials in your inventory and you haven't needed them recently and you don't know for certain that you'll need them in the immediate future, sell them. Not to a vendor necessarily. Sell them on the market if they're worth more there, but if they're worth less than their vendor value, that just goes to show even more that you should get rid of them, because those items are not worth the inventory space. The kind of items where I recommend you hold on to them are things that you can't buy, or things that are ludicrously expensive, maybe. But items you cannot buy means that the only way to get them again is by investing time. For example, the tokens that, now I'm running over to the market again, the tokens that you get for clearing a boss, like the totems or the books or whatever it is, like these, you have to kill the boss again to get more of these. More of these. More of these. And that makes them significantly more valuable than a material that you could just go, ooh, whoops, I don't have enough of these, let me just buy some more. So that's my my suggestion if you feel like you're having some inventory space problems. Steve says, one thing I wish there was a filter to sort by decent level. Oh yeah, that would probably be nice. Oh look, it's TechWitch. Do I actually have space on my friend list still? I do. Excellent. It would be nice if they could sort it, or at least make it easier to follow. With what is like lower or higher to decent. Is there like a decent menu even? There is, but you can't even see how like the level without clicking. They could really, if they just added that, then this would work. And this would work. It's just missing like a column where it's like, oh, this is how much you need. And that is true, Wanalana. I have a lot of random junk. The thing is that in Final Fantasy XIV, random open world mobs also drop a lot of random junk. It's just that a lot of mobs share the same junk, and also you have all of this inventory space. You have more inventory space than... I think it might be recent that World of Warcraft retail has given you so much inventory space if you have the bags that you might be able to beat this, but I don't think they can beat also this and this. So you have so much space that it's just like a drop in this endless bucket. So it's no issue. And then you just add to the fact that who grinds mobs to level in Final Fantasy XIV? You don't really do that unless you're a blue mage. So it's not really it's not really a thing. If you go out and kill a few mobs, you'll be like, if you have a clean and neat inventory, you'll be like, huh? Why do I have leather? Like, why do I have skin in my bag? Huh? Strange. And then you just sell it. Also, some black clothing items bring out some extra detail with jet black, if you want to name it. That is true. I will say that 400,000 to make black item just slightly more black seems like that's expensive, but hey, it's your money. It's extra difficult when you're on the free trial, Anolana, because there you can't just liquidate everything, because you have a money limit and you don't have access to the market board. So a lot of things will have to be like boiled down to, is it worth grabbing again? And if you want to stockpile money, you just have to like buy something useful with your money so you can like stockpile it. Like an example I gave is you can just buy something like glamour prisms. You're going to need glamour prisms. Like they're always going to be useful. If you can get dark matter, especially if you can somehow get a hold of grade 8. I don't know if like a Realm Reborn vendors sell grade 8, but if they do, just buy that, because eventually you'll use them. And, like, buy things that you will need, or alternatively things that you can buy from a vendor and then flip for a profit later on the market. But they have to stack extremely high, like, you know, 999 stacks, not 99 stacks, so that you can drop a lot of cash into one inventory slot. Exactly as you say, you're judging whether a slot is worth it. If you're buying items to stockpile your cash, that item slot has to be worth it, right? Baby says materia, food, and potions. And dice is what I keep in my inventory. That is mainly what I have as well. There's just some things where I'm like temporary locations. Some of these things also just stuff people have handed me. Just have this. And they'll be like, thanks. Huh. Ooh. Maybe. And then it just kind of just gets parked there, right? Just, I'll figure that out later. Thank you, Irika. I hope you're doing well. Fatman says, it's so weird to me when I see things on the market board for less than or even equal to the price you get from just vendoring. You know, the weirdest part is, and I think a lot of people might not notice this, if you grab from your inventory and try and sell an item on the market board, you know what, I can probably show you right now. It would be really funny if I'm getting proven wrong as I demonstrate. You do like this. The asking price that it defaults to is the price that it would sell to a vendor. Which means after tax, you're losing money. So if you don't touch this, you're losing money. And it's extra funny when it's an item that you can buy from a vendor. Because it's the same thing. It'll just set the price to whatever the sell value is. So you end up like, if you just go and buy copper ore and then just shove it directly on the market board without thinking, you're just losing money. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Thank you, Tentacles. Hope you're doing well. Soldier says, it's ridiculous how I barely use any food before hitting max level. Yeah, the thing is, if you want to optimize your leveling, you want to, you know, like, have food, like when you're leveling alts primarily, because that extra 3% does add up in the long run. But it's pretty easy to forget. When you are max level, though, then you don't need food like in massive quantities unless you're like savage raiding or something. You can always have fun with like doing it anyway if you have the money. Yeah, the like if I'm putting on a food buff in hard content, I'm just saying the around 5% on a tank, I think. Well, around 5 to 10% extra HP that you get. It's actually, well, it's at least several thousand HP. Is much more impactful than any other stat on a food item. Like, the vitality is the one that makes you survive things you otherwise wouldn't. The determination and crit on this item is going to amount to less than 2% more damage. Less than 2%. Gazel asks, it is just based on item level, right, in regards to the desynthesis stuff? Yes. The reason why you would care about sorting them by item level is because you only increase your desynth level or desynthesis skill by desynthing items that are either within a certain range of your current desynthesis skill level or is higher. If you desynth something, like if I desynth something that is like item level 100 with my alchemy, then I get no skill up for it. But if I desynth something at 650, I will get skill up for it. So I would have, like, if I'm leveling it, I would have a vested interest in prioritizing the items that are lower item level first, so I don't accidentally, like, over-level them in the middle of the process. It's also pretty funny with desynthesis, because you can pretty much see that certain kinds of items, like certain kinds of desynthesis categories are much more common than others. Like goldsmith is almost always like the entire right hand side, or at least half of it, multiple weapons, some armor pieces every now and then. Leatherworkers are often multiple armor pieces, weavers are often multiple armor pieces. Armorers are also usually multiple armor pieces, but it's usually only like tank armor a lot of the time. And blacksmith is just some weapons. Carpenter, some weapons, maybe some accessories. And alchemy is some weapons and like potions and stuff, but you're not finding that randomly. And culinarian is like it's just fish. It's literally just like you level this by fishing. You just level it by fishing. You just go out and fish somewhere and desynth everything you don't like or need. You'll get 650. So you can see, like, the reason why my alchemy is this high is because whenever I have excess tomestones of poetics, I'm like, I could spend some of these. I go to Yulmore and buy Crypt Lurker Summoner weapons and Crypt Lurker Scholar weapons and desynth them. It's not a very effective way of spending my poetics, but it is a way to, like, invest a little bit in leveling my desynthesis skill every week. It's not effective. You should not necessarily do this. But that's how I do it. And that's the only reason why my alchemy desynthesis skill is weirdly high. Because this isn't normal. Like, this is not very common to have this high, I don't think, without actively seeking it out. Because it's just wants, staves, and books. Thank you, Aaron. I hope you have a good day. I've been working on controller layouts for all classes to make things easy to use for classes hoping to finish Dragoon soon. Already have finished Paladin. Paladin must be a nightmare on a controller, by the way. There's like a point where you have to like go, either you have to have 5 crossbars to work with, or you have to drop some stuff, it feels like. Let's see. That is also true, soldier. Sometimes the random low-level junk sells for a weirdly high amount. That is also why you don't just throw it away. You go to the market, if you can, and put it on the market board in case it is worth something. But often, if a low-level mob has junk that sells for a lot, there's almost 100% chance that there are some weird thaumaturge bots farming it that teleport and hang out underground or above ground or something like that, just flying somewhere, just shooting fire ones in like a stack of people. Really weird, that. Suit black versus the jet black she tells you not to worry about. I mean, suit black is like 50 gil or less each. So like that's the thing. If you want the jet black, paying thousands of times more money for it is a little steep. But yeah, if you need it to be jet black, then suit black won't cut it. I have looked at like outfits where I was like, oh, this would look good in jet black, or rather, this would look good in black, and like check suit black and like, it's more like a dark gray. And then you check jet black and you're like, this is what I had in mind, but I didn't have 400,000 gil in mind in pay. And you know, then one day I just discovered that I'll just go with cherry pink. It's moderately expensive, but not so expensive that I can't afford to put it on everything. Some of you have seen me pick up a new relic weapon. I just go, ooh, this looks nice. Dunks it in cherry pink dye. Ooh, now it's even nicer. Amokia says, RuneScape has the lovely feature where your bank space is halved if you lose your membership. Also, your base bank slots are laughably low and you can only buy more with real money. I didn't even know you could buy extra bank space in RuneScape. And Olana says, I heard about the guy who ate 999 boiled eggs. Oh, Ross O'Donovan? Yeah, he made a stream where he filled up his entire inventory with stacks of 999 boiled eggs. And just ate constantly. And the stream, allegedly, didn't end before he had eaten all of them. It took days. I can't remember if it took a week. Which meant that, I believe at the time there was like, well, he would have to sleep, right? So he did things like set up like different things so that the chat could cause his character to eat boiled eggs by saying egg in chat or something like that. Or having like, you know, if you've seen that Simpsons episode with like that bird that just picks at the button, stuff like that, to try and progress through the night. Because shockingly, it took a long time to eat 140,000 boiled eggs, and I believe he also just accepted them if people handed him more eggs. At least he did for a while. Something like that. I actually mentioned this incident in my leveling guide. And I also happen to know that we have an emote based on this, because of course Yoshi P saw it. That's why we have this. Specifically eat egg. Thank you, Srimni. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that is a really funny one. Ross O'Donovan, for those that are not aware, he's like, he's also known as Robber Ross. He started, like, originally got known through Game Grumps and stuff like, and things like that. Nowadays, I believe he does like, he does a lot of VTuber stuff in a way, like in varying degrees. He's also that guy with the ridiculous Mario Maker levels. Let's see. I'm just catching up on chat. Macros make it streamline. As long as you're not using, like, my recommendation is avoid using macros for GCDs, like weapon skills and spells. And preferably don't use them on abilities either, unless it adds some sort of actual benefit to you in a way. Kasari says, it is a nightmare, so is... Oh yeah, right. I would say just in general, having to deal with placed things on a controller, I could imagine would be terribly annoying. Like, imagine having to place this every minute on a controller. I could imagine that a lot of controller players just have place on target's location for things like this. Although you could probably do, you could do worse than place at self as well. Sorry. I'm guessing what you mean by hotbar macros is like those that are like open and close bars and stuff like that. I think, Aaron, I would imagine that Warrior would be easier to manage on a controller simply because there's not that many, like there's less buttons, there's slightly less buttons. compared to Paladin. I just want to highlight that I had to get rid of my teleport button to fit everything, and I don't even have limit break on either one. Thank you, Ryan. I hope you're doing well. Sometimes when you want to match the black color with a piece next to it that has a black part that can't be changed, you might just have to use jet black to make it look natural. That is also true. The thing is, for me, often an item not having the ability to get dyed is itself just a deal breaker. Like, oh, you can't dye this? I'm just not going to use it. But that is, of course, because I'll look at it and go, well, I can't make this pink. So it's not exactly the same. Tristan says, that's already 39 hours, assuming you eat one every second. And the thing is, you don't eat one every second. The animation lock on eating food is closer to a double weave. It's like, it's the same as using a tincture, where it takes weirdly long. Like, it's very tight to use it without clipping on bad latency. Not that you would weave food eating, although I can just picture it. Could you imagine? You're just weaving, just arm, heavy swing, bonk, arm. But yeah, I think it would take closer to 2 seconds per eat. And that would, of course, just double your number, Tristan, which would be 78 hours. Which isn't helping. Remember, this person has to sleep. And I think there's also often like a little time between. Like, the thing is, even if you could eat every 2 seconds, there's like a moment where your character just won't let you do the same thing. It feels like. So it's not like, it wouldn't be a consistent 2 seconds, I don't think. It's quite weird. Hero we didn't deserve. Gazel says, I don't know why many people love to put Swiftcast, raise, and chat message in a single macro. You see, I commented on this a long time ago in my macro starter guide, where I highlighted examples of good, bad, and acceptable macro usage. And the particular example that I gave of an unacceptable macro usage is the person that puts raise and, well, Swiftcast and raise. Swiftcast and raise in the same macro, and also puts a ludicrously long message in it, because then you can't even see who they're targeting. Like, if they spent 2, 3, or 4 lines trying to be funny, and then at the end they go, I'm rezzing this person. Or maybe sometimes the message doesn't even quite clarify that they're rezzing the person. You just have to get it from context clues, right? That's like the biggest failure of like a res macro. Like, that's terribly bad. And I then suggested an acceptable macro, which was Swiftcast, raise, rezzing person, like rezzing target. That's it. It's one line. And the reason why you might want to have Swiftcast and raise in the same button, some people do that. I would even say that it would be better to have Swiftcast on a separate button and then have raise in the macro. But honestly, and many of you might have heard me go on tirades about like tank invulnerability macros. The person you're trying to communicate to does not have time to read your message. Your co-healer will not read your message that you're rezzing this person. They will not do that. By the time they have read your message, the rest buff is already on the target. The only way a res macro would actually help anyone is if you had a res macro that just had the message. So you could like dips someone, go, I'm resing this person, and then wait a second, and then go swift cast, and then raise, so that you can tell the other person, don't do anything. But then again, if they have already used swift cast, then it's all for nothing. Like, it's completely pointless. DP9K says, I play on keyboard and have everything set up so I don't need my mouse. Those ground target abilities required me to change which keys they are on specifically for me to use them right. Interesting. Wait. DP9K, do you mean you play with just the keyboard? Like, you manage your camera like this, and then, well, I mean, you would probably use like legacy type controls. So like you can play like this, like with no mouse. That's very interesting. Just the keyboard. That is cool. I hope that it. I hope you have fun with it at least. I think that would be confusing. But cool, very unique. Tristan says, I know roughly where on my screen the ground a place, so I just move my camera and use a double click to insta place. It's probably gonna land over there. That is smart if you can like just park the cursor somewhere, and just work around that. That reminds me of like, oh, that's a long time ago, but like friends being like, so my favorite weapon in Counter-Strike, they would say, is like the, I believe they call it the AWP or something like that. The big sniper, whatever that's named. But to actually shoot with it well, like to use it in combat when where you're not just like camping somewhere, you would have to, run into combat and then just click the aim button right before you shoot, so that you get so that you don't just shoot all willy-nilly. But that also means that you would have to already be pointing the sniper at the person's head before you aim. So what people did is that, or what my friend did, is that they put like a tiny piece of tape right in the center of their screen where the targeting reticle would be, so that they knew beforehand where they had to place the head to land the shot. It's not exactly the same, but it's like I could just picture Tristan with like a little dot on their screen, like that's where the cursor is. Remember? Yeah, well, Beamy, it's a little complicated, as I kind of went over with my button bloat video. It seems like they're trying to make the limit for crossbars, which is 32, approximately. At least from my perspective, because most jobs cap out at 32 with their roll actions. What's great is the joystick that controls ground AoE placement also controls your camera. I just can't picture how it being easy doing that. And those are good choices of macros, Amokius. Home gang yourself and Dragon's Sight is pretty good. I personally prefer to use a Dragon's Sight on focus target myself, so that I can easily just adjust to whoever I like. Yeah, the reason why I wouldn't recommend Swiftcast on a raise macro is for a few reasons. There's a few reasons. The first one is exactly as DP9K says, is then you can't use Swiftcast on other things unless you also have Swiftcast on your bars on top. But another thing Dragonside myself macro. That is so extra just to be mean. The reason is to be able to... Whoops, wrong one. Oh, I actually have... I have them. I still have the different macros. You can actually see the Great Raise macro I made doesn't even have Swiftcast on it. The okay one has Swiftcast on it. The terrible one... I don't think it even has Swiftcast on it, but that's probably for the best. The reason why it's a problem is because to use the macro in one fell swoop, for the announcement to be relevant, you have to lead with it. So that has to be the first thing in your macro. That's why this is here. Then you have to Swiftcast. And for it to be a single macro, you will have to wait 1 second and then cast Raise. If you didn't do this with a macro, you would be able to do the Raise half a second later because of animation locking. And this, you would even have to make sure that when you start the macro, there's less than 1 second less left of your GCD. So this means this will almost always clip your GCD. And the reason why this can be a problem in general is because in most cases where you have to raise someone, do you think you press this button once? I don't think you're pressing this once. So this means that what this is going to look like is you're going to see like 8 Swiftcasting Raise on T in the chat box. Oh yeah, Gazel, I specifically made it incredibly bad. I'm good at bad examples. And the reason why I just generally don't recommend making Raise macros like that is simply because it's objectively inferior to just not having a Raise macro. This is something I talked about in that macro guide from a while back, is that if you're making a macro for something, it should improve your ability to play the game. It shouldn't come at a detriment. And Raise macros don't really benefit anyone. The text, no one has time to read it. The fact that your Swiftcast has to then be followed by a wait 1 means that your Raise comes out later. Sometimes your macro is just going to fail because you clicked it too soon. It's just generally, it's not adding anything. Like, there are exceptions, of course. There are always exceptions. And the particular exception I could come up with is, for example, let's say you're disabled in some way. You are having a hard time actually pressing stuff like the 1, 2, 3 combos regularly, but you can play the game somewhat. If only you use like a macro that goes through your 1, 2, 3 combo for fillers or something. It will be 1 GCD every 3 seconds instead of every 2.5 seconds. That is a massive DPS loss, but if you're just in casual content, it's fine, right? It's okay. And if you yourself would have been slower than that, or it would have been painful to do better than that, then the macro is actually improving your ability to play the game. So like, there are exceptions. There are exceptions, but I just don't think the announcement macros help very much, because usually they announce something because it is a desperate situation and no one else has time to read the chat. Like, when you're using that Raise macro, you're probably not reading the chat. Bob says, I recently had a gunbreaker use a macro that's just using Super Bolide. Do not heal. That's a really bad idea. And Super Bolide is almost done. Start heal. That's not how that works at all. That's not at all how that works. You have those 10 seconds to heal the gunbreaker up again at a leisurely pace because they're invulnerable. You're not supposed to just not heal them. What? That's basically the opposite of a helpful macro. MOK says, never seen the ley lines meme macro where it explains about the ability for about 10 seconds. I'm pretty sure that nearly no one uses that macro because everyone will hate you if you use it, especially if you use it more than once. Imagine a Scholar Art of War macro. Yeah. Yeah, DP9K, I've talked about this before. The only reason why I, for example, recommend people to like don't use their mouse to click abilities is because it takes your focus, like your eyesight, away from where you have to look. Even if you think it doesn't, it's very certain that it will like distract you more than just having keybinds, because then you just need to know where the buttons are on your keyboard. But I've never said you have to do it. The thing is, there are people that have played with almost every like normal type of layout that has beaten all content. Like there are clickers that have beaten the hardest content in the game. There are clickers that are crystal ranked in Crystalline Conflict. So it's not like it's not competitive. It's just I believe I explained it somewhat recently as just because you can ride a bike with clown shoes doesn't mean that you have to. But the thing is, if you're used to doing that and it works for you and you don't need to go any faster than you can go, then, I mean, you do you. Do it with clown shoes. I'm pretty sure it's very impressive. It's like people like playing really difficult games on bananas or something, like with electronics set up on them, where it's like absolutely absurd. So, like, you can do what you like, as long as it works for you. I usually start bringing up suggestions when people say I can't do X or I can't do Y or I find difficult Z difficult to do. Because of something with your UI or your keybinds. That's when it's a problem. When you acknowledge that it isn't working, then we have to look at it, right? Otherwise, there's no reason to do anything. Then you can just, if it works for you. Like, a classic one is if people are getting hit by stuff because they're backpedaling in like a Savage raid and it's causing wipes. Are the standard controls helping you? Or could you play equally well with legacy controls? Do you understand how to play around the fact that you're using standard controls? If not, then maybe you should switch to legacy controls. If standard controls work better for you, then do that. But, you know, you can only wipe so many times to accidentally backpedaling out of mechanic before it gets quite annoying for everyone else. We can't capture this lamp in the sanctuary. The lamp doesn't want to be a friend of Mokius for some reason. It's very scared. DP9K says, wasn't there a summoner macro that was the entire rotation at some point? Is that possible? I don't think you could fit the entire rotation in a single macro. I don't think you can. Because you would have more than 16 GCDs in the loop. So you would need 2 macros to do it. But you could technically macro it somewhat. Somewhat. And the reason why I say somewhat is because, well, I mean, you can't do weight 2.5 or 1.5. That doesn't work. They round. So it wouldn't be effective. But it is pretty funny that you could do that. The thing with that is that the reason why you would be able to like lay out the summoner rotation in a macro, so to speak, is because there's no randomness and not very much deviation every minute. Not very much deviation. Compare that to, for example, Dragoon, where it has a pretty predictable rotation, like, all around, but it has a lot of buttons, and where you are in your looping GCD rotation varies. So exactly where you are every 2-minute burst isn't always the same. So if you were to write out your 2-minute bursts GCDs, you would be like, let's say hypothetically that I start the burst where my next GCD is disembowel, or something like that. You wouldn't be able to know for certain which GCD you are, and simply because the GCD and the OGCD are completely disconnected from each other. Yeah. Whereas Summoner is very predictable. Skip says Dragon Side macro is for the closest playable character and I call it a day. That is an interesting way to do it. This used to be important. Nowadays it's completely irrelevant. If some of you might remember that Dragon Side used to have this beam to your target that would disappear if you got too far away from each other, where you had to like stay within, I think, 10 yards of the target. There, it would be crucially important to choose someone who's actually nearby, otherwise it's pointless. Like, it's better to put Dragon Sight on the tank if they're staying near you, rather than try and put it on the Black Mage who's just not coming for some reason. When they removed the tether, they vastly increased the range and removed the requirement that you have to stay within range. And then since then, they also made it so that Dragon Sight now gives you True North for 20 seconds. Yeah, macros for crafting gear, so like for crafters, is also good. That's pretty classic. That's fair, Rust. It's like a combination. If there is a sound, some people might hear it. A lot of people also play with the sound of the game very low. Or they might be listening to music or something like that. So they don't really hear the announcement sound. Bondi says, especially when I'm doing UCOP and I'm trying to read nail quotes and people have breath macros going off. Oh no. You're in the middle of trying to read a quote and then the Kaiba ley lines macro comes in. Just completely ruins the moment. Bob said, could have been a Dark Knight of the Living Dead. See, now that would have made more sense. But if it was a Gunbreaker, that would have been very backwards. You only need 28 APM to play someone at 100% efficiency. Is that true? No, that's not true. That is not true. That is absolutely not true. So we have Bahamut. That's 1 plus the 6 astral impulses, so that's 7. Then we have Titan, which is 4 rights plus 4 busters, which adds up to a grand total of 15. Then you have Garuda, which is Slipstream plus 4 rights, which is a grand total of 20. And then you have Ifrit, which is... Wait, actually, I'm forgetting something, because there's also the cast itself of both of these. So that's actually 16 and 22. And then you have Ifrit with its cast itself, plus the 2 rights, plus the double Booksmacks, which ends up with 27. Right? Oh, right. Let me try this again. Let's try with blue. We have Bahamut, which is 1. Why did I write it like that? 1 plus 6 impulses, which is 7. Then we have Titan, which is Titan, plus 4 rights, plus 4 busters, which adds up to 16. Right? Yes. And then we have Garuda, which has its cast itself, plus Slipstream, plus 4 rights, which adds up to 22. Then we have Ifrit, which is, see, the cast itself, plus 2 rights, plus 2 Booksmacks, which adds up to 27. And then we have 1 Ruin 4. Actually, let me just move it over here. 1 Ruin 4, making it 28. Then we have the 1 filler Ruin 3, which pretty much is guaranteed to happen, giving us 29. Then we have, let's see, Energy Drain. Well, actually, let me put that over here. Energy Drain plus 2 Festus, which is just, it's 1 Energy Drain plus 2 Festus, which gives us the, gives us 32. And technically, every other minute we have Searing Light, which means that you add a half. So it's actually 30. Why do I keep writing 2 there? 32 and a half. And if we're going to get really specific, technically the Phoenix side, so the side where you don't have Searing Light, you don't have this. So that means that on the Phoenix side, you have an APM of 30. And on the Bahamut side, you would have an APM of 35, right? Because you just have the Energy Drain, which would be 30, which would make the 20. But then you add Energy Drain plus 2 Festus plus the Phoenix Festus and Searing Light to Bahamut. So it's actually, it varies. There's some variance you can see. Oh, I've also forgotten Enkindle and Astral Flow on Bahamut and Phoenix. So it's actually, let me see here. Right. Plus 2 for Astral Flow. I'll just have to write plus 2 here. Just add it at the end. That will actually be 32. And then Bahamut would be 37. Is that everything? Have I forgotten anything else? I mean, technically, you could also say, well, Swiftcast you use on Slipstream. So you would have 33 and 38. It's quite a lot. It's quite a lot more than... was it 28? And some variants, which would also mean that a macro wouldn't be able to do it. Because they have this variance, you would have to combine these to make multiple macros. How much does this add up to? 41, 71. So you would need to make a 71 step long macro. The problem is that with a macro, you wouldn't be able to cast everything like a Final Fantasy 14 macro, you wouldn't be able to cast everything on the dot. Wouldn't be able to do that. You just wouldn't, because of the weight limitations. If you used like a third-party macro, you could, but that would still be 71 steps because there is this variance. Thank you, Tristan. And thank you, Cat Damon, for reminding me. Thank you, Skywalker, CJ Skywalker, and I hope you have a good day. And thank you, Sniled, and I hope you have a great. I hope you also have a great day. Thank you. But see, the thing is, and what I was trying to convey, is that with most other jobs, it wouldn't be this simple. With most other jobs, there could be some variance in where you are in your GZD, how many GZDs you use on what. So you can't just, like, spell it out. If you have a GZD of 2.5 or 2.4, you would be able to know exactly how many GZDs you're going to use, which for most jobs would just be 24 or 25. But then there's all the OGZDs. And if your GZD is weird, then it's going to be extremely difficult to calculate properly. And many jobs aren't so predictable that you can just write it out like this. You just go, this is everything the job has. It's just because Summoner, incidentally, they just have all of these things, like, right there. Like, if you were to try and do this with Black Mage, Nah. I'm just going to start with saying, you don't know how many Firestarter procs you're going to get, or how many Thundercloud procs you're going to have, and how many of them you're going to need, for that matter. So that's going to be difficult. Just as one example. That's why the consistency of Summoner makes it easier. Oh, Coco's here. Let me try to make some working macros for the rotation. 71 step long. Like, so the key problem is with making such a macro is that you would have to make... Do I even have a good example of it? I don't think I've made such a bad one. I don't think I've made such a bad macro anywhere. So I don't think I have a good example. I don't think I do. But because the weight macros, because weight macros only take full seconds, and I'm gonna stop you right there if there's anyone that says, I have a 1.5 second macro and it works perfectly well. No, you don't. It rounds. It's going to be either 1 second and be too short, or 2 seconds and be too long. And the only thing you noticed is that it's working. It's going to round to an integer number, which means 1, 2, or 3, or 4, 5, 6 seconds. I believe it can. I think weight goes up to 60. Not entirely sure. But because the GCD is 2.5, like, I think the only job you could technically make this work somewhat decently with is like Monk, maybe Samurai, because they can both reach like 2 or less GCD. And when I say like, it's because Monk obviously can reach a 2-second GCD. I believe Samurai has to invest a lot of resources to reach that. Do you have a bad macro, Zip? One bad macro. You can only place this indoors, I think. So Rimni says, I'm not knowledgeable on Summoner, but to calculate actual APM, wouldn't you have to distinguish between GCD and OGD, since more GCDs mean less APM with the same number of actions? Or am I wrong? APM means actions per minute, which typically refers to how many button presses you have to press per minute. Which means that every GCD you have to press is an action, and every OGCD you have to press is an action, which is why you don't have to distinguish between them. The thing is that the reason why we don't actually have to care about how long the GCDs are on Summoner is because we already know exactly the sequence that a Summoner casts. Like, I added a +1 Ruin 3, which is a filler attack, because Summoner, on average, unless you have like an absurdly high amount of spell speed, which is unreachable at this moment, I believe, outside of like old ultimates or something, you will always have one spare GCD per minute. Exactly one. So that's why I can just count all of the GCDs you're expected to use and all of the OGCDs you're expected to use, and then just go, oh, and a Ruin 3, and then know what the exact number is at the end. Normally, the fact that, for example, the Ruby Rights have a longer GCD and the Emerald Rights has a shorter GCD would mean that you would have to actually like figure out how many you could fit. But because we know exactly how many of each thing there are per minute, we can just count those and go, well, that's a minute. The exact amount of time might be like 61 seconds per loop, or 60 and a little bit per minute, but it's approximately 60 seconds per loop. Approximately, which is why we can kind of just ignore that. With Black Mage, hypothetically, you would have to like consider every single GCD, because some things take longer to cast and some things take less time to cast. So you would have to take all of these into consideration. There would also be a much greater chance that your actions would have a significantly shorter cast time because of spell speed, because Black Mages do like at least some, if not a lot. For an accurate APM, shouldn't we also take AWSD into account? No! You're just going to stand there and take it. You're just going to take the hit. But it is a good consideration, Serimni. Mihuel says, can you run multiple macros simultaneously? You could get really janky by pressing one and then another exactly half a second later. Nope. You cannot. If you have a macro running and you activate another macro, it immediately cancels the initial macro. Which is why I think I still have this somewhere. Oh yes, I have a macro that just uses an echo to cancel whatever macro I was currently using for testing crafting macros. You can only have one macro running at a time. This is why it can also be a problem when, like, I know some players will do this thing where they will put an action that they need to make sure they use on cooldown in a macro where it starts by casting the action, and then it sets up, say, 30-second wait timer, and then it just gives like a ping sound and a notification that, oh, jump is ready again, or whatever. The reason why that would be a problem is if you have any other macros, you can't use them. Like, if you have a macro tracking the time of one thing, then you can't track the time of anything else. You can only track one thing, which is why if you want to track stuff, like if you're having trouble keeping track of stuff on your screen or on your hotbar, I would recommend doing something like why is that there? Weird. You could do something like here's one. You could just set summon Bahamut. The interesting thing is this button doesn't actually work, and I managed to delete it. This button doesn't do anything if you click on it. So that means that I can summon Carbuncle here, and I can mash this, so I can't accidentally use it by clicking on it. But if I summon Bahamut, it still tracks the cooldown correctly. So I can just, if that's what I want to track, I can have like a little box of cooldowns closer to where my eyesight is on the screen, without the buttons being clickable. So that's what I would recommend if you're trying to be like, if you're having trouble keeping track of all of your things. Thank you, Designs. Hope you have a good day as well. But yeah, only one macro at a time. Soldier something says, I wonder if Gunbreaker with max determination melts would be best healer for the team? Not necessarily. You have to remember that heals can crit, and crit scales harder than determination. So you would probably want both crit and determination, although the amount of healing that determination adds isn't super massive. Like, it's not going to make like a landslide difference compared to just, you know, maximizing your damage instead. But it would be more effective at being a healer than direct hit would be, for example. I think Coco died. Right. Yeah, I was thinking of doing some roulettes or something like that. But before we do that, I will be right back. So that I'm ready, prepared to do some roulettes. Alright. I'm back, and everyone's gone and hid themselves, and Cat Demon is here with... Cat Damon is here with a... Is that a chicken? Is that a whole chicken? Don't worry too much about it, Amokius. If you get too addicted to it, it's only going to take like a week, maybe two, and then you're probably finished completely and there's nothing left to do. I think she's dead. She's not just dead, she's like the, you know, the cutscene death. Where you can't use race or anything. How do I write an email? She says. That is certainly something to feel a little bit dead about, having to write emails. Press buttons, then profit. Very easy. There you go. Right. Well, I was thinking of doing an expert roulette. I haven't actually done any of my roulettes since yesterday either. Is there anyone that would like to join me for an expert roulette? Actually, I forgot the magic word. You have to come over to me to indicate that you want to join me. All right, 40 PS. Maybe not. Maybe not. I remember when we tried to be four summoners, I believe, and it just didn't work. I feel like the summoner is pretty complete as it is, Bondi, even though it feels very underwhelming to a lot, although I do get the joke. Alright team, this is a decent framework for the summoner rework. I'm excited to see where you go with this. Yoshida-san, we shipped the expansion yesterday. What? Look, it's Mike Wazowski. He's grown wings. I kind of messed up that order. Oh well. Nope. I thought it would be ready earlier. It's been a while since I played Reaper. Now I'm sitting here trying to optimize my AoE. I completely forgot about Dead's design there. This is like a classic for me. Just open my run with a job and forget a button completely. That's just 10% damage loss. Let me do that right this time. Let's get it right this time. Still didn't get it right. This time I just wasted an entire guillotine by being a little too quick on the buttons. Well, the important thing is knowing why you did what you did wrong. Hey Sai, hope you're doing well. It's okay, I'll get better. I think that was a pretty good start. No, I'll say that was pretty good. That'll do. He's starting to believe. He's starting to remember. Ew. Coming over here. Just join you all here. Mike's career really took a downward shift when he stopped working for the Scream Inc. company. Yeah, somehow he ended up here. How do you end up here? Of all places. That's a tank item. I really do like this. This like I think I already said this when I did this dungeon initially. That this is certainly a dungeon I wouldn't mind having to do for the rest of the expansion.
The city is already overrun.
Like, for comparison, I would have been a lot more annoyed if Fell Court of Troya was like one of the 2 final dungeons that we would have in Expert Roulette. Just because I find that first boss really, really, really boring. I will not fall here. Oh, you won't. You will be here to terrorize us in a trial later.
They knew we were elsewhere.
Blade. Indeed. I cannot, will not fall here. I must continue so that I can show you my blade in the present. That is a really weak enough Durante. Normally when like an NPC goes enough, it actually like stun locks. I'm pretty sure that's how it's supposed to work. Like, what happened with that? I agree, DP9K. I feel like people like, well, I personally enjoyed the post-game story of Endwalker. I haven't had any problems with it. But I can see why it can feel a little meh compared to all the stuff that was in the, like, in the initial, like, at the start of the expansion. Like, that's pretty difficult to compare to, right? Right. Of course you do that. Sand blast. Oh boy. Ah. I thought I could make it over in time. I could not though. Let me think here. I really was hoping that I could run all the way over there in time, but then I also forgot that there was another dash to exactly where I was aiming to get to. Not a clean 10 out of 10, let's say. I don't even know. I don't remember if I've ever done this dungeon as a melee DPS. It's mostly been like tank,
That they command such
healer.
terrible beasts bodes ill. We've no time to lose. Such destruction.
Thank you, Skullwolf.
If only we had returned sooner.
When you have too many resources, you need to do everything all at once. Nailed it!
I dare say we'll be faster if we split up.
Wait a minute, my mammoths need rest? Come on now, they're robots. Well, they're robots with a temperament. And a union. Which is admittedly far more frightening, I could imagine. It's always fun once you remember how to do it, to just have that like infinite supply of gauge as Reaper when the mobs are dying off.
So be it. I will fight you with all my strength. To fortify my blade.
Oh, whoops. Did it in the wrong order.
I need power. Light or dark, it matters not. Such savagery ill suits you.
Raid Wide Healing from breaking a shield.
You've weathered this before. Let's see how you fare now.
That's a good one regarding the Ardell says, I think the overworked game developer is trying to send a message through the Island Sanctuary mammoths and the Margaret custom delivery storyline. If you haven't done that one, I haven't finished it yet, but if you haven't done it, I highly recommend checking it out. It's quite funny. Bruh. I don't want to.
It's over, my friend.
I don't want to prepare myself. You do it. Oh, right. Limit break. My bad. In my defense, I had a lot of enshrouds to go through. Where's Ymir to spam the limit break emote? Limit break is a DPS loss. Is it? Right, so Bondi says the Japanese game dev on their 20th hour of overtime for the week programming 2 full rest days for virtual island robots. You know, there's something there. Although, I can't possibly know. I couldn't possibly know. But I would assume, based on what we're being told, that the developers of Final Fantasy XIV aren't working 20 hours of overtime? I'd hope not. But we can't know for sure. And then Ardell says, I think they're sending a message via the Mammoth and Margaret's custom delivery. To give the broad overview of the Margaret story, without spoiling anything big, is scientists are excessively overworked, and they are denied their requests for things that aren't like practically necessary for their work, but would help them mentally, comfort, socially, whatever it is, like something to like just help them a little bit. But the funds are denied repeatedly because you don't need it to do your work, which probably sounds familiar. It's like comparable to going, I would like it if I could sit down while I work. If it's not like specifically necessary to stand up, and the part of the company that decides whether you can have that money goes, well, you don't have to sit down to do your work, so you can't have a chair. I mean, Skullwolf, it's always better to get it done. Like, if you like to watch people play the game, or, you know, stuff like that, but you don't want to get spoiled, a massive advantage would be to make sure you've done it yourself, so that you don't have to avoid too much. But it is a good dungeon. It is a good story, in my opinion. As we were just talking about with DP9K, some people don't like the Endwalker post-game story. A lot of people complain that it feels completely disconnected, like it is not particularly relevant. Also, thank you, Gaben. I hope you have a good day yourself. But on one hand, the story is the whole story of the Endwalker postgame both kind of like finally finishes up on the story of the Void, which is something that has technically been in the game since A Realm Reborn. And it also finishes up on a story thread regarding Razatan. So it is relevant to Final Fantasy XIV as a whole. It feels a bit disconnected and it might feel a little underwhelming compared to the leveling story of Endwalker, but the core difference here is that in Endwalker, we finally get to Sharlayan, which is something that has basically been something we've been hearing about for years. And we get to meet a lot of characters that we've been hearing about for years. And there's a bunch of things that get resolved that we just never had the opportunity to hear about since. We had some of the biggest build-ups in the game, like from A Realm Reborn, that just get finished in that. Which means that Endwalker basically took all these story beats that other expansions dealt with setting up and just like threw it on the pile. Just, oh, I'm taking that too, I'm taking that too. And the Endwalker leveling story didn't add very much to work with. Like, it was supposed to finish the story, so it didn't try to add very much. Like, it added a little bit like new starting story threads, but didn't really start anything major. It just finished a bunch of stuff, which means that obviously that means we end up with a situation where we have very few like paths to go with. So nearly anything they could have come up with will be something that feels like completely disconnected from what we were just doing. An argument I've also heard, which I think is a little bit fair, is it feels like some characters are getting really, like some things in the story gets a little cliche. Every time we need some technical thing, Sid just comes and do it, and then just kinda leaves. Like, he just comes in like, oh, I'm the guy with the technology. And when there's something knowledge-based that we need to know, Y'shtola just kinda knows. Like, she'll figure it out. Like, something that I've pointed out multiple times that I thought was incredibly hilarious was that I think it was the start of the 6.4 story. She's like, I have no idea how I would go about like reaching the first. But now we had, and then throughout 6.4 we find a way to enter the Void. And by the end of that patch, she's like, I know exactly how to start on figuring out how we reach the first. Like, it felt like she went from I have no clue where to begin to I know exactly what to do in an afternoon without opening a book. Like, she had some sort of revelation, which was incredibly convenient. Like, I can see that, I realize that. But I personally, I just don't know. I mean, the thing is, if the story instead was that 6.5 was us, like, half of the patch was just us sitting with Y'shtola, opening books and reading books over and over again to try and help her figure it out, that wouldn't make for a very compelling story. It would probably have led to a more realistic story by that logic in a fantasy world with magic and dragons. But it would have led to Y'shtola not feeling like the oh, I know it person every time there's something we need to learn, right? So like I can see the criticism of the story, but some of this is something that people are like especially pointing to now because there isn't much else happening. Like, Y'shtola was like that since forever. Like, she's always been that one that just goes, oh, I know what we should do. And Sid has always been the guy that was like, I know what to build. Like, he just knew how to build the device to get through Garuda's windstorm in A Realm Reborn. He just kind of knew. It wasn't so much about finding out how to make it, that story beat. It was more about finding the materials to make it, because he already had pretty much the idea at the get-go. So it's like, it's things that have just repeated so much that people now start going, okay, we got it. And because these, like, the thing is, the people that are pointing to these problems are primarily people that are maybe not enjoying the story as much. So because they're not enjoying the story as much, they are quicker to latch on to the things that they think was a little weird in, like, already. Cat Damon says, I just wish the Warrior of Light did more during combat cutscenes than just standing with weapon drawn. Yeah, I get that. The reason why they have a hard time doing that is, of course, because either they have to give you, like, generic attacks, which is a little disappointing, or they have to, for some reason, take away your weapon. So you just punch something. Because then you don't have a weapon, and then it can make sense. Or they would have to animate the same cutscene based on every single weapon. And there's probably some weapons that would look less exciting compared to others, right? Like, I think it's a lot easier to make a, like, if the villain has, like, a sword or something, it's a lot easier to make a battle in a cutscene with them a lot more exciting if you're any tank, any melee DPS, maybe even a red mage, it could work. But I could imagine most healers and casters and even ranged physical, it would either look incredibly weird or it would just be kinda okay. Because why would you run in and, like, just, like, duke it out with this sword wielder if you're a black mage? Why would you do that? So I think that's the reason why they do that. I think it's actually funny because Final Fantasy XIV is not the only game that does this. In Stranger of Paradise, every time Jack attacks someone in a cutscene, he uses Fist. Because if he had used any other weapon, if he had used an actual weapon, then they would have had to customize the cutscene based on what weapon you were using. They're already doing so much as to make sure that you're actually wearing the outfit that you're wearing, but they're simply choosing, we can't also give you your specific weapon. And in that game, it wouldn't be a problem because all the weapons are meant to be smacked with in melee range, so it wouldn't be weird if you then jumped at them with a staff. It's just that it would like drastically increase the amount of cutscene work for something that doesn't add that much. Like, yeah, it would be really cool if they customized the cutscene based on what weapon you're using. Because, yeah, if they, let's say there's 10 weapons in a game, they would have to make the cutscene 10 times and customize to each weapon type, right? If there's 20 weapons, they would have to do that 20 times. But if they just don't give you a weapon, they just have to do it once. They just say, oh, you're not using a weapon for this cutscene. Problem solved. Let me whack the enemy with stick. Guarding an incoming sword attack with an opened book. To be fair, some of the books have like metal lining on it and stuff. That could work. Bondi says they've gone on record saying we don't hug people ever because Lalafells exist. And trying to animate that would be too much work. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. It would just, every time there would be such a cutscene, it would also be a little awkward because the person who's trying to give you a hug has to like get down on their knees to like reach you properly. That's also true game end. Jack just punching the enemies in the cutscenes, because generally he's not punching to finish them. It's basically his opening move. Just starting with that. So it works really well for him. And I think that's also the reason why they often don't show the Warrior of Light, the player character, do very many things, is because if they can minimize the amount of stuff you're actually doing in the cutscenes and try and leave it up to imagination, it makes it easier for the individual player to imagine what their character would do. And sometimes there's a reason for it. For example, there's this cutscene in Heavensward where you're offered a drink, you take a swig, and it turned out to be drugged. I believe there's nearly no, like, the amount of cutscenes where you're offered a drink and your player character just goes, no thanks, just immediately, is very, like, it's very common. Like, in contrast to how many cutscenes there are where you're offered a drink. It's almost like they used this to establish a reason if you don't want a drink. Like, it explains why the Warrior of Light wouldn't, but you could always just imagine that when that you took a drink later in the cutscene, if it cuts off or something. But if your character had accepted that wine, then you might go, well, wait a minute, my character doesn't, or something weird like that, right? Like, there's a lot of people that would like to have the RP intact for their character. I know it's a little strange, but that also plays a factor. That is why the player character often doesn't do that much stuff, because that leaves more space for you to imagine. That's also why in like single player, like normal RPG games, that the player character is often like the silent hero, by never showing what you actually say and just have NPCs react to what you presumably said. You can fill in your mind what you actually said. You can just fill it in yourself and go, well, actually, I said it like this, I said it like that, and it would be fine. But if they had just spelled out how or what you said, then they would have kind of ruined that opportunity. Although, again, if you have the imagination to add your own words to the cutscene, you can probably also add the imagination to just remove what they said and say, well, if it was me, I would have said it like this, or something like that. Like, there's a lot of, like, story stuff like that. It's complicated. Cat Damon says, in my opinion, the Warrior of Light should have specific limit break weapons, which we could use during cutscenes, like Artbird's eggs from Shadowbringers. I think it would be... I mean, they could do that. I just feel like... I think they sort of reduce the amount of, like, cutscene battling you do simply by also making it so that, well, you actually fight in situations where you would be fighting. Like, if there's a cutscene battle, usually you get control around the time when the battle really begins. Usually. Or you're not doing any attacks until the fight, like, until the solo duty begins, or whatever it is. Which sometimes leads to weird scenarios where your character is just kind of standing there while everyone else is fighting and you're just kind of there. One way I also remember that they've sometimes made it work with battling in cutscenes is that something like there's a lot of fighting going on, the camera turns to you when you're standing in your like idle battle pose like this, and an enemy in front of you is doing the death animation. Like, you just killed them just now. You just barely missed the opportunity to see how you did it, but you did it. You sure did it. Bondi says, my issues with the Endwalker story is that it's literally just a Saturday morning cartoon. Half the patch is Slice of Life, and the other half is Monster of the Week, then it cuts to the big bad laughing. I mean, I don't think we had the big bad... Did we have the big bad laughing in 6.5? But I get what you're going with there. I think that's a result of the fact that they want to add a they want to add a new dungeon and a new trial with each patch to keep like some new content flow. And to add that in the MSQ, they also want to like have some sort of character progression. That kind of like it's the same as I believe we got that the reason why we stopped learning actions through job quests was both because, well, nowadays it was like kind of tedious. It got a little bit much, but also because, for example, the Heavensward storylines, instead of making a good storyline for the job, they had to try and make a storyline where it made sense that you learned Fell Cleave, or Raw Intuition, or Equilibrium, or Decimate. They had to make it so that it kind of made sense that you learn that, which in some cases led to some really, really weird storylines. Because there wasn't really any good way to explain it. So instead of tying the story of each job to their weapon skills and spells that they have to learn, they disconnected that for Stormblood for the most part. And apparently that still didn't work. Maybe they decided that it was just there was no need for you to have a teacher like that anymore. You had already learned everything you needed to learn. The stories were finished. Enough. So they just stopped with that. But I do believe part of the reason why they went away from that thing where you learn actions with every job quest in Heavensward was mainly because it made it so that the storyline was dictated by trying to logically explain why you learn what, and that would also cause problems later down the line when they changed what skills you have. Did you know that the Summoner storyline still talks about Bio and Miasma, even though you don't have them? So like, by removing job quests from learning actions, they heavily reduce the amount of backtracking and fixing they would have to do for things to make sense. Although, I suppose at times the solution is just don't worry about it, just ignore it. And if all they have to do, for example, with the Reaper and the Sage stories, if all they have to do is make sure that the final quest of the story teaches you something, that like, instead of being told, oh, you need to make a story and it has to have these specific story beats at these specific points, which can be extremely limiting, they just go, oh, well, it has to end with this. It has to end with something that means that logically you learn in Shroud. It makes sense. That just means that they have, like, that the story writer would have an end destination. And I think that would be a lot more manageable compared to being told, well, you need to explain why you learn Arcane Circle. And Hell's Gate, and Gluttony, and Tempered Soul, and Enshroud. All at once. Just as some examples, right? So that's why I think they kind of moved away from that. But it's quite funny that they moved away from it and then got rid of it altogether for the main, like, for the jobs that had already been put in the game. And yeah, I do agree, Abokius. I can tell you that Small Kai looked very intimidating in that cutscene. DP9K says, I think a lot of the characters just knowing things is generally okay. For the most part, the people we're interacting with are the best of their fields. Like, of course, Galen Ironworks is going to be able to make something. They're the best engineers on the planet, and if they couldn't do it, nobody probably could. That is also a very good point. Haradil adds, Dawn Trail is going to be a big beach vacation, OVA. Pretty much. I think that sounds pretty cool. That sounds pretty unique. Yeah. And exactly, DP9K, is that at some point we have to be the best at the jobs, right? At some point we have to be the best at the job, which sometimes can cause some weirdness. For example, I'm wondering if there is some sort of weird disconnect if you're a Dragoon main, for example, when you're in quests where Estinian is also there. Like a particular example that I think of is in the solo duty at the end of Shadowbringers, where Estinian just performs 8 Stardivers simultaneously. If I was a Dragoon main, I would be a bit like, why can't I do that? Right? Like, aren't you supposed to be the big warrior of light superhero? Aren't you supposed to be superior? But, like, of course, there's some sort of explanation there, right? Yeah. But it like, whenever you meet someone in the story that is a job you can be, and they're flat out just better at being that job, that I could imagine could break the illusion a little bit. Like, if I'm so great and Estinian isn't, why can he do that and I can't, right? Like, why is it I have to save the world all the time when he can do that? Bondi says, it makes sense because dots are so iconic with Summoner in this game that it wouldn't make any sense to remove them. I'm just saying, and I've said this before, that by Shadowbringers, while you might feel that the dots of Summoner are super iconic, their existence, in my opinion, felt more like a relic of the past. In A Realm Reborn, you had to manage them. In Heavensward, you had to somewhat manage them. And then, I believe, was it in Stormblood? I can't even remember if it was Heavensward or Stormblood that they made Tri-Disaster apply your dots. And by Shadowbringers, you applied your dots in your opener, and then once every 2 minutes. The rest of it, you just Tri-Disaster Lamau, which made it feel extremely redundant. And I'll add to this that I feel like Bard's Stormbite and Caustic Bite are equally redundant. So I'm not saying that Bard is better about this, but it used to make sense because Caustic Bite and Stormbite used to interact with your songs. They don't anymore. But Summoner doesn't really interact. Summoner didn't really interact with its dots. It was just something you did. It was it was optimal to maintain them, of course, so you did. But it didn't matter that much if they removed them. Like, if they had removed Tri-Disaster and your dots and just given you something else to fill that vacuum, I think for the most part people would be more mad because of nostalgia, in the same way that, for example, people are mad that Paladin lost its Scoring Blade dot. But I don't think, like, by Stormblood or Shadowbringers ish, Summoner's dots weren't really like a major part. It was more like, if you have a summoner in your group, then there's going to be at least 2 dots on the target. And they're going to be called Bio and Miasma. That's it. But ultimately, it didn't really matter, right? They could have just made it so that Bio and Miasma had a cooldown and did a lot of damage. Because they, like, by Shadowbringers, Bane was also just, like, it was free, it just had a cooldown. So it's just, if you have a summoner in your group, then everything has 2 dots on them. So, like, they gradually made the dots a minor part of the job. And I've talked about this multiple times before, but the problem with Summoner by Shadowbringers was that it was trying to be too many things. It had dots it had to maintain, it had a pet with actions that you had to, like, maintain and use on cooldown. You had this Bahamut and Phoenix phase, and you had this Ether Flow stuff, and it felt like it was trying to be like 4 different things. The reason why... No, so the thing is, Energy Drain, Fester, and Pain Flare, also Energy Siphon, I suppose, isn't a massive part of the summoner job. Not anymore. It's about as big a part of the job as, like... it's like comparable to something like how when Reaper uses Gluttony, you get to use these twice, right? And Reaper doesn't get a gauge for that. It's just a buff that you get. Summoner gets a gauge for it because they have a gauge. Like, they just already had it, so why not just keep it? But it could just as well just have been 2 charges on you. In fact, it is. It is 2 charges. Like, why do you have this? It's so overkill. But it used to make sense because there was a time where you had to choose what you wanted to do. When you used Aether Flow, the ability that Scholar has, you could choose to use it on Fester, or Pain Flare, or Bane to spread your dots in the same way that Deployment Tactics works now in PvP. Or you could use it on Energy Drain to heal yourself a bit and gain some MP. I'd imagine a summoner rarely would do that, but you could do that. Like, you had options. Now, you don't. Like, you have as many options with this as Samurai has, and whether they want to use their Kenki on single target or AoE. It's just that you don't need a gauge for it. But that's the reason why I'm elevating the Aether Flow mechanic to be one of the 4 things that old Summoner used to do, is because it's a gauge. It's like a major part of your job. So they removed the pet management, just gone. Removed the dots, gone. And then just filled the gap with more summons. Like, they decided that the core part of Summoner that they wanted to move on with was this. And they had to add something for low level that could evolve into that. And then they had to add something similar for the rest of the leveling. And for the rest of your rotation, because it can't all be summoned Bahamut, right? And then the only thing that didn't take up too much of your attention was the energy drain stuff, so they just kind of kept that. Probably also so that it still had some sort of like connection to Scholar. If I recall correctly, they've stated that the connection between Summoner and Scholar is coded so deep into the spaghetti code somewhere that it's not something you can just disconnect. It's not something you can remove again. And they don't plan on making more multi-job classes in the future, specifically because it's very hard to undo it, and it's very, very awkward to deal with, apparently. But I will say, personally, that I would probably have preferred a summoner that focused more on the A Realm Reborn values. What I mean by that is you have a pet that you have to manage, you have some dots that you have to manage, you technically have a filler spell in Ruin, but it's not very strong. You really have to like maintain your dot stuff like that. That is what really matters. And if I understood correctly, some of your spells were very expensive, and given that you weren't a black mage, a core part was also to like meter out your MP so you didn't run out. Like, you couldn't just drop down what was it, Shadow Flare endlessly, because it was really expensive. So you had to like maintain your dots and maintain your MP so you didn't run out over the course of a fight. And that sounds way more interesting than this. It also sounds way more difficult than this. I wonder if I would play that job as much as I play the summoner that we have now, simply because the summoner we have now is very easy and not very like exhausting to play. But yeah, my problem, and I've said this before, is that I genuinely I would prefer if we got a job with dots where the dots actually matter. I don't think it's very interesting to have a dot where all it does is that it's technically your best attack, like for all the healers and for Samurai, Higanbana and things like that. I mean, that's good, that's great. It's not very interesting. But it adds something. It's just, if you have a dot where the only thing that makes you notice it is that it you do less damage if it drops, then it isn't necessary for your rotation. Like, I would very much like it's actually really sad that it's like, speaking of Black Mage, Bundy, Black Mage is possibly the job that interacts with their dot the most, because Thundercloud exists. That's a little unfortunate. Sam Ben, thank you so much, and I hope you have a great day. While you're on the topic of job evolutions, where would you like to see Dragoon go in Dawntrail? So, I don't main Dragoon, and I don't play Dragoon like a huge amount. I've played it a bunch on my old small Kai, but I would absolutely not be an authority on what is best for Dragoon. But if someone came up to me and said that I had to make a choice and decide something for Dragoon, I would prefer if the jumps felt like more rotationally significant to the job. I think it's really weird that a job that is so that is supposed to be super focused on jumps, which Dragoon is in Final Fantasy, that they have two jumps that ultimately amount to gap closes with a damage component, and their signature high jump is a resource generator that leads them to something else. Like, you're not using high jump for high jump, you're using high jump for Stardiver. Stardiver, great, perfect, fine, that is a jump, but why is it an ability? That's what I think is weird. Something as big and impactful and explosive as Stardiver is just an ability. I think that's weird. If I were asked to design a Dragoon job, I think I would have jumps be like more GCD centric. That would also remove the concern that the animation takes a while to finish because it's a GCD instead of an OGCD, so you don't have to worry about weaving it right because it's a GCD instead. High jump, I could perfectly imagine being a GCD, especially because it isn't a gap closer anymore. It's basically a glorified ranged attack. And I would feel Stardiver would be a great GCD as well. The thing is, if Stardiver was a GCD, it could have had way more potency because it's essentially stealing approximately 200-300 potency because you're losing a weapon skill to use it. So it would be closer to 900 or 1000 potency had it been a GCD. Just as an example, I'm not saying that everything has to be a massive potency attack, but I feel like it would make more sense for Jump and Stardiver to be GCDs, in my opinion. But I'm not a Dragoon main, and ultimately, what makes sense? What makes sense, and what the Dragoon mains enjoy might not be the same. Like, I'm not an expert on the job. If the Dragoon mains are maining Dragoon because they like the 5-step combo loop, and they like the 3 damage buffs, and they like that Jump and Stardiver are OGCDs, then who am I to come in and say, nope, you all misunderstood completely. This is what Dragoon needs. Gazel says, actually having jumps be GCDs and thrusts be OGCDs makes perfect sense, since you're supposed to jump on and attack. That is an interesting perspective. I wonder how that would work. Beamy says, still half of Dragoon's kit is jumps. High jump, 2 spine shatters, a dragonfire dive, stardiver. So that's about 5 OGDs of jumps you'll use in your burst. And I mean, technically Nastron is... I don't think Nastron is really a jump. You technically jump up in the air and then you shoot a laser beam out of your spear. But it's not... It doesn't... I don't know if that counts as a jump, does it? And you also have to remember that you have 7 buttons here for your GCD. So 5 OGCDs would even be less than half of your toolkit, but I get what you're going for. On this, as I've been saying for a couple expansions, Machinist should get a damaging version of Elusive Jump that does damage and is a rocket jump. That sounds like a terrible idea. Why do you think Red Mage got engagement, Bondi? Because all the Red Mages were backflipping off the arena. What are you? Do you want this for Machinist as well? That is a terrible idea. Oh, you do want that? That's a little cruel. It would be funny. I've also talked about the fact that if you actually split attacks up into more smaller hits, it would be less of a problem with this whole crit variance problem that some people talk about. Make it a GCD just used for disengagement. The thing is, talked about this a few times, if you have a movement action, but it does damage, if it does meaningful amounts of damage, then it's not a movement ability anymore. Whether it's a GCD or no GCD, doesn't matter. If it does impactful damage, then everything else on the tooltip stops to matter. And the best example I have of that is the fact that, for example, in Stormblood, I don't know if it was also in Heavensward, but and maybe even in Realm Reborn, ninjas had this OGCD called, I believe it's called Jugulate. 80 potency, I believe, around 80 potency, very impressive. On a 40-second cooldown, it silences for 1 second. Back in the day, interrupts, like interject, silenced for 1 second instead of interrupting. That was the way they made interrupts originally. I don't think a lot of ninjas used Joculate as an interrupt because it did damage. It's the same problem as gap closers that do damage. Because they do damage, their primary function becomes damage. If there is some situation where you need the mobility, then yeah, that can take precedence. If the mobility ultimately gives you more damage output at the end of the day, then the mobility takes precedent. But the fact that you have a utility button with damage on it is a problem, because it means that you will use it for damage. If you have a movement option that pushes you away from the target and does damage and doesn't cost you anything, then it will be used on cooldown as much as possible. Which is why we saw red mages do this displacement backflip off the arena, was because it's technically a DPS gain to use displacement. But sometimes there wasn't space to do that, so they added engagement. In Shadowbringers, engagement was actually less potency than displacement to make it so that, oh well, if you actually do the backflip proper, then you get more damage. But then they just made them equal, because turns out that people would rather risk falling off the arena than risk losing out on potential damage. That's why I've been saying I think all gap closers should do 0 damage. Thank you, Pokeshack. I hope you have a good day. Beamy says, we have the resource generator jump, gap closer jump, long animation lock, big hitting jump, and raw potency jump. What other jump could they add except another raw potency OGCD? I don't know. That's why I'm not a job designer. It's more to say that I think that Dragonfire Dive is very underwhelming. And I also feel Spine Shatter Dive is very underwhelming. Like, that's how I feel about them. How is it that we have 2 jumps that basically just feel like as a core mechanic of Dragoon, they have these, and the thing that makes them kind of underwhelming is the way that you have to use them. The big value for Dragoon is that it has all these gap closers, essentially. But then again, not really. And other jobs have more gap closers. And because Dragoon have all these damage buffs, they're incentivized to not use these, so that they can use them with buffs. Something 2-minute burst meta. So I don't know what would be good, but I feel like it would be more interesting if Dragoons like jumped more in general. I don't know what the different jumps should do, but I feel like this is very boring. That's what I feel. But again, I'm not a Dragoon main, so I don't know if that would actually be good. I have also not like brought forth any suggestion as to what should be done about it. That's just my perspective. Is, to my knowledge, all Dragoons do is jump, like all the time. Look no further than Estinian. Like every time he does something in a cutscene that is aggressive, he jumps. Every time. So I don't know what to do. Like, maybe they could get like a GCD that jumps them into the air, which makes their next jump, their jump on the next GCD do more damage, like how Estinian sometimes jumps up into the air, sometimes even jumps even higher, and then, you know, slams down on the enemy. Like, as if that would help. So like, they could do a lot of things, but I have no idea what they would do. They've also moved away from CC entirely. That is also very true. I think it's a big letdown that bosses don't really have things you can interrupt very often. On the one hand, they would be very boring, but the thing is, having things you need to interrupt on a boss might not be interesting. Having multiple things you have to interrupt on a boss would be interesting, because that would mean you might have to choose what you choose to interrupt or not. Like, if you interrupt this, you might not have interrupts to the next thing. On the other hand, if you have like 5 things you can interrupt on a boss, then that would incentivize people to say, okay, well then we bring 2 tanks and 3 range DPS. Which of course means that if you want to make sure that this doesn't happen, you need to give all DPS jobs interrupts. And then you would have to give bosses like 7 things you can interrupt, so that they can at least use one of the 7 things, right? And then it gets kind of crazy. So it's difficult to manage. Hey Chris, I hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. And hey Zach, I hope you're doing well, thank you. Zamben says, do we have a prediction on what they'll do about it? I don't have any idea of what they would actually do. But if we take if we take a starting point of what they did with Summoner and Paladin, and a little bit to Bard, then my guess would be, I think Chaotic Spring might not stay a dot. I'll start with that one. I don't think Chaotic Spring will stay a dot. I'm not taking Summon on Paladin as the president, I'm just saying if we take that as an inspiration. I also think that the amount of changes Dragonsight has received during Endwalker suggests that they're not sure what they really want to do with it. In Endwalker, we lost the beam, I believe. Didn't we lose the beam in Endwalker, or was it late shadowing us? And then they gave it True North, I guess. Which indicates something else. I wouldn't be surprised if Dragonsight gets reworked. I wouldn't be surprised if Dragonsight gets reworked to something else. And I wouldn't be surprised if Dragoon's amount of positionals gets vastly reduced, which sounds incredible because it feels like Dragoon doesn't have that many, but in a 10-step loop, they have 5 positionals. Like, a full loop of their filler rotation has half of their GCDs be positionals. Compare that to Monk, who used to have 100% of their rotation of their filler GCDs be positionals. Now it's about 33% of their filler that is positionals. Samurai, it's like, of their filler stuff, it's 2/8, I believe. Yeah, 2/8 of their rotation has positionals. So a fourth. And Ninja, it's a third. And Reaper, I'm not even sure. It's so few times that you actually really have to... Like, if you want to, you can pretty much just bundle your positionals in bursts and almost have True North for all of them. So, it's not many. So it wouldn't surprise me if they reduce the amount of positionals that Dragoon has to deal with. They could do that by making it so that you have, like... The thing is, maybe they make it so Chaotic Spring stays a positional, and then either Fang and Claw or Wheeling Thrust stays a positional. That would make it so that, let's see, 30% of their rotation would be positionals if they did it like that. Just as an example. So yeah, I would think something like Chaotic Spring loses its dot, Dragonsight probably gets reworked. What I mean by that is it's probably equivalent to as what Bondi says in a little bit of a doomsayer way. Sorry, Bondi. Dragonsight as we know it is probably not going to survive. But they're probably going to replace Dragonsight with another button called Dragonsight with the same icon that does something else. Which is the equivalent of Dragonsight is dead. Like, I'm just saying, if Samurai lost Kaiten, which we did, and just got a different button called Kaiten that did something else, then people would still say that Kaiten died, right? It's that thing where we talk about, like, if you replace every single part of a ship, is it still the same ship? Then I think that is actually an interesting idea, Bondi. Dragonsight as like a sort of ley lines where you put the eye down on the ground and it buffs your jumps while within the radius. That is an interesting suggestion. I wonder if it would only boost your jumps, unless of course they make it so that your jumps is a more core part of your rotation. That happens more often than every 30 seconds. Because otherwise you would just, put down the Dragonsight ley lines, all of your jumps, and now you can leave the ley lines again. New Dragonsight just gives you Life of the Dragon on your next guys. So, I mean, that could also work. But that would be really weird. They just make it so that they make it so Dragon Sight gives on a 2-minute cooldown just fills your gaze of the dragon, or what's it called? Yeah, it just immediately gives you a double gaze. So first of all, you can use Nastrons and Stardiver in your opener, but it also means that you just get an extra one on the 2-minute burst. I wonder what that would mean for the Dragoon rotation, because it's not like you can stack them. You could, like, put them in succession of each other, but because they last 30 seconds, that would lead to a very, very janky rotation, wouldn't it? Zach says, I took your advice and did PvP. It was kind of overwhelming because I didn't know what to do, but after I used Monk and smacked some people around, I had a lot of fun. That's good. I feel like Monk in PvP is simultaneously overwhelming and underwhelming because they don't have that many buttons to work with, which means that you have to really make the most of the buttons you do have, and exactly the combos that you're supposed to be using aren't, it might not be too intuitive, but once you get it, it's pretty approachable. Yeah, but I'm glad you had fun with it. You also have an island to maintain. See, that's funny. We were talking about Island Sanctuary earlier in the stream. Blood of the Dragon becomes a... If Blood of the Dragon becomes a regular GCD or regular cooldown, or even Life of the Dragon becomes a regular cooldown, then it would have been like made like the full circle. Because Blood of the Dragon, this one, used to be an OGCD that lasted 20 seconds, and that you extended by using Wheeling Thrust and Fang and Claw. And then in Shadowbringers, they upgraded the button itself to give you the buff for 30 seconds, which was a problem because the cooldown itself was 25 seconds. So you could maintain Blood of the Dragon forever by just using the OGC and cooldown like a Black Mage just spamming Umbral Soul in between pulls. And then they removed it, just made it a trait, because, well, there's no point anyway. I know, you made it pointless. And then if they then circle back around and go, you know what, never mind all that. Life of the Dragon is a cooldown now. It has a 1-minute cooldown, you can use it every minute. Makes you go super mode, you can use Stardive and all that. And then just really carry it home by making Life of the Dragon, the button, turn into Stardiver while in Life of the Dragon. And now we got it. I think we're going somewhere with this. And now we've also made it so that High Jump and Mirage Dive are just damage attacks. So you use them for their damage. Isn't it incredible? Amy says, I think it's just something you can use pre-pull and it will be on a GCD, so you'll only use it once like Ninja High. I think if you had a button, like a GCD, that made you able to use Life of the Dragon immediately, for one GCD, I'm pretty sure you would use it in combat. I'm guessing you're saying you can only use it while not in combat. But that is a very significant part, that it has to be like while not in combat. So it's or maybe they make it a really long cast time, like they make it like 10 seconds or something ridiculous, so that you can't reliably use it while in combat. Like, that could work. There is something to be said about Dragoon having like a really weak opener burst. Stardiver every 30 seconds sounds good. Yeah, I know, it's pretty good. There's something to be said about Dragoon having a kinda underwhelming opener in a way compared to other jobs, because you simply can't get started in time. And some other jobs have gotten this problem fixed. Just to serve up a few examples, before Summoner's Rework, you had to like hurry through your initial stuff, like placing your dots, using some pet actions, getting into Dreadworm Trance, and then just finishing it quickly with Death Flare very quickly so you could summon Bahamut in your opener. But it took a while because you had all this stuff you had to do first, which was maybe a little bit awkward. And other jobs, like for example Red Mage, you just have Manification, which is like just someone coming in and going, this is your opener. Like, here you go, this one's for the opener specifically. And of course every 2-minute burst, but it's there to help your opener on the road. Machinist has Barrel Stabilizer. You could say it's also kind of weird that Bard doesn't get to use Apex Arrow in their opener for a similar reason. Dancer gets this massive boost of resources through Technical Step, but it is weird that they have to start from 0, right? Because many jobs just get a button to just boost them up to like a middle point at the very least. Like, Reaper gets Plentiful Harvest such that they can Enshroud in the opener. Samurai gets Ikishoten so that they can easily like get a nice amount of Kenki in their opener. And there are many examples of this where Dragoon just is like, no, you don't get any particularly big burst until 1 minute into the fight, similar to Bard not getting Apex Arrow until then. It is a bit surprising that they don't have anything. It is surprising. And the interesting thing is that if you gave, for example, Dragoon 2 jumps, so that it had 2 charges, right? Just gave it 2 charges, then Dragoon would be able to use Life of the Dragon in their opener. That's how much it would take. If you gave Dragoon 2 charges on high jump, they would be able to use Life of the Dragon in the opener. It would probably be a very overwhelming opener, but they would be able to do it. I don't really have any suggestion for Bard. It's like it's a whole system for them, but for Dragoon, all it would take is give high jump an extra charge. Then they don't need this thing where they can use Dragon's Side pre-pull to make sure they can open with Life of the Dragon. If you had 2 charges on high jump, you would be able to use Life of the Dragon in your opener. Although you already have a lot of other things you need to do in your opener as well, so it might be a bit much. And yeah, exactly, Bimi. It's a bit like how Monk has to, like, their Phantom Rush is in the 1 minute. Bondi says, when jobs like Bard can take their resources through phases, you get cases like Top, where Bard is the 3rd highest DPS job in the entire game for the final phase. That is pretty funny. Cat Damon says, I highly doubt the gaze mechanic will survive when used. Probably it's a 60-second cooldown. The only thing that gets fancy with the gaze mechanic is that Dragoon has the capacity to perform one of the pull one of the most impressive additional bursts out of nowhere if a fight is ending. Because they can just, like, if they've made sure that Geistgegol and High Jump isn't too far apart, they can just, near the end of the fight, if they go, well, I am not going to have another Lance charge, they can just go High Jump, Mirage Dive, Geistgegol, and then enter Life of the Dragon again, immediately after their minute burst. Like, get 2 of them back to back, for some extra damage. Is that iconic for Dragoon? Is that special for Dragoon? Is that worth preserving? Is this something that would be a problem if we lost? Because if you just made it so that Life of the Dragon was a 1 minute cooldown on their bars, they wouldn't be able to do that anymore. I don't know if that would be better. But I do think that I could imagine some Dragoons would feel like it would be a massive dumbing down of their job. Hey Siren, hope you're doing well. That is true, Beamy. From what I've read, in Shadowbringers, mainly because I didn't play Dragoon very much in Shadowbringers, but because Lance Charge had a 90-second cooldown in Shadowbringers, you had like an unbuffed... you could have like an unbuffed Life of the Dragon, and then you would try your best to make it so that you could like plan your Life of the Dragon during Lance Charge. Well, yeah, it was still called Lance Charge then. It was still after they changed it from being called Blood for Blood. Back in the day, the action was called Blood for Blood, and it made you take more damage as well. That is why the icon looks like blood splotches and not a lance. Because it made sense. At some point it made sense. Cat Damon says, was Paladin's rotation and Machinist reload not iconic? Well, who do we ask? The developers of the game are probably the ultimate judge of this because it's their game, right? They decided that the iconic part of Paladin is Fight or Flight and Requiescat, I think. And they decided that it made more sense to combine them. That's my guess. For Machinist, dude, I don't know. I have no idea. Like, the best you could say here is they kept... I think they kept more of, like, the battery stuff. But then they dumped down the pets in the first place. So... they kinda did neither. They basically just took most of what Machinist stood like. I think the thing that really was preserved was Gauss Round, and Ricochet. So that and Reassemble, I believe. Is that the iconic actions of Machinist then? It's Cat Damon, I don't think you're the only one. Right, that's true. The battery didn't actually exist. It was just... was it because the robots were just cooldowns? Because I do remember we had the robots, but I do believe you also had to choose? Were they even cooldowns, or was it just something you put down and then they just kind of were there? In Stormblood, the heat gauge was something you had to like manage in a way. When it filled up, if I remember correctly, it gave you like a damage boost, but then it also overheated, which eventually led to you losing access to the heated version of your attacks. And one of the ways to overheat more quickly was to use Flamethrower, which, as I believe Bondi mentioned earlier, was a part of the rotation. Which is why Flamethrower is kind of meaningless now, because it doesn't do anything other than damage. Which is actually a pretty good good point, because some of the stuff that I was just bringing up a little while earlier was, for example, that dots on a job where the dots don't do anything other than damage isn't very interesting or impactful. This is an attack that doesn't do anything other than damage, and then it just turns out that it doesn't do particularly impressive amounts of damage. It used to do something. Like, it used to do something other than damage, so people used it more. And there's a bunch of things we can add to that, but the point is that it's more interesting when your actions do other things than just damage, right? Beamy says Samurai's Dot is also interesting, since sometimes it might be a game to use it purely for Showa. I suppose so. If the fight is like nearing its end, that could make sense. But it sounds very specific. Very specific. That is very true, Cat Damon. And I wasn't suggesting that anything was safe. I was imagining that something that would be iconic for the job is more likely to be made more prominent. Potentially. But we don't know anything. Like, if we look at Machinist, what they did with what was already there was they made your pet more impactful, quote unquote. And what I mean by that is, I'm pretty sure in Stormblood your pet was just like, your pet robot was something you just placed and then it was just kind of there, and like it was just extra like damage. Whereas in Shadowbringers and Endwalker it's a cooldown, so when it's there it does more damage. So it was made more impactful in a way. The question is if that's better. If that is better. And I don't know. I feel like... Exactly, it's basically a second auto attack if you just place it down like that. The way they could make it more interesting, I think the robots had like an ability to, yeah, exactly, the pet also gave trick attack on a 2-minute cooldown in Stormblood. Yeah, exactly, I was just about to say it would be more interesting if you could make them do something. Beamy says, Summoner's Rework played into the job identity, and when we say job identity, it's very important to keep in mind that we're talking about the franchise Summoner identity and not Final Fantasy XIV's Summoner identity, because that one was moot. That was the one they were reworking. But yeah, it was made to play more into the job identity, which is summoners in a lot of Final Fantasy games kind of just summon a guy and then they do an attack. And that's it. And that is what Summoner is now, kind of. They just like add a little bit more by making it so that you can use the powers of that summon. And if we take that approach for Dragoon and Astrologian, then there's the problem that how many Final Fantasy games have Astrologians? Is Astrologian just Final Fantasy 14? Also known as Astrologer. And it is thematically similar to the Time Mage. Well, oops. It seems like... It seems like in... The only other game that had the job was Final Fantasy Tactics. And it was not... Like, it wasn't very detailed. So, like, it wasn't really like, oh, it has cards and all that. It just had, like, one extra thing over a regular job. So there's not very much to go on with Astrologian. With Dragoon, I mean... I'm wondering why this isn't called Lancet. Because that's usually what this kind of action is called, to my knowledge. Like in Dragoon identity stuff. They usually have Lancet, which performs an attack that heals them. And they have Jump. And Well, I came from Tactics Advance, and their Dragoon has Fire Breath, Ice Breath, and Thunder Breath. So I don't know what happened to those. Why do we have Curse and Torment? Why don't we have Fire Breath? Just randomly, Dragoon just puts away their spear and just breathes fire all of a sudden. That would be cool. And yeah, exactly, Skullwolf. That also, like, this was something we talked about on the Discord recently, where I believe it was Goldtooth that said that they think that it would be better if a Dragoon had like a Dragon Familiar pet to fight alongside them, which I believe is a Final Fantasy XI thing, and only a Final Fantasy XI thing. So like Dragoon is such a job that has such a storied history in the Final Fantasy franchise that what you expect of the job depends on where you know the job from. If you know it from, like, was it Final Fantasy IV where we had a Dragoon that just had jump? Like, that was the thing he had, was he could use jump, and that would mean that he would just exit the arena and then later come down and attack the target, which was sometimes useful for dodging mechanics. There's also Freya in Final Fantasy IX. And if, exactly, it's DP9K, if 4 has the quintessential Dragoon, then the only button on this entire UI that actually matters for Dragoon is jump, and it's not even on the bars because we got better jump. And it doesn't do what it did in Final Fantasy IV. So, like, if we're going from 4 being like the inspiration, then everything other than jump could be lost. If we're assuming that it's like, I believe it's Final Fantasy X where we have what's his name, who also has like Blue Mage-esque mechanics, and he has Lancet, but he's the one with the spear, so he's the closest we get to a Dragoon. But in Tactics Advance, which I think predated 10, I think? Yeah, Kimari. In Tactics Advance, you also had Lancet. You also had Lancet there, and jump. So, what a job should be. Oh, he also had jump, excellent. What a job should be in the eyes of the franchise at large is very complicated. For Astrologian, we have no idea, because surprisingly, Final Fantasy XIV is more the first on the block with it, because Tactics didn't really have Astrologian. They just had like some guy that had like an advanced version of a regular job that then was called Astrologer, and that had something to do with astrology. Meanwhile, Final Fantasy XIV went like, we have this thing, they have cards, they have time magic, all this stuff, and then they kinda, like, I mean, they don't have that much time magic left. Hey Ted, thank you so much. I hope you have a great day yourself. Bondi says, I don't understand how they can even rework healers because their kits are so bare bones already. That is a good point. That is why I'm thinking that what's going to happen to Astrologian is mainly going to involve their cards. Because they're not going to change this. This is probably staying. And most of this over here, most of this, they're probably not removing either. So I'm thinking it's probably going to be the cards that they're going to change. Aradel says they wanted to do Chemist, but reworked it to Astrologian during development. Right. I'm surprised how they managed to make that into an Astrologian, but I'm guessing it was because maybe the cards were reworked from a system where they like brought out random concoctions with a similar effect. Yeah, like, when I think time magic on Astrologian, like, yes, macrocosmos is like time magic. The microcosmos you use afterwards is like dialing time back in a way, like reverting damage in a like a little bit. Like, that's kind of time magic. You could argue that horoscope, the future sight, like the fortune teller thing, is sort of like quote unquote time magic in like with huge quotation marks, because you're looking ahead into the future, and divination is technically that. And then the only other way that Astrologian really interacts with the time magic stuff is that it has spells that it has abilities that it uses to place a trap for later. Like Exaltation, where you put it on someone and then it bursts for healing later. You put down Horoscope and then it pops for healing later. You put down Earthly Star and it pops for healing later. But all of this doesn't hold a candle to the fact that Astrologian used to have a button that just said everyone, I believe it was everyone, maybe it was just one person, but now all the buffs that I've applied to you are 10 seconds longer. Which meant if you put down a really fat, balanced, boosted balance card with your Royal Road on someone, and you had put down Aspected Benefic and Aspected Helios on them, and then used this, both your healing over time effects and your card would be extended, because they're all buffs you applied. That, to me, was time magic. Like, that was time magic because you're actually like messing with time in the game, whereas all the other stuff is like aesthetically time magic in a way, but actually interacting with duration is time magic. Case in point, when we've had bosses use time magic, and I'm being a little vague here because there might be some people in the chat who has not fought that, usually the way time magic is portrayed is that they cast a spell on you, and then the duration on the buff or something that they applied to you previously suddenly starts ticking really fast or really slowly, or they adjust the order things are happening in by speeding up something or slowing something else down. It's like the way time magic is portrayed in Final Fantasy XIV, at least in my perspective, is things like actual timers are being interacted with. That's how I would see like real proper time magic in Final Fantasy XIV, and Astrologian doesn't have that anymore. They just don't have that anymore. Like, it's just gone. It's been gone since Shadowbringers, I'm pretty sure. Just... yeah, exactly, Siren. As an example. Bondi says E12S is also an example. But this, it makes sense, because, like, it's not like, to my knowledge, this stuff that Astrologian has as representative of its time magic roots is not very reminiscent of how time magic is portrayed in the other Final Fantasy games. Haste makes you attack faster. Slow makes you attack slower. I don't know what gravity has to do with time magic, but for some reason time mages always have gravity. They usually work in a different way. I remember in Tactics Advance, time mages had this spell called Quicken, which just made it so that the person who used it on got a turn immediately after the time mage. Yet Stop is also time magic. And And ironically, just while we're on the subject, if you put Reflect on someone in Tactics Advanced and then had a Time Mage use Quicken on the person with Reflect, Quicken would reflect on the Time Mage and give the Time Mage another turn. Not very smart, but you could do it. Yeah, and the thing is, as DP9K says here, I think the big problem with a party-wide haste is that haste tends to be such a high-value thing in games that it runs the risk of being way too powerful in party comps to not run. And that is very true. If you could have haste and slow in Final Fantasy XIV, that would probably be exceptionally overpowered. Theo loses, can we see your character's feet? Why would you see that? She's wearing nice boots. Why would you want to see that? She's wearing her iconic boots. Thank you. Yeah, Bondi says it would be broken with these kinds of like haste and slow effects, but I don't really care because it's a purely PvE game, and who is that harming to have something be broken? The thing that who it would harm is, let's say that you had a Time Mage healer who could do all that. Then you would have a huge problem as a white mage, because why would anyone bring a time mage? Why would anyone bring a white mage when you could bring a time mage who gives a way bigger buff? Like, the reason why Final Fantasy XIV wants/needs to have all the jobs so closely balanced is because as long as the jobs are as closely balanced as they are right now, we are in a situation where, yes, technically there will always be a best job for a task, but there is no such thing as a job that is so much better at a task that it completely invalidates the option of using the other job. Like, yes, Black Mage can do a lot more damage than Red Mage, but it's not like bringing a Black Mage makes the boss fight in, like, as a whole 1 minute shorter compared to bringing a Red Mage. It'll make the fight shorter, assuming you didn't need the support of the Red Mage, of course. But, like, that's one example. If you had a Time Mage that had an incredibly overpowered raid buff, then you could be in a situation where bringing a Time Mage could shave off several minutes of a fight. And then you would never want to bring a White Mage. This was actually a problem that Guild Wars 2 had to deal with, when Chronomancer was, I believe it was the only job that could, or the only profession that could apply the buff that makes your cooldowns tick much faster, like double time. I can't remember what it's called. Was that Alacrity? And this effect was so incredibly overpowered. Like, basically, there might have been other professions that could bring the buff, but only Chronomancer originally could maintain the buff, like, for the entire fight. So all groups basically required a Chronomancer. Like, if you were a Mesmer and you joined a group, they assumed you would be a Chronomancer, because why would you play anything but a Chronomancer? And simultaneously, if you had a full group and it didn't have a Chronomancer, you were basically trolling. Like, you're basically wasting your time. You should bring a Chronomancer. It was that good. What was the solution? Give multiple professions the ability, the capacity to maintain alacrity, so it's no longer exclusive to Chronomancer. Chronomancer loses its exclusivity, and suddenly there are a lot of I do believe it went on to show that there were some other things that Chronomancer was lacking in. I don't remember the exact story on that, but if you have a profession that or a job that delivers such an absolutely absurdly broken effect that there's no reason to not bring it, you will always bring it despite any flaws it comes with. because it's too good. If you have like a haste that just makes everyone fight 10%, like just 10% faster all the time because you brought a time mage, but the time mage isn't very strong, it doesn't matter if it makes your entire raid do 20% more damage or 10% more damage even. Just, well, it wouldn't be 20 of course, maybe it's 8%. And like when you subtract the lack of damage the time mage provides. So adding something incredibly broken, it's not about whether they can make broken things in Final Fantasy XIV. It's about if you give one job something incredibly broken, then anyone that competes with the same seat in a raid as that job now has automatically lost that seat, especially if there's only one. For example, if Astrologian were made into a more time mage focused thing, got this haste buff, and suddenly completely overshadowed white mage, then all white mage mains would basically have to reroll if they wanted to do any hard content, because this would be so good that it wouldn't be like, oh, well, I mean, you could bring a white mage, it's fine. It would be like, you could play the fight on hard mode and bring a white mage. Just bring an Astrologian, it's way easier. Thank you, Trisarian, and I hope you're doing well. And Olana says, I'm getting WoW power infusion balancing flashbacks. That is a good example. I remember in Mists of Pandaria, basically all classes were completely busted. Like, completely broken busted in each their own way, which led to raid bosses. Like, a raid boss doing something that actually threatened the healers was something to the effect of, do like 90% of everyone's HP in damage, and then like 5 seconds later do it again, and then 5 seconds later do it again. That would be challenging for the healers, because they could just go, everyone's full health. Everyone's full health. And they could only do that so many times before it started getting a little hectic. So they, like, boss fights had to be balanced around the fact that healers were basically, they were just like pillars that made their raid immortal. Tanks barely took damage. Like, they didn't need a healer. I think warriors might need a healer, but all the other tanks didn't need a healer. In fact, paladins and monks provided so much extra healing to the group that they actually often did more healing over the course of a fight than an actual healer did. Like, everything was insanely busted, which then had this knock-on effect of making it so that whoever wasn't completely busted would, by contrast, appear to be weak. A particular scenario that I experienced myself because I raided in Siege of Orgrimmar. Maybe some of you would know what that means. That was the final raid of Mr. Pandaria. And we got to Siegecrafter Blackfuse, which is a less than 5-minute rush boss where one mistake from one person can wipe a group immediately. Just one mistake. And most of the fight would happen really quickly, surprisingly. You needed 2 tanks for it. And we in our raid team had a warrior tank, a druid tank, and me as a monk tank. Warriors were known to be weaker, but they worked. Like, they could work. They were strong in the things they were strong at. Our warrior tank, however, was not able to tank this fight. Like, they tried and tried and tried, and it was so bad that when they were sick one time or had to, like, cancel, and I came in as replacement for that specific progress fight, it suddenly was like 1,000,000 times easier because they had a tank that could heal themselves. So warrior was busted, incredibly strong, even the tank. But monk was even more broken and incredibly busted, making the warrior tank either inferior or outright redundant by comparison. So you can make everything broken, it just makes it way harder to balance things. And if everyone's broken, then you still have to make sure that everyone's approximately equally broken, otherwise we get a problem. Because then you will start to choose the ones that are more broken. Like, that's the problem with optimization, as we talk about regularly. Why would you bring the less broken job? if you can bring them more broken job. So if you make one particularly broken because it would be funny, why would you do that? Cue advert for perfect balance is impossible video. Yeah, kinda, right? So what happened after that was that in the following expansion after that, they really tuned down how much damage tanks could do. They tuned down how much enemies did of damage, and they tuned down how much healing healers could do, and basically made it so that fights were a bit slower, and it didn't work that well. Like, ultimately it didn't work that well, but they nerfed everyone to try and bring things more in line, because incidentally, it's easier to balance a reasonably balanced game than balancing a completely broken game. Thank you, JL. I hope you have a great day as well. Because, and this is also something that we've talked about. Final Fantasy XIV's stats are boring. Like, Final Fantasy XIV's stats are boring. Personally, I don't think crit is very interesting. I don't think direct is very interesting. Determination is not interesting. Piety doesn't do much. Tenacity isn't impactful enough. And speed has reached a point, due to how jobs are designed, that to some jobs you'd rather have nothing than speed because it's annoying. But the reason why this is okay is because the alternative is that all stats are extremely impactful, which means that having the correct stats on your gear could be incredibly could matter a lot. It could make it very hard for the developers to know what is balanced and what is not. If they have if they know, well, crit is always strongest. Maybe this job has like a rogue build where they stack speed or whatever. As long as we know that, we can test these because there's just 2. So we can adjust these and just make sure that they're in line, they're not overpowered. But if you have 4 different stats that are equally incredibly impactful, it might be hard to know that, oh, well, if you specifically stacked crit and determination, this particular, maybe if determination had a different, more impactful effect, then this particular job just goes completely off the rails, becomes completely overpowered. If you stack enough, exactly this much speed, and this much crit, and this much determination, then this job just breaks apart because of this weird mechanic that there's in the game. And they would have to test these things to make sure they're in line with each other. And it would take a lot to make sure everything is fairly balanced. And the thing is, on the one hand, it would feel awesome when you have all of these stats and you have these broken build that, oh yes, this just works. I figured out this crazy build that just is really strong. But for 99.99% of the player base, they don't care about playing around with stats. Maybe they'll just say, I like tenacity. They will not stack tenacity because it's good. It's just because they think it looks good. They think it's the right thing to do as a tank. They don't experiment with it. Sure, if tenacity was more impactful, they would be more rewarded for that. On the other hand, if all stats were more impactful, then the person choosing correctly would be subsequently rewarded more, making the power difference between that guy who stacked tenacity because they thought it was good even worse than the person who was stacking, I don't know, crit by comparison. So if they made all stats more impactful, it would just widen the gap between the worst and the best player even further. And the reason why this isn't particularly helpful is because we have a very small selection of players that try and figure out what is best. They try and figure out these stat priorities. They try to figure out what works really well. They construct these openers, they experiment with openers and rotations and try to figure out what does the most damage, and they try to figure out is there's like specific caps, how much should you have of each stat. They do all this math, and on the other side of the fence we have these players that just do not care, and in between we have like a sliver of the player base that is like experimenting with it, and then we have a pretty large chunk of players that don't care, and then we have a very large chunk of players that will just look up your stat priority. They will just look at what this tiny sliver of players chose, and they would still do that if the stats were more impactful. Like, the way the stats are now, most players look up what the stat priorities are. Even though for most jobs it is as simple as crit is really good. And then some jobs is like, oh, and you want this much speed. And then it's determination over directed by a few points. That's it. They would still look it up, because obviously there might be a deviation on the job, right? Or a specific patch or whatever. But because we all look it up anyway, there's no reason to make it more complicated, because it's only interesting for this, like, it's interesting for this small sliver of players because they get more stuff to play with. And you could argue that I'm in that small sliver of players. The thing is that I've kind of figured it out, right? I kind of know how the stats works. I kind of know how it's going to be. So there's not very much to experiment with at this point. But I would absolutely be in that sliver that experiments with it if it was more complicated. It just isn't. And if it was more complicated, it would just mean that the players that didn't look it up would be at a more severe disadvantage compared to those that looked it up. And it would take more time for the sliver that are researching the things to figure out what is best. And sometimes there would be some guy that finds some rogue strategy that is better than the norm, and people completely overlooked it because there are so many stats to think about. Basically, this circles back to an argument that World of Warcraft had some years ago. Rather than Lich King, you had a ton of talent points you could customize your class with. You could make like a tank with healer talents, like a lot of healer talents, which was like Shockadin for PvP was like basically protection and Holy Paladin that had Holy Shock. Just as a random example, in Cataclysm they like focused it a bit and said you have to choose a specialization and then you get a few points to play with at the end, but most of your points have to go in this. Why? Because it felt like many of your choices weren't very impactful. Then in Mists of Pandaria, they just took the entire talent tree and threw it out the window and just said every 15 levels you choose one of 3 things. That's it. Why? Well, 99.999% of the players just Googled what the best talents were and just took the cookie cutter build. So all these choices just meant that if you didn't look it up, you would be at a severe disadvantage compared to those that did, because we had already figured out what the best choices were before the expansion like basically even came about, right? So in Mists of Pandaria, they just removed it and said, here you have 3 impactful choices at every 15 levels. This also didn't work perfectly, because often there would actually be a best choice, and wouldn't you know it, everyone would just choose the best one. And that's basically where we are with Final Fantasy XIV. Why bother making a super intricate like stat system in Final Fantasy XIV when the vast majority of players just don't really care? Grisarian says, with determination being better by a little, why does the balance website seem to lean more towards direct hit? I don't know the state. Sorry for not knowing. I think Is the balance website being maintained? I'm pretty sure it's most of the things that get updated regularly is on the Discord, isn't it? And the thing is, the power difference between directed and determination is not very big. Like, I sat down and estimated it slightly in a vacuum. But the long and the short of it is, in a vacuum, is like determination is 2% better than directed. And what I mean by 2% is if you had the same amount of determination and the same amount of directed, you would gain 2% more value out of determination compared to directed. So if you had enough directed to increase your damage by 10%, or if you had enough stats to increase your directed, or your damage on average by 10% through directed, which would mean 40% directed rate, if you put those stats in determination, I'm pretty sure just off the top of my head that you would get 10.2% more damage from determination. Just 10.2%. 0.2%. So it's really unimpactful. So you could choose whatever you want. The reason why this isn't exactly clear-cut is because the way this works is both determination and directed scale with each other. The more determination you have, the bigger your directeds will be. And the more directed you have, well, the more chances you have to make your determination result in bigger directeds. So the more you have of each, the better the other one is. So the fact that determination just is on its own slightly better than directed means that you would prefer to have more determination. But because they scale with each other, you would prefer to have like slightly more determination than directed. Just a teensy tiny bit more determination than directed. But ultimately, having equal amounts of both is just as good. That's why usually when you look it up, you see that the guides say determination greater than or equal to directed basically effectively means if you have less determination than directed, then determination is better. If you have more determination than directed, then they're basically equal. Something to that effect, but it doesn't matter that much. Anolana says, I feel like I mentioned the difference on the all of the substats video, right? I talked about this in my in my determination and directed video, and I also talked about this in my much more condensed how all the substats work video from much longer ago that very few have seen. However, that one is outdated because it predates the change where they made it so that, well, it's not entirely accurate because it predates this change where for example, effects that increase your critical or direct hit rate increases your damage in certain circumstances. Like, that didn't exist when I made that video, but it did exist when I made my critical hit video and my determination and direct hit video. I think we're not thinking of the same video, Anulana. Oh, that's what you meant. I think the confusion, Anulana, stems from the fact that I have a video called All of the Substats Are Boring, which is the one you were talking about because it's slightly more than a month old. I was thinking of my video that just goes over what all of the substats do in Final Fantasy XIV, which is like over a year old. Jesus says, is there some optimal proportion to keep between directed and determination? You want to have 2% more determination than directed. Which means, well, if we ignore breakpoints. If we ignore breakpoints, then if you had 1,000... Well, actually, just a moment. It gets more complicated than that. Right, so your base stat total, let me see if I can see it here. So I'm a job that doesn't have any combat stats. Your base stat total on determination and directed are worthless. Okay, the 390 does nothing, the 400 does nothing. If you had 1000 direct hit rate, that would mean you have 600 direct hit rate on your gear. You would want 2% more than 600 determination. Which would mean that you would want to have this number be 1002. Because you would need 612 determination from your gear. But because of this 10 difference, basically, you need a ridiculous amount of determination and directed for the idea that just having them be equal is fine. Like, if you just have them be the same, then you're approximately fine, because that still means you have slightly more determination than directed. But ultimately, the proportion is that you want the number of determination you have to be greater than the number of directed you have. That's ultimately it, Yisa. That's pretty much what you need. Actually, determination got a Bondi in Shadowbringers. Determination scaled only at 90% of the power direct hit did. I remember because I actually sat down and estimated this myself and looked into it. Determination was actually only 90% as powerful as directed. So that meant back then, if you had 40% direct hit rate, those same stats would amount to 9% more damage from determination. And then in Endwalker, they buffed determination. And now it's basically almost equal. Pretty much. Scaling throughout the expansion. Now, fair enough. There's also the part that it's complicated, but yeah. Overall, the same way crit gets better later in an expansion, directed always gets better because numbers bigger. That's not entirely correct. That's not correct. That is absolutely not correct, Bondi. That's not correct. Nope. Not at all. Let me explain. The reason that crit gets better over the course of an expansion because number bigger is because crit equals chance plus damage bonus. Crit, for every increment of crit you get, you both increase your base 5% chance and your base plus 40% damage. These two things combined makes it so that crit double dips and makes it so that when you reach a certain breakpoint, it just overtakes all of the stats and power because it increases both the chance and the payoff. Direct hit only increases the first one, only this one. And also, for direct hit, it starts at 0%. That is the reason why in previous expansions, where sometimes it was difficult to find enough crit on gear, in the first raid tier you would prefer direct hit, because direct hit was better than determination, because determination was coded to give less power. So it was just like, it was like an alternative. But while crit couldn't reach the heights and peaks that it needed to be competitive, you just chose direct hit instead. In Endwalker, I believe crit already took over direct hit and determination in the first raid tier, because the gear was there. But in previous expansions, that wasn't always the case. It took a while before you could actually accumulate enough crit for it to be worth it. I talk about this in my crit video. That the reason why you want a certain, like, the reason why speed mage, like black mage with spell speed, chooses directed and determination instead of crit is because stacking all that speed means that you simply don't have stat budget left over to push crit up into those peaks where it starts to overtake the more consistent stats. And what I mean by consistent is that crit actually starts worse than both directed and determination. The only reason why crit overtakes is because it scales with itself. It simply double dips on itself. Whereas directed and determination dips on each other, and crit just stacks with itself, so it just becomes better. A common example that I've used for this is, I'm going to use rather large numbers that might be unreachable just to prove a point here. But let's say you had enough determination. You don't have any other stats. You just have enough determination to increase your damage by 10%. This means you're doing 110% of the damage you could do, compared to what you originally did. But when you then see that you're doing 10,000 damage, you don't consider this. This is the damage you're doing. So if you say, I want to increase this by 10%, you don't need 20% determination. You need more. You need to push this to 21%. Because this times this is 121%, which would make this into 11,000. Which is a very roundabout way of saying, technically, the more you have of a stat, the quote-unquote less impactful it gets, relatively speaking. Because you already have the existing stats considered in your damage output. Zach says, I got a melding question. What is the priority melds for Sage? Crit on pieces where you can fit crit. Direct hit on anything that you don't have the ability to fit crit on. If for any reason you feel like you don't have enough MP to work with, you could meld Piety, but it's generally not needed. So it's basically just crit, direct hit. And the reason why you don't need a third priority is because healer gear does not come with direct hit on it, so you can always meld direct hit. So it's just crit up to the amount you can, and then just direct it. I believe there's some Heavensward and a Realm Reborn healer gear where there might be direct hit. The reason for this is because direct hit actually replaced an accuracy stat in the game, like a hit chance. And when they removed that, they just replaced it with direct hit. I've talked about this a little bit in previous videos. It's more fun to have a chance to hit better than having a chance to not hit. It's more, quote unquote, it's more fun to have a chance to do something good than have a chance to do something bad. So they replaced the bad with a slight good. Like they replaced a real bad with a slight good. Yeah, this is basically the reason why crit is the strongest stat indirectly, because crit does not have this problem where you need more of the stat to like cumulatively get more power. Because it exponentially increases, as Anolana put it, as Anolana explained. I believe the actual word for what the scaling I believe the actual word for the kind of scaling that crit has is not called exponential, but what we're talking about is like a graph that go like this, right? A graph that go up like this, which is exponential. That is ultimately what we're trying to convey. It doesn't increase this explosively. That's not how it works. But that's ultimately what we're trying to say when we say it's scaling exponentially. In reality, it's complicated to explain exactly how it scales, because you would have to write out all the things. But I have had like spreadsheets where I've like tried to like plot out the power level of crit. And it's just the reason why crit is stacked the most is because, first of all, it requires you to dedicate your existence to it to be good. And if you do that, it'll be great. But if you don't prioritize crit, like spell speed black mage, then crit will not be able to take off. It will stay down here, in boring kind of flatline land. You want it up here. Even though this amount is unreachable, even though it would be funny. What's the priority melts for warrior? Crit, when you can fit it. Like so. And direct hit elsewhere. With the specific exception being, if you want a specific amount of skill speed, on your warrior, some players like to have a GCD of 2.45 or 2.40, then you might need to melt some skill speed, but it's not needed. But the reason why it gets like this, Zach, is because tanks and healers don't have direct hit on their gear, which means, as you can see, I talked about, Yiso asked, is there an optimal proportion to keep direct hit and dissemination? Well, if there's no direct hit on your gear, you could melt completely directed and you would still have a complete imbalance between these two, and there's nothing you can do about it. So direct hit will always be great. Your first priority is always crit, because crit just, in general, is better than direct hit, even if you have none of it. I think I talk about this in my why crit is the best stat video, that basically at a certain point, I believe it's like 1,800 or something, maybe it's 1,600 crit, I can't remember exactly, crit becomes so good that even if you had no direct hit, getting 1% direct hit would be worse than investing those points in crit, because it just becomes that good. Like, it becomes better than all other stats. Just like a giant moon just crashing down on the other stats. That's crit. Hey Gralison, thank you so much. And I hope you have a good day, Gralison. But yeah, that is the weirdness of crit. And ultimately, I think they could have made the stats a lot more interesting by simply reeling in crit a bit. That's all they would have to do to make the stats more interesting. But then again, if they did that, then it would like make it a lot more clear that we have crit, bad crit, not crit, and speed. So maybe it's better the way it is. But yeah, the reason why crit is best is simply because determination and direct hit kind of scales. You could either explain it like this or like this, whereas crit scales like this. Speed technically also scales like this. The problem is that it doesn't scale like that. It scales more like this. You can see it just goes completely off. Like, it doesn't have a chance. Tenacity also scales like these over here. It's just that it just scales worse. And all of these graphs, by the way, are excessively exaggerated. Don't take these at face value. But the problem is that direct hit and determination scales linearly and crit scales exponentially. And because the things scale linearly, when you compare that, like if you like grab, like, say I'm here, I want to gain 10%, then you will be looking at it like this, whoops, like as if you were here, because you need more to get 10%. Crit, you need less to get more once you have some. For speed, while it scales exponentially, it doesn't scale on everything. So it makes your filler GCDs really, really impactful by making more of them. And it scales exponentially because once your GCD is 2.49, because the first increment is cheaper for some reason, the cost to go down to 2.48 is the same as if you were at 2.40 and were trying to go down to 2.39. So this is the same price as this, and because they cost the same, but this is significantly more impactful because like removing 0.01 second from less time is more percentage-wise. There's no diminishing returns on speed, no. Because of this, speed scales. Yeah, I was also surprised to discover that. I really thought it would have, but it doesn't. It's just the way that speed works is that because everything in Final Fantasy XIV related to stats are in increments, that means that every X amounts of speed that you accumulate increments your speed effect by 1, you could say. Every increment increases is a plus 0.1% to your dot damage, your hot healing, and your auto attack damage, and every... I'm losing space here. I'm feeling like a university professor right now. Every 3 times you get an increment of speed, like every 3rd increment, it also reduces your GCD by 0.01, except the first increment, except the first increment, which does both. Like basically 400 skill speed already has 2 hidden increments on your GCD. So the first increment of speed will always the first increment will always reduce your GCD by 0.01. Always. And then every 3rd. But it is always every 3rd, and the distance between increments doesn't change. It's just that it isn't very large, it isn't very good. It's like pretty distant. The key problem with speed, and if you've read on speed for example, Astrologian or Scholar or White Mage or Black Mage even on the balance, especially on their Discord, they will usually say something to the effect of, don't meld speed blindly, because the increments can mean that if you just meld spell speed right now, your GCD might not change at all. Like at all. Because you're in between 2 different increments. Or you're too far from the next increment. And if you don't have enough melts to reach the next increment of GCD reduction, it might be better to just put crit or direct hit on that melt instead. Welcome back, Zamben. We're talking about stats. We're talking about the scaling of direct hit and determination, crit, skill speed and spell speed, kind of, and tenacity, all in a cartoonishly exaggerated graph. Healers can also get MP issues with more spell speed, that is very true. Exactly. Hey Kitsu, thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. Bondi says, Black Mage has a paradox, pun intended I'm sure, where the faster you are, the harder it is to play because non-standard lines become less and less consistent as you get faster. I think there is a disconnect here because so the more speed you have, the more inconsistent your non-standard lines become. That is true, which would make non-standard Black Mage play harder. At the same time, more spell speed means that you lose less by having to thank you very much, Cat Damon. Good night to you, and thank you. You would lose less by having to, for example, cancel a spell because you greeted too hard, and you have to dedicate yourself less to a cast because your casts take less time. You can also sometimes get away with mistakes, like if you overestimate how many spells you can fit before you have to like refresh Astral Fire or something like that, which means that faster speed on Black Mage is often viewed as easier for new players to Black Mage. Like, less experienced players benefit from these things, but that is true right up until they start using non-standard play. So, what is non-standard play? Some people might have no idea what non-standard play is. So, non-standard play is typically, it's not exclusive to, but it is typically signified by transpose. Like, it's like transpose's calling card is, oh, non-standard lines, you say. Like, the simplest example of a non-standard line is let me just set this particular example up. You have Firestarter, but you are an Umbral Ice. Instead of using an instant, I'm just going to stall here for a bit. Instead of using an instant Fire 3 to enter Astral Fire, you instead use Paradox to have a weaving window to use Transpose, and then use an empowered Fire 3. So you do like so. So instead of having a 70% powered instant Fire 3, you have a 140% power Fire 3 that you enter with. The confusion that this can cause is, why would you do that? You generated the Firestarter in Astral Fire, you could have just finished your Astral Fire state with an 80% power boost, or 180% Fire 3 while in Astral Fire 3. Why would you do this? The simple answer is that Fire 3 is significantly weaker than some of your stronger spells, so you would rather make use of this Fire 3 to, like, you will make use of it to get more damage, sure, but you'd rather not waste a GCD on that. So you're using it on the GCD you would use anyway. Like, you're basically using it on the GCD you would anyway. And another perspective to this is also that if you use that Fire 3 as you just before you exit Astral Fire, so you get a 180% Fire 3 as you exit, you go Despair, Fire 3, Blizzard 3. Now you have to cast the 70% power Fire 3 to get back in, which means that you have traded and gotten a 180% Fire 3 and a 70% Fire 3, which maybe I need some more board again. You have a 70% and a 180%. Which adds up to 250% over 2 GCDs. So that's actually 125% per GCD. And the reason why this happens is, of course, because this one you have to do. This one is free. Like, that's just extra. If you instead use the transpose line, you get just a 140% Fire 3 for 1 GCD, which is notably more than 125%. That's it. That is basically the argument here, but it's not very clear without like sitting down and thinking about it and mathing it out. It might not be very obvious to some players that you should do that. This is like the quintessential example of non-standard play. It's so simple that even with the highest amount of spell speed, you can do this. It's just a matter of understanding that you can. It's not very difficult. It's just a matter of practice and just getting used to doing it like this. Instead of spending your fire starter before you exit Astral Fire, you just have to do this instead. It's not super difficult. But once you get into the more in-depth of non-standard play, it gets way more complicated. Like, extremely complicated at times, because the thing is, now all of these lines, you can see them in a vacuum and go, oh, well, that makes sense. But in practice, you have to go, well, which line do I need right now? While the boss is casting a mechanic at you. And yeah, as Bondi says, it's about minimizing the casts of your lowest potency skills. That is basically Black Mage in a nutshell. The argument for why most Black Mage openers, or a lot of Black Mage openers commonly will start in Astral Fire is because all of your ice spells are bad. Just like as a blanket statement, your ice spells are weak, so you'd rather start with fire and then go back and recover your MP. You don't want to sit in Umbral Ice if your MP is full. You would rather exit as quickly as possible once your MP is full, because then you can go back to your good spells. Hey Gleaming, thank you very much. And I hope you have a good day despite that, Gleaming. It can be our birthday party. Our birthday party. But yeah, it's how did we get on that? Oh, right, the paradox. But, yeah, stats. In conclusion to this dissertation on Final Fantasy XIV stats, the stats are boring, but it wouldn't matter if they were interesting, because we wouldn't interact with them any differently. Now, see, I think you're onto something here, Gradison. Black mages are funny. They keep saying they're actually pretty mobile until you ask them to actually move. I need the triple cast for my 2-minute burst. Are you crazy? Are you insane? Xenoglossy? Only if you buff me first. Moving my birthday, like when that one birthday Pikachu card was legal so I can get the stat buffs every day. That is a hilarious, like when cards have that, where they have like date specific effects in like competitive card games. That's never a good idea. Never. Oh, right. We had the daily reset. Incredible. I was thinking of maybe doing some roulettes, like dailies hangout style. But before that, I will be right back, and then we'll do that. Alright, I'm back. Oh yeah, I remember that story, Bondi. Bondi says there was a Yu-Gi-Oh card that part of its effect had the players shake hands, and Konami banned it to prevent people from having absolutely filthy hands and then playing the card. I actually remember, I can't remember if they banned it first, but I actually remember that later on, Konami's announcement on it was that you could use it, but you couldn't force the other player to shake your hand. It was more that the card was talking about the figurative, like, idea of a handshake, which means that to make this trick of having absolutely filthy hands and then trying to demand your opponent shake your hand, you could just say okay to that, and that counted as the handshake. The way that it worked was, I can't remember the exact effect, but the way that the card worked is that you could offer a handshake, and if the opponent accepted it, I think it was like then your life points were added together and then distributed evenly. It's like rebalance the match. But if you had played a specific other card prior to it, then they couldn't say no to the handshake. Like, it basically meant that its effect was guaranteed, but the way that it was worded, it meant that you had to take the handshake. So Konami then said that, no, actually the way that it worked is you can just figuratively say, yes, I accept the handshake, without actually shaking their hand, to prevent this gimmick strategy. The thing is, I don't think it was particularly useful. It was just disgusting. Start is offer your opponent a handshake. If they accept your handshake, each player's life points become half the combined life points of both players. And then it's like, if you played blah prior to this, exactly, if you have unity in your hand and show it to your opponent, they must accept the handshake. Which is a funny mechanic, but then people made it weird. Because of course they did, right? Of course they did. Exactly as QNK says, you can just agree. This card is still legal, but it is on every world's ban list. Ah. I'm sure the reason why that is because they don't want people to start arguing over how that works. Because the thing is, with mechanics like this in a game, that you're technically policing yourself because it's a card game, you end up in these situations where you need a judge to make the call on that. And it's just such a dumb thing to make a call on, because I'm sure most decks wouldn't use this combo anyway, right? I'm pretty sure it's a pretty bad combo by Yu-Gi-Oh! Standards. Right, so, woohoo! Dailies. We have Expert Roulette again. Anyone want to join me for Expert Roulette? You come over to me. Excellent. I believe the thing is with Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that they do have rules. They do have, but yeah, exactly. As you said, there's no resources like mana. It's just all card text, which means then that you have these enormous card texts on cards. I believe it's often exaggerated because when people make these comparisons, they usually grab cards with ludicrous amounts of card text. Like, more than, like, vastly more than average amounts of card text. Which is a little unfair. But it is true that because Yu-Gi-Oh! Has no resources, this happens. It's a little bit similar to Pokemon, wherein they had to, like, balance it by making restrictions like you can only use one of specific types of cards per turn, otherwise you would just use, like, all your Professor Oaks in a single turn to basically filter through your entire deck in a moment. Oh boy. Reading the card explains the card. Yeah, indeed. I think that is like the that's like the Magic the Gathering version of let stand and let thing resolve, right? In cases in Yu-Gi-Oh! The cards with the short card text are usually causing ruling problems. Oh, I would imagine that would be because sometimes they're too, like, they don't explain themselves well enough. Is that right? That is also true, Gleaming. The reason why a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards are really long is because they need to use words to explain what their mechanic is. So that means that instead of just having a card text that says you need this many of each mana type, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards often say you can't normal summon or set this monster. You cannot triple summon this, or you cannot tribute summon. Sorry, you cannot this or that. You can only special summon this monster by doing X, Y, Z. I completely forgot about using Oginomic here. I almost let the duration pass entirely. But because they need all this text to explain what they do, it looks very excessive. If you were to write out the effect of like a magic card where you had to use text to explain the mana costs and everything, I think it would also add a lot. There's also the problem that a lot of recurring effects in Yu-Gi-Oh! Don't have shorthands for it, often because it might be difficult to write a proper shorthand of it. Like, for example, if you had... what's a good one? I don't remember where the safe spot is. Was it here? I'll trust you all to have seen it. For example, if like it's very common for like really, really valuable cards to have effects where they're completely impervious to specific card types. Like, oh, you can't use traps on this one. You can't use monster effects on this one. And things like that. But they don't have like a keyword or something for that. So instead they have to like spell it out. And because they have to spell it out, it adds a lot. Whereas Magic, they could use like they have a keyword for not being targetable with cards. They even have keyword. I believe Ward is you can't target this creature with a spell unless you pay X, which is a lot of words saved.
First the villages and now the capital. Nothing is exempt from their avarice.
But it is the case that you could, like, even though the cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Has like an absurd amount of text, you can often like, if it's, you know, if the card is relatively well known, you're like, well, the first 3 lines of the text is how you summon it, and you just summoned it. And I've seen other people summon it. I just need to understand how it works practically. Like, what's the rest of the stuff it does? Gleaming says, I got really good at skimming Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards over the years because of how problem-solving card text works. I don't know if it's comparable to that, but it's not uncommon for people to complain that the tooltips in Final Fantasy XIV are absurdly over-excessive. But the reason why, just to like compare it to the game we're actually playing right now, many tooltips in Final Fantasy XIV are like that because it means that they're consistent. Like, I have a guide on how to read a tooltip that I made. And you can spell it out exactly how you read a tooltip from top to bottom because it's consistent. If it wasn't consistent, you wouldn't be able to do that. Ui. I miscalculated my position, but still didn't get hit. You can. I just want to add. You can both read that as the reason why the tooltips are long is because so that they're all long. That's technically consistency. It could also be because the tooltips in Final Fantasy XIV need to go through that, like the equivalent of this monster cannot be special summoned or set, blah 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 blah, like Yu-Gi-Oh does. Gleaming asks, how do I know a knockback effect even works on arm's length? You can't know. The only way you can know for sure is to test. I heard one specific example of consistency is that when you see the blue circle knockbacks, big blue circle, if you stand in it, you die. If you stand at the edge of it, you get knocked back. These are typically something you can use knockback immunity on. The one with the purple circle, which tend to knock you back way, way harder, are typically not something you can use knockback immunity for. Exactly as Gralison said, usually you can never use knockback immunity for the purple ones. Hey Dragmore, thank you so much. I'm glad to hear it helped you.
Will not fall here. I dare say we'll be faster if we split up.
Oh yeah, the avoidance stat. That was the tertiary stat, Anolana. That was the tertiary stat that reduces damage taken by AoE attacks, right? Yeah, the thing is, Gralison, it doesn't work. It doesn't work if the particular mechanic happens to stun you beforehand. I believe a particularly good example of that is the massive knockback in the final alliance raid we have right now from our limb lane. She stuns you like for a good second, to my knowledge, and then kicks you away. That is at least how I typically experience it. I'm glad to hear that, Dragmore. That is awesome. QNK says, can someone tell me when positionals apply? When you click the button and the attack begins. When the animation begins, it makes a note of whether you did the positional right. Exactly when the animation begins. That's particularly crucial because of attacks such as Monk's Demolish that takes like 40 years before its damage actually applies.
Power, light or dark, it matters not.
Yeah, pretty much, Anolana. That sounds about right. Animations rarely matter. It's usually just when you click. I did not know that there's a slight difference in sound effect when you hit the positional or when you don't. I do, however, know that there is a slight difference, there's a significant animation difference between when you use an attack correctly in combo or not. At least, it looks like that to me.
Let's see how you fare now.
Yeah, the interesting thing with the avoidance thing in WoW is both that I'm pretty sure it has been common knowledge that in WoW it is pretty common to refer to dodge, parry, block as avoidance long before the avoidance stat itself was applied. So it wasn't particularly nice to suddenly add a stat to go, no, this is avoidance now. But the other thing is that I remember situations where avoidance was like incredibly overpowered on tanks for certain encounters because the tank buster was AoE, so it counted.
Not this day. Prepare yourself.
I think I can make this.
It's over.
See, perfect. Nailed it. Ah, I was really hoping I could do my Midare from range. Drachmal says, what do you think about the new Viper class? I made a video where I discussed it a little bit. My perspective on it is we don't really know much about it. The thing is, what we have seen, basically all we have seen can change. So we don't know if what it looked like now is what we're gonna get. I'm hoping, like really hoping, that it isn't just going to be Reaper but more OGCDs, which is something a lot of people are worried about. Something that I heard some people point out that they saw in the reveal trailer is that the first attack that they use in the preview has like a very, very, like, you can see that, like, as you know, as most of you probably know, there is like a specific spell effect that happens when you apply a debuff to something. Apparently that happens on that first GCD. I didn't notice at first, but I do think I've seen it. Which means that it is very possible that it is basically Shadow of Death. Like, it could literally just be Shadow of Death with a different coat of paint. Which means that the 1-2-3 combo could generate a resource, and that resource could be spent on using, I don't know, like an OGCD that switches you into glaive mode, and then you can use like a GCD to spend resource while you're in glaive mode, and then you switch back into dual wield mode, and then when you've generated enough resource, you can like use a cooldown to like switch into this blue aura mode. You see where I'm going with this, right? Which I think would be very sad. I love Reaper. I think it's an excellent job, but we don't need two of them, right? We don't need two Reapers. Like, there's nothing wrong with Reaper. I'm just saying we don't need two of them. That's why I hope that Viper is not that. Like, just specifically not that. Stand in fire DPS higher. Oh yeah, that has been a thing sometimes in WoW. Berserker stance, anyone? Deep in fire mechanic. Oh, that's a good one. And just by the way, the reason why I used Limit Break there was because I saw that we had Limit Break 1, and in the previous dungeon we did earlier, I forgot Like, I didn't do a limit break, so our tank did it instead, which is, I should do better. So it's like, well, I'll use limit break, now is a good time in my rotation, and nothing seems to be happening, and then as I started casting, I see the boss do the mechanic, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I can make it. And if I can't, I'm pretty sure I won't die. Isn't limit break a DPS loss? I think it depends. It depends on what you're going to do instead of the limit break. And I was in like a filler situation. Ragmore says, which class do you play more? I play a lot of Warrior. I play a lot of Sage. But Reaper is one of my more played DPS jobs. But my point is that we don't need two of the same job. Anolana says, Tay said, I don't think it's going to be similar to Reaper, especially since it's in scouting category. I don't know why people think that the scouting category has any impact on how the job plays, because I don't think Reaper plays anything similar to Dragoon. At all. And I also don't think Monk and Samurai has very much in common. Like, the thing Samurai and Monk has in common is that they have pretty short GCDs. But Ninja also has that. So maybe that's just a melee thing, and Reaper and Dragoon are weird. So I don't know if we can say for sure that plays a factor. But the thing that... How are they similar, Tay? What makes them similar, aside from them both using a blade on a stick? I think you're thinking more thematically similar. And not so much practically similar. Like, how they play. Thank you, Mastermind. I hope you have a good day as well. We could try triple DPS level 90 roulette. We could do that. Do we have someone who's willing to tank? The very similar base rotation. Well, the base rotation of Reaper is like a filler of 1, 2, 3 combos, whereas the base rotation of Dragoon is a looping rotation with 10 steps. Both maiming jobs have slow GCD and also don't have full resources for opener. I mean, then again, Dragoon doesn't even get to use their full opener. Like, their full burst in the opener, whereas Reaper does. Like, they do get Enshroud, right? It's like how they have a similar rhythm. Fair enough, I think that might be like a feel thing. But yeah, that just goes to show, no one has like a specific idea of what Viper will be. We can make all the guesses we want. But we won't know for sure. Oh, I got a card. Apparently I didn't have that card. I was sitting here very confused, like, how does Gazel have that much HP? Is my gear that bad? Did you know that triple triad matches are allowed in current area? I didn't think about that, but yeah, you're right. Good point. Thank you, Angel. I hope you've had a good day as well. But yeah, I see what you mean, Tay, that it's like they feel similar. I would not be surprised. Let's say I would not be surprised if Viper does Fell Court of Troya. if Viper has like a buff they can easily maintain to have a reduced GCD, like Ninja does, that would not surprise me in the slightest. It would also not surprise me if they have very, very low interest in like building a resource like Ninja. But I would hope that whatever we get will be significantly different from a Ninja, because we do we want another Ninja? Is that what we want? Oh, they're already dead. Oops. Oh. Hey Jace, thank you. And oh, your birthday is close as well. Well, early happy birthday to you. Will it be selfish? Ah, yes. The biggest question of them all. Will it be shellfish? And Olana's birthday is close too. Nice. That's true, Bondi. You're right. You're right that the Reaper gets like a half seas opener burst. That's a fair point. Me just personally, it feels completely different. I have heard some say that they hope that the Viper will be a selfish DPS, because that would contrast well with how Ninja isn't selfish because of trick attack. Like the thing is, when I say I hope it's different from so and so job, it's not because I'm saying like, oh, I don't like that job, so I don't want it to be similar to that job. It's just, I think it would be boring if we had a lot of, like, if we had multiple jobs that just all feel similar. Okay. Ethereal Benip? Isn't Astro getting a whole makeover all over again? Yes. You know, Steve, fun fact. Ninja used to have poisons. It was basically a toggle. You just had a toggle. You could just toggle a poison, and then you just had it. It wasn't to my knowledge, it wasn't particularly incredible, which is also why by Stormblood they just made it a passive that you got. That just did basically the same thing. What does the Endless Nightmare cast even look like for this boss? I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't even know if it kills you. It would be hilarious if it actually was like a hard DPS check. That you just die if you don't get it. Hilarious in the way that it would be very surprising. You know, I just remembered that we're doing this with no healer. I'm sitting here like, this is really weird how quickly everything's dying. It is an enrage. Do you instantly wipe? If it goes off? Like, does he actually wipe the group? Because in my journey with the solo challenge, I've met multiple fights where I'm like, oh, this attack has to be a wipe if you don't respect it. Only to find that no, you can just cool down it up and you'll live. But that's mostly in dungeons, which is why it would surprise me if this boss has like actually a hard enrage that you cannot live. Ha! That was totally planned. I actually was baiting that AoE so that we didn't have to step away. Yes, that's what I did. I wasn't going for the loot. I don't know what you're talking about. I was absolutely just big braining it. That's what happened. Yes. Taking notes healing is a DPS loss. Technically it is, I guess. I suppose. There are lines on the floor. I can totally see that, Bundy. I've also said, I've also said, like I've previously said on stream that maybe a solution to Ninja's inconsistency and its damage variance would be to split the attack up into like many smaller hits. That would greatly increase its damage consistency, but it would also make it a lot less likely that you hit the big one. And I have heard some ninjas say they would rather not have that. Like they would rather have the chance of it just falling flat than having it be more consistent damage. Like, it would make sense for Hyosho Ranryu, you know, Ninja's biggest, heaviest hitter, possibly the heaviest hitter in the game, to hit 10 times for 10th of the potency, given that, you know, it's a swarm of shurikens. It makes sense that it would hit multiple times, just like Dream Within a Dream does. But it wouldn't feel as impactful. Like, that is the concern on the other side of the fence. That maybe it's not worth that. My money is on you'll never see the second lines on the floor mech. Yeah, we didn't, did we? We didn't see very much. I feel like these bosses are just getting decimated. Boss mechanics, huh? I agree, Mastermind. This is actually a common thing. We also talked about this earlier in the stream, actually. That direct hit has always felt like it's just meh crit. That was crazy damage. That was a... I think that was a really, really well-timed devilment. Wow. Thank you, Gazel. Ah, yes, and for my speech, I would like to thank the dancer who gave me big damage buffs. We animation cancelled his voice line. No. Uh-oh. Of course it goes on the black mage. That's how the game works, you know?
I give you a taste of true despair. Stubborn mortal.
I actually have a lot to do right now, so and also have to dodge. So maybe LB is not the good thing right here. Oh. What's this? Blighted Earth Sword stand. Eh. I don't think I'll use it, so. You can have it. Exactly, Bondi. And see, that's the thing, is that if you had, for example, if Kyoshiranryu hit as 10 separate strikes, then if you had like all the crit damage buffs and maximum crit, you would have something along the lines of, let's see, like 70% crit, no, 60%, isn't it? No, wait. We had 28% from your stats, I think is the peak. Like the absolute maximum is around 28%-ish. You have Devilment from a Dancer, hypothetically. And you could have Change Stratagem, 10% more. Then you have, isn't Battle Litany crit? So that's 40%. And, well, that would be a balanced party. So you would have 68%, which would mean if your attack was split in 10 hits, then you would still, like, on average, crit 7 of them. So that would mean that... so that would mean that instead of getting the, well, 30% of the time, you just get memed on, right? The boss just dabs on you and then you don't get the crit. And 70% of the time, you're very lucky. Or you get lucky. If you have 10 separate hits, then yeah, sure, sometimes you'll have all 10 be crits. Sometimes you'll have none of them crit because RNG be like that. But on average, you will basically just get 70% of your crit damage, like evened out on them, which would make it like more consistent. That doesn't work if your strategy relies on ninja. You have to crit, like you have to do maximum damage to do it, because splitting out an attack like Yoshiranryu into 10 hits would basically, like, if you imagine it as like a graph. Let me just we less math this time, don't worry, I'll be quick. If you imagine it like your outcomes like this, right? Then if you increase the number of strikes, then the average like peaks up way more. So like you get this average result way more often, and the average result of Yoshiranryu with 10 hits is, with all the rate buffs, is 70% of them will crit. That is the general idea. So that would be what you would get if you split up in multiple hits, is that you would get more tries. Like, basically, what we have now is a coin toss. Except it's a weighted coin, right? If you split up into 10 hits, you get 10 coin tosses, except that each hit is less valuable. Imagining all Savage bosses dabbing. Yeah, P12S with those tentacly arms, just splat. Hey Ymir, hope you've had a good day. Thank you so much. Phil says, not me staring at the samurai in my static having 30% higher crit rate than me. Wouldn't it just be 20 because of the dancer? And thank you, Teraka. They did the exact opposite of this when they combined the two Arkmorn casts into one. True. I don't have anything to say, like to defend on that. You're right. I'm thinking the reason that they did it like that was because they kind of combined Dreadworm Trance with Summon Bahamut. So instead of having Death Flare and 2 Enkindles, they just go, well, you have 2 blasts, right? Right, so next we're doing 5, 6, 7, 8. Anyone want to join for 5, 6, 7, 8? We have a slot. One whole slot. Oh, that's what you mean. I'm just having more crits, cause lucky. Do you want to come, Aridel? I don't see anyone else. That Melos seems to be sitting there. Usually he's quick if he wants to come, to my knowledge. Also crit on me down. That is true. That would probably help. That would probably help to make their crit average a lot higher. Let's see. Right. Well, I can be your tank. 5, 6, 7, 8, but we're all level 90. Any bets on dungeon? Any thoughts? What dungeon do you all think we're gonna get? We can get anything from 60 to 80, at least in the MSQ. We could have anything in the like post-game dungeons for any expansion. So who else is betting on Keeper of the Lake? Does that hard? Alamigo, did you know that warrior can actually solo this dungeon? Pharaoh Sirius, that's a good one. I should have used sprint earlier. The reason why there is this extremely excessive focus on crits to be like good enough in Final Fantasy XIV Mastermind is basically a cause of because your rotation is for most jobs is almost perfectly predictable down to the individual GCD. It means that for many jobs the only variance in your damage, this is synced, but you can also solo it synced. Because there is no variance in your rotation for a lot of jobs, it means that the only actual variance is in the randomness, and because the only randomness is the number you produce, it means that as you get better and better passes, better and better results on a specific boss encounter, you reach a point where the only way to be like in the top performers is if you crit everything, and when that's done, the next step is, oh, you actually have to not only crit everything, but you have to high roll all of your attacks, because there's a damage variance as well. So it's a result of perfectionism, Mastermind. It's simply a result of perfectionism. So Bondi, that one is difficult because the what matters is not how many stats you get, but how impactful those stats are. You have to remember that from 2016 to 2021, we also had a stat squitch that completely adjusted how impactful all the stats are. So it's complicated. There's also the part that as you level up, you need more stats to get the same value. So it's actually completely pointless to bring up how many stats you had on gear. Oh, sorry, you said potency. My bad. For some reason I was still in the stat. You're right. That's correct. Was the highest potency in 2016 400 potency? Are you 1,000,000% sure on that? Because I'm pretty sure that Carve and Spit in Stormblood with Dark Arts was 450? I'm pretty sure it was 450. Although that, when was Stormblood? Was that 2016 or was that 2017? Thank you, Vyak. It has been a good one, I would say. We've talked about math. I hope you've had a good day as well, Vyak. Stormblood came out in 2016. Oh, okay. I think Stormblood was either 16 or 17. I can't remember precisely. Uh-oh. That's just unfair. That's just mean. One of the mobs just separates from the rest of it. Stormblood was middle of 17. There's a treasure chest there. I just want to highlight that this pull was one that I got a lot of flack on my hardest pulls video for not including. This pull was one that a lot of people were a little offended that I didn't even consider. And when I say a lot of flack, I of course mean some people saying, I feel like I missed this one. And some people being genuinely annoyed. Phil says, I think we power crept this pool. Yeah, probably. Because of a raw intuition, probably. That is not to say this pool isn't on like the harder side. But I don't think that it is like the hardest thing in the world. Like I should probably have mentioned it in retrospect. I should have mentioned it, but I also forgot this pull existed. Seolu. I actually forgot this pull existed. It's like a side effect of it being locked away in like post-game dungeons means that it's unlikely for you to see Alamigo very much. Tay says it's just long. Yeah, and that's actually something that I also brought up for the Doma Castle mega pull from the first to the second boss. Its difficulty is heavily reduced by there being like 40 miles to run before you reach the destination, so a lot of mobs are like, a lot of the mobs will just die off.
Initiate soul extraction.
Ha! Success.
This pool has also been nerfed. Where the death claws at?
The sun rebels. My word, this data.
My word! Anolana says, old endgame dungeons can still be used for alt job leveling, right? Yes. In my experience, though, the XP reward for doing 5, 6, 7, 8 is kinda middling. So you might be better served doing something else. Yeah, it's just the reward for 5, 6, 7, 8 is at a range where it's not great. It's not amazing. I do it on stream mainly because it's fun. Specifically the roulette, I mean, as Alberto mentions, it is better to do the level 80, like the 59, 69, nice, 79 and 89 dungeons are better for XP. That is very true. But if you're just doing a roulette, I think just doing the level 89 dungeon is actually like the X9 dungeons are still better than the roulette. But there's this incredible consideration. This absolute marvel of a consideration in an MMO game is that some people think it's fun. to do these kinds of dungeons because they can sometimes be a little more challenging than a leveling dungeon. Sometimes they have interesting mechanics that you'd like to see. So you might just do the roulette anyway to spice things up. And I do these roulettes like on stream like this because I think they're entertaining. I think they're fun to do. Fun? Fun? What a novel concept. Does it make the number go up? Swirls wine glass? How peculiar. Did you know that you can sidestep Xenos' tank buster? Well, you can sidestep the second and third hit. It's a knockback. Imagine remembering to save your dash. Dodge! Haha!
Let this moment last forever.
I learned this when I soloed the fight. That was hard. Like, we beat it with, like, so little time left that we would not have an additional attempt because of working with the DPS check. You could call it a test of your reflexes. Yes. Actually, yes. Wait, do you mean, Bondi, do you mean like just one big, like, back-to-back Xenos fight as an ultimate? That actually sounds pretty cool. It would also be perfect. It would also be perfect.
Yes, yes, just so.
Oh, nice. Nice limit break. Less nice is that we have 3 damage downs. Xenos, Shinru, Tsukuyomi, all... Oh yeah, that could also be pretty good. Can we have the finale of that be the test of your reflexes encounter? Could we have it be that? I think that would be really cool.
Have you the strength?
Xeno's ultimate would be like a birthday party for him. He would be overjoyed, absolutely. I think that would be interesting. I think it would be interesting. Yeah, Xenos Jinryu, Xenos Shadowbringers edition, Xenos Endwalker edition. That's good. Let's see, Ultimates in lore, what the Wandering Minstrel sings about when he performs songs based on our adventures. I mean, he could make a song all about Xenos. He's like, you tell me a lot of stories about this guy. Maybe I should just make a song about him. I don't... Do we fight Xenos and Shadowbringers now that I think on it? Do we? He could, but that would require Square breaking a formula. I suppose you're right on that. You're probably right on that. I mean, I think I don't mind. I feel like the thing that I care about most is that they like are somewhat consistent with adding content. Then I'm not too concerned with whether it matches with their formula. Also, welcome to the Cult of the Pink, Dritharian. Thank you so much. Thank you. We fight Elidibus and don't we fight Elidibus in Artbird's body? Thank you, Dritharian. Right. So next would be leveling roulette. I see Tristan is back. Is there anyone that I'm guessing that maybe Tristan wants to join. Is there anyone that would like a break in between these? That works. Then we can group up better when we're at the 8-man stuff. Level 45. Which tank is the best at level 45? Well, none of them. Dun, 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 dun. They all suck. Who is the best tank at level 45? Scholar. Oh, you didn't have to change. Oh, you were missing job quests on Ninja. Fair enough. Okay, 62. Well, in that case, it's Warrior. Warrior has Invuln at 45. Yes, at 42. For some reason, Warrior gets it at 42. Yeah, exactly, Jace. Huh? Weird. That's what you meant by Shadowbringer Xenos, is the fight just before we enter Shadowbringers. Right. Oh yeah, by the way, did you know that Warrior can solo most of this dungeon? Synced? Just not the final boss. Because Nidhogg cheats. Nidhogg uses permanent crowd control. And requires a friend, and if you're solo, you don't have friends. Sorry about that, I messed up my GCDs a little bit there. Or OGCDs, rather. I'm a little confused how you would come to the conclusion, Phil, that sometimes... Oh, sorry, Bondi and Phil. Specifically, I'm wondering about how the role actions would make Marauder a better tank, considering that Defiance was exclusive to Warrior, to my knowledge. Like, before Shadowbringers. I completely messed up my my beast gauge. I'll just use a very boring 1-2-3 berserk combo and actually remember. Now tank stance is like level 10. In Stormblood, you unlocked your tank stance at level 30. So you just had to tank Zastasha with no tank stance and just use combos that had increased enmity generation. Single target. Yeah, the game used to be very weird. It was during the first coil and never again. That makes sense. I could see that. I also know I have read some really, really janky stuff about Realm Reborn. I remember reading an Ifrit guide where they basically noted that you could stun through a lot of specific mechanics. And then there was like an addendum that was like, after this patch, there is now diminishing returns. So you can't do that anymore. Or something weird like that. So like, I could absolutely picture that there was some hyper jank in the in 2.0 specifically that caused Marauder to somehow be superior to Warrior. I could picture that, but in Stormblood it was commonly an extreme misunderstanding that would lead to people thinking that a class was superior to a job, because like basically all of the tank roll actions were defensive cooldowns. So you would trade the enmity generation of Defiance and the 20% permanent damage reduction while using it. You also did 20% less damage. Wait, no. Defiance increased your HP and increased healing received, which is essentially the same as damage reduction. We've talked about this before. To have more temporary defensive cooldowns, which I just can't picture. And I have read many weird stories from players where they were like, oh yeah, the base class is better because roll actions, and you're like sitting there with like a Dragoon in Stormblood. Like, you do realize that you don't get Nastrond or Gaisgagul or Jump, right? You do realize that, right? And that is of course not the same as Marauder versus Warrior, not at all. It was just to put an example where it's pretty obvious that the job is better. So it would surprise me, but I could imagine, as Bondi presented it, that it had something to do with a glitch. Or some like weird oversight. If I remember correctly, classes had a wider array of, like, based on what I've read, I'm pretty sure that classes had a wider selection of cross-class actions, whereas jobs had a more limited selection of cross-class actions. So like, if some cross-class actions that Marauder had access to that Warrior didn't made it superior, that's possible. Did jobs even... Yeah. Jobs did get cross-class. For example, you might be wondering why Paladin gets no heals for its first 50 levels. Like Paladin in A Realm Reborn is in A Realm Reborn levels is basically Gladiator, but I mean I guess you get cover. Spirits Within, is that Paladin? Circle of Scorn? Is that holy magic? I don't know. Because in A Realm Reborn, they got Cure and Raise and Stone Skin from cross-class actions. And yeah, I did just say Paladin had Raise. I'm sure that wasn't broken. They didn't get Swift cast, from what I could find, though. So, I mean, how often would you hard cast Raise? Jay says, I wish I'd experienced Black Mage with Bard's Raging Strikes. I think that would have been weird. Siren says Circle of Scorn is from Gladiator and not Paladin. Indeed. That is correct. And that is also true, Phil. I wasn't both Low Blow and Reprisal like Dark Knight actions, I think? I don't know about that, Gazel. I don't know how, like, that might be some, like, nuance that hasn't been recorded well. Oh, racing in combat was a trait? Well, there you go. Now you have your answer. See, I didn't know that. That's hilarious. Wow. That is really, really funny. That is not the first time I've seen like something that we take for granted to just be obviously connected with an action and just be like, oh no, that was a trait. That was a trait. Can I remember a good example of that? Actually, any tank roll actions from Warrior? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, that is true, Tay. You can use Requiescat to make basically any spell you have access to instant. Which would be incredibly overpowered, you know, if Paladin had a larger selection of spells. But you could make any spell instant cast with Requiescat. Just consider the creativity inherent in that. Bloodbath was... Oh yeah, that's true. Bloodbath was a warrior action. Meanwhile, warriors be like... I guess we'll settle with Raw Intuition. It's fine. I can manage. I'm pretty sure Provoke wasn't Provoke a Paladin action. I specifically remember that, like, many stories from A Realm Reborn where at least one of the tanks had to level the other tank to have access to taunt, well, provoke. I'm pretty sure it was that warriors had to level Paladin. It didn't help that I'm pretty sure they also got Flash, which was also from Gladiator, right? So Warrior kind of had to level Gladiator, whereas Paladin didn't have that much reason to level Marauder. Himir says, "How long are you planning on streaming?" Well, I had a plan to stream until where we normally end on weekdays. We're still going for a few hours. I wanted to end the stream at the time where I normally do, but I wanted to make it a longer stream, so I just start way sooner. Smart. But I think it was something like that. But I can assure you that if you try to look up like written sources on what people had or did, like what different jobs had or didn't have, a 24-hour stream. I mean, we've been. I don't think it's going to be 24 hours. But that would be crazy. I don't think I can do that. But if you try to look up like written explanations of how of like what jobs had what in like back in the day, there's a massively high chance that you're going to find something that is incorrect. That was like one of the reasons why I stopped making the job history videos, was both because, well, it didn't seem that people were that interested in hearing about it. Like, it's not something that you would, like, it's something that is interesting to talk about, but it's not super interesting to get, like, the full rundown of a job. It can get a little long-winded. The other reason was that I often found out that my sources were completely wrong, and it already took me a lot of time to figure out how these things worked. It was already difficult enough, and then I figured out that the things that I had been working with weren't always correct. But like, what's the point of making like a history look back like that video when I'm not even going to always be right about it? I'll just mess it up. So sometimes it can be hard to find the exact. I think the best you can do if you want to like get like a look back into how a job used to work is specifically find a job guide for the job from like A Realm Reborn or Heavensward or Stormblood. There you will figure out exactly how the job worked, at least in that specific patch, because sometimes the job might change throughout the expansion. Case in point, Bard had a major overhaul in Heavensward, like a significant change to the cast time of their songs. Which might be difficult to find because you would have to both, you know, look up the guide prior to that patch and the patch after, and figure out if you can find a guide that matches those dates. No 40 in 24 hours, coward. Well, I don't want to. There says, can Wayback Machine official job guides? If I remember correctly, the pages where the official job guides are came into existence not in A Realm Reborn. Something weird like that. Because if you check my history videos, you'll notice that I have like the texts that I refer to is like, well, it's console games wiki, which turned out to be very consistently incorrect on a lot of things, which is what annoyed me endlessly. From Stormblood forward, I used the official guides, like the official job guides on their website, which is why like the layout changes from that point in those videos, because I know they're right and they have the information that I need. There's also, yeah, there's the legendary A Realm Reborn Dragoon guide where they talk about this chaos with whether it was even worth it to reapply your dot or something like that. Emir says Kai Subathon win. Oh boy, I think that would be scary because you don't know if people are actually coming to do it, right? Then you can sit there forever or fail. Thank you so much, Emir. Thank you for the super chat. Take my money, funny pink man. I'm funny. See, I have it right there. Black on like turquoise, I think. It's Hatsune Miku color, I'm pretty sure. It's black on Hatsune Miku color. That I'm actually a funny pink man. Bundy says the first Wayback Machine snapshot for that page was the launch of Stormblood. Exactly. I couldn't remember precisely. I'm pretty sure I tried to find, like, to see if I could go further back, and then I was like, oh, it only goes to Stormblood. And then I went on, like, console games wiki because it was better than nothing. And something that I noticed when I was going through the Wayback Machine there is that, well, the amount of data on different things on the site had varying degrees of accuracy and, you know, information. So, merch when. Ah. I don't know what kind of merch I would do. I cannot just put an emote on a shirt. That would not be allowed. There's an agreement with Nissa, who made the emotes. Even though that would be really funny to just have a blade shirt, wouldn't it? I'd buy a small Kai plush. That is also a good idea. I have actually, I'm pretty sure that I mentioned quite early on in the channel's lifespan that I said if I can, like, with a glowing eye, if I could make like if I could get like a line of plushies of, well, at the time my main character, because I don't believe Small Kai even existed, and that was something people would be interested in, then I think I would have done pretty well, like, at that point. So I have actually considered plushies. I would need to figure out how to do it and how to, like, do that in a financial way and all that. But I will take that into consideration that you yourself said merch when. I will take that and I'll keep that in mind. Let's see, and Olana says, as this stream has been going on, I was actually adding a lot of missing links on the current summoner action pages. Oh. Yeah, the thing is, if I'm looking something up on the on Console Games Wiki, then I usually just either I look up the job in general if I just need to check something general, like what level do you learn this at? Because that's usually accurate. If I need to know exactly what an action does, I look up the action name, so I don't even realize that the link doesn't exist properly, because I just jump past that. That is nice, Anolana. We appreciate your efforts. Yeah, back in the day, like, there's some funny ones. Like, sometimes you will find, like, a page from, like, Heavensward where there's just a random blob where it's like, here's the opener that we commonly use. And it just explains the order. It just says the order. Just without any explanation. It just, this is the opener that you use, because I said so. And sometimes they'll actually have job icons, or rather action icons. Bondi says, Fox used to have the best Stormblood Machinist guide, but he deleted all his Final Fantasy content at some point. Weird. How sudden. I don't see that many ads on console games wiki, but the thing is that I've noticed, because here's the thing, I don't have an ad blocker. I don't have an ad blocker myself. I feel like that would be very disingenuous, being as what I do, as, you know, kind of like as my job, right? I have an antivirus program that comes with an anti-tracker, and a lot of ads just implode on themselves if they meet an anti-tracker. So sometimes I'll visit a page and the ads don't load, so their like ad block checker is activated, because the ads were trying to track so hard that they just couldn't function. Emir says, I use an ad blocker, but I do pay you. Yeah, we've talked about this before. That if you're using an ad blocker, then you can always support the content creators you like in different ways. Anyway, enough of that. That kind of conversation always gets awkward in a position like this. What was that with... Bondi says, do you get money from my YouTube Premium? I do. Actually, I get more money from a YouTube Premium viewer than I get from someone watching ads. Slightly more. Obvious solution is to run a sponsor segment every 15 minutes. By the way, this stream is sponsored by... Oh man. I have actually been asked by a Japanese food company if I wanted to work with them on something. I was like, it sounds like you're going to pay me in food, which I have. And then it didn't grow into more than that. But I haven't been asked by Raid yet. I don't even know if I would say yes. But yeah, YouTube Premium actually gives like more money per view from what I can see compared to like watching ads. Took your treat, or you know, let me check. It was Tokyo Treat. They technically didn't. I technically didn't sign anything to say I couldn't talk about it. This stream is sponsored by Tataro Taro. Get your armor here. Bundy says he, meaning Hi I'm Fox, was toxic and didn't want that following him into Lost Ark. You know, fair enough. Fair enough. And if you don't get anything out of having your guides like listed anywhere, then just deleting them would be better for you, I suppose. This stream is, you know what, actually you could say that the stream is sponsored by all those that buy memberships, give super chats, and those that gift memberships as well. Especially because I specifically don't give a lot of and all the other members, of course. I don't really put in ads in the middle of the stream, so I've turned all that off. So you should only get an ad at the start of the stream, and then there might be ads if you watch the VOD later. Hey, that's me! Felza, speaking of Lost Ark, does anyone actually know how it's going right now? I have no idea. I know it exploded onto the scene, and it was very, very popular for a while. And then I saw a video of someone going over how insane the grind is if you wanted to progress as a free-to-play player. And that, like, had a little bit of a hubbub with that, and then I didn't see any more of it. It just, as far as I'm concerned, Lost Ark just disappeared. Like, a little bit how New World just exploded onto the scene, and then stuff happened, and then gone. Weird. Nimia says, I quit one gacha game and fell into another. Wait, what did you quit and what did you get into? Also, anyone wanna do trial roulette? Any trialers? Bondi says Lost Ark is the only other MMO that comes even close to Final Fantasy design, but actually playing it is miserable. Oh. Yeah, I would expect that if what I heard about with the grind as a free player is so absurd, because that would of course mean that you were basically incentivized to fork over money, right? HSR and then reverse 1999. Yeah, just to finish on that Tokyo Treat thing, it's not that I didn't necessarily want to work with them, it's just that at the time they were asking, I was like, I have a little bit much on my plate right now. So I just didn't find time to respond, and I feel like now it'd be a little awkward if I would respond like way later, right? Oh, right, you! I remember you! What would we get? I mean, yeah, they would probably always want more people to do that. The question is whether it is worth it for me, because it would of course impact the quality of my content. Oh, right, Honkai Star Rail. Right. Yeah, I also played Genshin Impact. I stopped right before Zhongli became a character you could get. Like, I quit. I just walked away from the explosions as people exploded into fury over him being released incredibly underpowered. And I quit because I realized that even though I had spent a significant amount of money, because I just couldn't get the gear drop lock to work, my multiple constellation Klee and child just wouldn't function. I only had gear that worked on Noelle. There's nothing wrong with that, but I kinda also wanted to use the rest of my characters. So I just went like, you know what, I'm not even having fun. I'm not even having fun. I'm just not gonna play anymore. And that's how I quit Genshin Impact. After basically doing all dailies. Every day for like a few months. I did all content that I could. Everything. And collected everything. And I'm just like, eh. Wow, that cutscene is really long. Interesting, Tentacles. I don't know if I would actually want to do that. But I have of course not been put in the position of being offered it, so easy for me to say. Yeah, exactly, Tentacles. It's like, for me, I would see what they say that they want me to do, and then I would weigh that, because the thing is, it matters a lot to me that the videos that I put out and the streams that I make, like, are good. It hurts when I put something out and people don't like it, so I would rather not add something that would have a negative impact on the quality of that, which I do think an ad banner would. Even if it means that I get slightly less money. I haven't tried Honkai Star Rail. I have plenty of games without like grindy gacha stuff to deal with. I have plenty already. Next we're doing normal raids. Exactly, Tentacles. It's like, if I actually got like a sponsorship for something that I'm like, oh yeah, I was already using that, then there would be no reason to say no, right? I mean, I'm literally abusing that. And that is also a good point, Anolana. It's also about it being fun and good. Fist of the Father. Someone in the group said Thank you for hello. Thank you for speaking to me in French, please. And sorry if I die. I'm new. Yeah, that's pretty nice. That's a pretty good way of saying it, because then you know that people, like, there's no point in people trying to explain things to you in English if you don't get it, and just say it. Thank you, Ian. Hope you have a good day as well. Says, I had to Google translate Ultima mechanics into French once. It did not come out well. Yeah, the problem is that if you're trying to... the problem is that sometimes the French translation of mechanics is completely different from the English version. Like, for example, when we did the Ivalice alliance raids recently, it came up that the ultimate illusion attack that the final boss uses, Ultima, in the French translation, it's called Final Fantasy. Like, the attack is literally called Final Fantasy. The Japanese version translates to something that could, I believe, both be ultimate or final, and fantasy or illusion. So it could be both, and the English and French versions just decided to do the opposite of each other. So if you try to explain that to someone who's playing in French, they're like, what? What do you mean? They don't use an attack called Ultimate Illusion? Like, I don't know why you would need to explain that, but it's just a random example, right? Hey, Elquana, thank you so much. I hope you've had a good day as well. Reminds me of the time our international static did callouts in each of our languages for P8S. That sounds like a good time. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Loot. Loot is appearing and I don't want it. Thank you, Bitsfox. Hope you have a good day as well. Yeah, there's the thing that if you enjoy a gacha game as is, and it isn't like overly excessive with like the stuff you can buy, then it's probably not a problem. But the key thing is, if you're enjoying it, there's no problem. It usually becomes a problem if you're not enjoying it, and the reason why you're not enjoying it is because the game is being too stingy with the stuff you can do for free. So you're sitting there like, I can't like actually play the game without forking over money. And then you start having fun, or you start paying money. Like, that's when it starts becoming a problem. That's why I typically prefer to just have a game where you just pay for it, done. Fel says, my favorite vibe is static callouts that are indecipherable for anyone outside the group. Now that's a good one. I mean, so I've been a raid leader, both in World of Warcraft and in Final Fantasy XIV. And on E6S, E6S, so that's Furor. You know, Ifrit has this mechanic where he kicks a ball, or a fireball, right? What do you think I called it when I called it out for the team? What do you think I called it? David Beckham! I don't know. Any other suggestions? No, I called it soccer. You know, because they kick a ball, right? The reason I called it that was because it was very quick and easy to say, and it didn't sound like anything else coming up before or after. Yeah, E6S. And no one questioned it until randomly someone just memeing was like, it really should be football. And I'm sitting there like, so do you want me to call it football now instead? Because we're technically all Europeans, right? Football. It was quite awkward because now I was in the position of, do I change? Do I stick with soccer and then we'll have multiple polls messed up by someone going, Lamau, it should be this? Or do I change it to football and then people notice that I changed it and also get confused that I changed it? So like now I was in a bit of an awkward spot. But yeah, if you've ever been if you've had a raid leader and you've been confused why they boiled down like an entire mechanic down to just a name, is because honestly, a lot of like savage raiders and the like, what they need is not you to explain what they need to do on the fly. They just need a unique, distinct indicator for what they're supposed to do next. Like, for example, soccer means the mechanic where Ifrit is kicking a fireball around is coming up. And the funny thing is, I do believe we talked about it in that raid. Like later, I was like, "Does it matter?" And they're like, "Well, you could basically say anything. It's not about it making sense. It's just about do you say a consistent thing?" I could have called it the burger mechanic, and they would have still got it eventually when they understood what I mean by burger mechanic. One of them even said, "Well, I'm actually just noticing that you cast Phoenix at that very moment when that mechanic comes up," or something like that. I can't remember if it was Phoenix that came up at that very moment, but the point is that they were like, "I just noticed that you summoned a big creature when the mechanic comes," and that's what I'm reacting to. So, if you're wondering why raid callouts can sometimes be completely nonsensical, it's because it's not about explaining what the mechanic is. It's just about making a distinct and unique callout so that you get reminded what to do next. And it can be anything. It's sometimes easier if it's distinctly unique, because if you just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and so on for mechanics, then it's going to be very confusing because people will be like, wait, which one was 4? And then it's not distinct or unique because 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all numbers. So you could easily mix them up. So it's easier to make something weird, like an example that I somehow still remember today is like my raid team at the start of Mr. Pandarian World of Warcraft. We were progressing Heart of Fear. One of the bosses has a mechanic called Force and Verve. My raid leader just said Force and Verve. I remember that. I still remember that. I don't know if that mechanic was impactful, but I remember that raid leader said Force and Verve a lot of times. O'Connor says, we're mixing Waymark callouts a lot. So we turned it into shouting swears. That's a good one. That was something we actually ran into on the Criterion stream just the other day. Was that we were talking about... We had situations where the following mechanic would either be spread or stack. And because both words start with S, it was easy to mix up what we meant. The funny thing is that we were like, we should say pairs or spread, so that it's P or S, but I don't think we ever got around to properly consistently saying pairs. Apples and pears. Despair. So delicious. Hey Lemon, hope you're doing well. Yeah, birthday stream. We've been at it for like 6 hours now. Right. We finished the lines. Well, we didn't finish. We finished normal. We're doing alliance next. I assume everyone wants to do alliance raid. I wonder if it's going to be Circus Tower. Nutella for spread and exit buddies for 2-person stacks. What? Why? How? Huh? What? What's the story there? Don't you need to eat? I'll eat after the stream. Tay says, yes. Friends and I also use hold hands. Holding hands. That's also a good one. Erdal says, in Eureka Authors, there's a monster that immediately kills you if you tag it whilst he has a specific buff. Whenever that happened, we called jazz hands. Is that because you had to like lift from your mouse and keyboard and do jazz hands? You could actually call like pyretic or stillness. You could call that jazz hands for that same reason. Bondi says, when I raid led UCOP, I made the conscious choice to call it as Dynamo instead of in, as a soft reminder that you can outrange Dynamo. My theory is proven by doing modern Party Finder UCOP and watching a ranged try to run in for Dynamo when they were super out and being late and dying. Oh. I pretty much always call the in or the dynamos, I always call them donuts. Both because they have a hole in the middle, but also because that sort of implies that there might be a max range because donuts are not infinite. Unfortunately, donuts are not infinite. Ah, yes. Labyrinth of the Ancients. Infinity Donut! What's your favorite type of donut? I have not actually had very many donuts, but... so I don't know. I actually have no idea. Apart from the infinite type, we are infinite. I think is our Reaper like he's very close to Meteor, isn't he? I haven't had very many donuts. Call your proximity marker mechanic tank invuln. Also, if you're not going to use tank invuln on it, donuts aren't infinite. I've been lied to for years. Uh-oh. Those Valor are a little scary. Phil says, to be honest, I think a lot of people who play Meteor-like characters just choose the default. For anyone who doesn't know what I mean by Meteor, I believe it is... What happened? Was I completely asleep, or did a lot of people just die simultaneously? The reason why... Well, the reason why we call it Meteor is because a lot of players... I think it's more common in Japanese data centers, call the Warrior of Light stand-in character and the cutscenes and such Meteor, I believe. That's a really good one, Blitzbox. They're infinite outside the body, the donuts, and become infinite on your butt. Oof. It's like Krabby Patties in SpongeBob. They go right on your thighs, and then you explode. Actually, also, as I was just about to say, Phil, I know one person who actually was he actually made like an elaborate designed character, like of his own, and then later on, I believe it started as like a tall dragon or a male aura, I think. And then he used his Fantasia, you know, the free one, to turn into Meteor, specifically because he felt that made more sense with the story somehow. Meteor Survivor or John Final Fantasy. I love the meme of calling like default characters John game name. Meanwhile, Gazel over here, Madge, because we pull it weird in EU and NA. John Halo. It's not Master Chief, it's John Halo. Tanaka says they call it Meteor because he survived Dalamut. Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense. Wow, you're certainly nicer than WoW, Andy. True, I suppose. Steve Monster Hunter. Yeah, someone said something about Monster Hunter before. If you've played Monster Hunter Rise, this just reminds me of fighting Almudron. The snake has a bomb! Oh yeah. It's a big mud bomb. I don't know if I don't know if it actually would classify as a bomb, more like just a boulder, like a mud boulder. It just smacks you with. But yeah, that friend of mine just used the Fantasia to switch from his like own made character to become Meteor because he thought it made more sense with the story when he watches the trailers and stuff and go, oh, that's supposed to be me. Ah, of course. Also, that is true. Viek is actually right on this one. Steve is Regios in Monster Hunter, so it can't be Steve Monster Hunter. Unless you mean Regios from Monster Hunter. Blitz says, I'm so annoyed at myself for not fully grasping how Mikote names work before I made my character. I knew about Y'shtola from Dissidia, but didn't understand what she was. Well, I feel like, sure, you can make your character name like match with like the style of the kind of race that you play, but it also comes with a disadvantage that if you were to use a Fantasia ever, your name might no longer make any sense whatsoever. Because it was made to specifically match with a specific race, right? So it might be better to like consider that as well. I don't know. We should call him Orlando Bloom. Meteor Survivor or Zeregios. Weird. We have exactly one person in each group that is completely stopped in their tracks. Phil, have you checked that the material you want isn't specifically from the tail? Don't have a lore compliant name. I mean, my character's name is not lore compliant, I'm pretty sure. Who cares? Thank you, Fila. I did see it, Ymir. You're right. Shell Ymir might not be a very Ellison name, but so what? Kaetsuchaiji is not a very aura name either, I don't think. It's the mantles, I think it's just a random drop. You might want to look it up, because sometimes breaking specific parts and like getting shinies and stuff like that can sometimes give you better chances of finding a mantle. And mantles are... they suck to farm. Oh, right, that message. Farming Tower at Paradigm's Breach to get the tank gear, and the only piece that I've gotten so far is the boots. In 16 runs. Well, that sucks. But it is absolutely possible. I don't have, like, I will probably not be able to get full 660 on all jobs. So what I've been aiming for on my characters is like, or my jobs on this character is like 650 on everything. And if the crafted piece or the comedy piece is not good, but the alliance raid piece is good, I'll like jot down that one as a piece to get. And I went in like, I think I went in as a ninja to get a specific ninja piece, and the first time I got in, like, I technically got a ninja piece, and not the one I came for, because it didn't drop. And the second time I went in, I believe I got like a piece for something other than ninja, still technically good, but not what I came for, because it didn't drop. So it's absolutely possible that you're in this situation where you just can't get the thing you want to drop. Yeah, a key thing about your character name is also that it is something that makes your character recognizable to other people. So if you keep changing it because you use Fantasia, then it's going to be very hard for people to recognize you. I have people on my friends list where I'm like, I have no idea who you are because you changed your name. You're acting like I should know, but how would I know? I have never met your name in my life, and you've changed both your name and your appearance entirely, so there's no indicator. Maybe you're still in an FC, so I could take a guess, but you will have to reintroduce yourself because you changed your name. Well, the pants from the final near raid. I could understand that. Is that the shorts with tights? Those are nice, Amy. I use those myself. Oh, this is a problem? It's not a problem. Streamer luck is painfully real. It's only because it's very easy to forget when the streamer's unlucky. I don't feel like I'm particularly lucky on stream. But maybe I'm just I'm just completely oblivious, and I'm like, basically everyone around me is just like letting me have stuff somehow. Gleaming says, my last name was Cat Mode, or Cat Mode, pronounced Cat Mode. Because I was a funny little cat. But I'm a Rigadin now, and I've thought of changing, but decided against that for that reason. So you're a Rigadin called Cat Mode. Is that right? That was close. We're one player short. I wonder if people will attempt to greet it. Uh-oh. Somehow it worked. Somehow it worked. I actually expected to come out of that like Fade to Black to find everyone dead. That would have been way funnier. We did it! Wait. Ymir says, I've found like 5 other people who have Ymir as a last name in the game. My long-lost brothers and sisters. You know, my friend in my free company, there's a Yaskaret. There's many players in Final Fantasy XIV named Yaskaret, because Yaskaret comes from a random name generator. I believe specifically for Final Fantasy XIV. So it's like, it sounds very, very exotic, but it's really not. And you would probably not be surprised to find that he got that name from a random name generator. Exactly, Tristan. Clear, but also everyone is dead. Like, I mean, that's the best if you're like proccing on a fight and you clear it exactly so that everyone is dead. Like, you just see the loot and everyone dead. Right. I think what we will do next is a run of P12. Some people like to get this knife, because it is technically on a weekly lockout. I have plenty of them, but we'll do that, and then I think we'll do the newest alliance raid, because I also need to do that. Is everyone in the group up for P12? Boss applied a dot to us just before he died. Did you then die to the dot afterwards? Oh, you did! Oh, Gazel, I myself complain when we get double barrier healers in raids and such, so I wouldn't want to like intentionally do it. Gleaming says, I once ran into someone whose first name rhymed with my FC leaders and had their last name. That's incredible. So I had personally never seen another FC on Louisoix named Ohana. So we decided to name our FC Ohana. Not necessarily because it was unique. We didn't expect it to be unique. But that was what we went with. No less than, less than 24 hours after we had made the FC, we ran into the other Ohana FC. Like, we had literally just made it. And then it's like, hey, I see you also are named Ohana. I feel like the best kinds of like first clears in like a difficult encounter, like a savage raid or something, is exactly when you like do the equivalent of like drifting sideways into the goal line as your car's breaking apart. You just land right after the goal line and then the car just kind of explodes. Like, that is perfect. Like, I wouldn't have it any other way than that.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest.
Oops. I should not have triple weaved there.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze. I mold life.
Exactly, Alcon. I feel like it would be kind of boring if you had your clear be like, just everyone's alive, there were no issues, You just kinda nailed it.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Why your gaze eternal, Athena? Because you can't escape it.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
Cool. Can I have one?
Shine brilliant for me.
Shine brilliant for me! You know, the interesting thing with bosses that have, like, voice lines for their mechanics is that sometimes that means that there's no need for the raid leader to say a thing. Because that voice line itself serves as the reminder. Speaking of what we talked about before. And there again, Cat Damon.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Uh-oh. The big damage.
This is but a glimpse.
Oh right. The ad intermission right on top of the 2-minute burst. Right. I remember.
Behold such power as you will never wield.
Uh-oh. I'll use my immortal AoE tank powers as a warrior. I'm guessing the reason why top is like that, Bundy, is because of how strict the DPS check is. Is that right? Or something to that effect, that there is so many mechanics that requires everyone to be alive that you couldn't possibly survive, like you couldn't possibly have it any other way.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
Shine brilliant for me! Yes, of course. Right on where we need to stand. Thank you.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Oh. I get the stack mark. I'm like, I'm running away with it.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation. To silent vessels, I give voice.
Yeah, everyone, we're going to Alquana's kitchen. Get ready. Oh, nice. Don't need anything, so I'll just dip. Let's see, you had a similar feeling in Rage because it was a never-ending Mourn Afar cast, so you'd spread out and just get nuked one by one while shaving off the last few percent. That is interesting when the boss has like an enrage that is like, it's not an instant fail, but it's like extremely hard to actually survive. Like, for example, if the boss just gradually gets stronger and stronger, that is a common one I remember from WoW. Maybe it's not common, but it's something that I remember from WoW, that sometimes bosses would have like an enrage where it's effectively they just get more and more and more powerful, and then automatically the enrage happens through boss mechanics. Because eventually the boss overpowers you. It can also be something... It can also be something as natural as, oh, the boss has this mechanic that you need to do a thing to reset. And you run out of thingies to reset it with. So now you can't reset it anymore. He mechanically had a similar enrage, but it's not as stressful, which makes it less impactful. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Gig says, I don't know why, but I had a bee in my room the second time in 3 days. I mean, I just catch it and bring it outside, but I'd really like to now know how they get in. Maybe it's the same bee. It has figured out the way. Ymir says, how long will you be willing to wait? I don't know. The only thing I have left on the schedule is doing Zalea once. I think we'll keep the... I think we'll skip the front line because it's already getting... I think it'll take like 30 minutes to do Zalea. We could wait a little bit. Talk for a little bit. Do you know how long you would need me to wait, Emir? Thank you, Tristan, and enjoy your dinner and D&D night. Just don't eat my Doritos. Thank you for joining, Gazel. Yeah, I think it's more interesting when a boss has like a natural enrage timer. The problem is that a natural enrage timer requires it to be like extremely well balanced. Otherwise, it just becomes Lamau easy mode, right? Like if the fight does, if the soft enrage doesn't scale fast enough, then it's like, oh yeah, I mean technically you're supposed to finish the fight after 10 minutes, but if we just focus on survival, we could sit here for 30. It reminds me of what was the final raid in? What was the final raid in Legion? And Taurus. I believe the first boss was like a giant infernal or something like that. But it's hard in Rage. It just constantly cleaved the entire arena for damage. Most with like a very, very small window where it didn't. But there was like one small spot in the arena, because often WoW bosses aren't just circular arenas and usually have terrain. There was like a little bit of terrain where you could like hop up on a thing, and there was a safe spot. So a paladin, you know, who has bubble, which is basically hallowed ground, figured out how to beat the boss over the course of several hours solo, because there was a bug with the enrage effectively. That's just one example of how an enrage could break. Another example is just generally if a boss is it just doesn't scale fast enough, because most of the time natural enrages are like, let's say a boss increases their damage output by 10% every minute, but they don't like, but the mechanics the boss has are relatively limited, so you don't see that many things. It just keeps happening harder and harder and harder. And naturally, at some point, there will be like an unavoidable AoE mechanic or something that might be part of the arsenal, and when the boss is doing 300% more damage, it just kills your healer. Just... healer dead. You can't do anything about that. There's just nothing you can do about that. I mean, aside from like more cooldowns, but if you survive the 290% more powerful AoE with cooldowns, you might not have anything for 300%. This is there's been a bug in Uwu since day 1, where sometimes he starts his enrage sequence, then just won't kill anyone, and he just sits there forever until the party kills him. Ah, I hope that didn't happen on the world first clear. That would be a very, very sad way to get the clear, right? That's like comparable to how I was saying when we had the Fall Guys stream. It would be very sad if the way that I got my first and only win was by like landing in a solo run or something, or like in a run where it was like a limited amount of people so that I had an easier chance of winning. It was pretty good that it was actually in a full lobby. I'm not saying that your win doesn't count, Coco. I'm saying that if that was my win, because see, that's the weakness of streaming. If that was my win, then that wouldn't have counted, because I was streaming it. It's the inverse of streamer luck. It's also that if you get the free handouts, then that's not very entertaining, is it? I mean, Steve, the only thing that really matters about winning in the Fall Guys event, is it here? Nope, it's in Gold Saucer, is that you need 100 for this. And that one is consistent even if you're alone. But you're right that the MGF, what's it called, is kind of meh if you're alone. And this is Ruby Carbuncle got world first Uwu because the enrage sequence fully played out, and the summoner was the last person to be abducted. That is really good. Hey, Aerodil! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Thank you so much. And congratulations to Soldier or something, Samantha Navarez, Super Sunday, and Gabriel. I hope you enjoy your gifted memberships. Thank you. Are we doing this? We could do this. That's up to you, Coco. Ymia says no, apparently. I'm glad to hear that, Steve. Ymia has arrived! Oops, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I think, Bondi, that it just... If it's like not a strict... Oh, you didn't make it, you lose kind of cutoff. Like an instant lose cutoff. Then I feel like it gets a lot more interesting, because then you can have those moments where you're one person left alive. And things like that, more consistently. I think like it leads to that more often, but it's really, really hard to like get it right. Because if you get it wrong, then it makes the fight too easy. Him? As I said, it would be very hard to like make it like when we already know that it feels like there is a weird problem with making the Savage boss fights just right, so to speak. That sometimes they get slightly overtuned and then people mad, then we slightly undertune them and people mad. Can get very difficult to make it right, and the ultimates have to be right, like because of how much, like how massive the expectations are, because of how good that content is. Yeah, we'll be doing the weekly Alliance raid run. Hopefully we don't sit in queue for it for 40 years. And then I think we will have done the dailies as we usually do. Well, we'll have skipped front lines, unfortunately. Yes, then we'll have done that. And it will be in time for where we normally finish these streams. Completely unrelated to how long we've been going today. Don't worry about it. I think the problem there, Bondi, is that if you have the perfect, like, exactly perfect DPS check where it's perfectly challenging on week 1, then it will either be perfectly challenging if you have the 8 best jobs, like the 8 jobs that can do the most damage, or it will not be perfectly tuned because it would be tuned for the 8 worst jobs. And given that it is basically impossible to make sure that all jobs are like within 1% damage of each other without them basically being like all the same, I think it would be very hard to make that happen. I'm not saying that that's impossible necessarily to make, but the problem is that if they want to make a DPS check that is tuned so tight that you have to play perfectly to get it, that will almost always come with the additional asterisk that certain jobs can't do it. And that's how we get P12S, where you killed week 1 with a healer LB. Well, okay. But I suppose the argument there then is whether the challenge is supposed to be in doing the mechanics right or doing your DPS perfectly. I don't know what is more interesting. Like, who knows? Maybe the encounter designer had in mind that the mechanics would be so difficult to manage that you probably wouldn't have a melee LB to do it with. I don't know. Lundy says historically Savage Week 1 has always been the hardest DPS checks in the game, but does a hard DPS check make a good encounter? That's what I'm trying to convey. Maybe the encounter designers are looking at other stuff. Maybe a DPS check isn't end all be all. Maybe they're looking at something else. Maybe they consider other things. Who knows? I don't know necessarily that a hard DPS check makes the best encounter you could imagine. In fact, what you described with like pseudo soft enrages where the boss kind of like kills off the raid one at a time means that the DPS check is like slightly variable because it's not always the same. Not exactly. And you said that led to a very special, like to a much more cool moment. Do I have that kind of mount? I have one. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm not an encounter designer. But I feel like weighing the quality of an encounter on whether it had a hard DPS check, I don't think that's a very healthy way to look at it, personally.
Let us see.
Bondi says even the hard DPS checks are made easy after a couple weeks of gear and strat optimization. Yes, and the mechanics will always be the mechanics that you have to get right, which means that aiming to make the mechanics difficult is a much more is a much more long-lived way to make an encounter interesting, don't you think? Because the hard DPS check is only actually going to be super impactful in like week 1, as you just said.
to be expected for they who vanquished my pupil Beauregard. It shall be my pleasure to welcome you personally.
I think taking the stance that for hardcore players, Savage mechanics are not hard at all, so why focus on mechanics, because that's what it sounds like you're saying, Bondi, is not a very healthy way to look at it either. Because, I mean, DPS checks aren't hard either, it's just a matter of doing your rotation right while also doing the hard mechanics, right? It's like, if you say both things are inconsequential, in a way, because the DPS check is irrelevant week 2, and the mechanics are irrelevant immediately, because apparently all hardcore Savage Raiders can do all mechanics perfectly immediately, and they're not hard. Because that's what it sounds like you're saying. Then what's the point in making a video game, right? What's the point in anything? Why are we here?
The rivers rage at my behest. Not all knowledge is wisdom. At what answer will you arrive, I wonder?
You ever wonder why we're here? It's one of life's great mysteries. Yeah, indeed, exactly. Yeah, that's why I'm saying I don't think that you need an extremely hard DPS check to make a good fight. An entertaining and enjoyable fight is the key word here. I don't think you need to have the hardest, most brutally punishing mechanics in the world to make a challenging and entertaining and enjoyable fight. As like, we have kind of figured out that the developers know how to make something really challenging, and sometimes they choose to not do that because it's not very fun. Like, they could add a dot to every single raid wide in Savage raiding, just every single one, because that adds challenge to the healers. But I believe they went away from that because they didn't like that in the second raid tier of Endwalker. Like, the players said that's not fun. So they went, let's do something else then. They could have just said, oh, you don't like that? Guess what's on the menu for every raid from now on? Every single one. Because otherwise it's going to be too easy. Like, if they wanted to make it brutally hard at the cost of entertainment and enjoyment, then they could just add every single difficult fight mechanics like that really challenge the players to the next one. Just stack them on top of each other, right? Bondi says, my main argument is the only people who will properly interface with the DPS check as a mechanic are hardcore, so why should it not be tuned around them? Because it does also, I forgot about the ball. It does also affect the more casual part of the player base that aren't perfect. Like, it matters for more casual players, Bondi. There are other players than only hardcore doing Savage, after all. Yes, casual Savage Raiders, I know, shocking. They will come around eventually. They will not do it week 1, and they'll probably do it in full 660.
Not all answers can be obtained through might.
Bondi, the reason why they don't feel super great about nerfing the encounter after the fact is because the thing is, even if there is a gear difference, those people that come in week 2, week 3, week 4, month 3, month 4 want to know that they beat the same challenge as those who did it week 1. Even if they needed more help to do that, those players would rather have it be the real thing instead of it being like with like help because the developers nerfed it for them so that they were good enough. Like, it might be easy to say, oh, can't we just do that if you always get it week 1? But the rest of the player base also wants to experience the original version of the fight. That's why players don't like that.
Come then, mortals. Have you got the stones to
Exactly,
place
as
the
Anolana
nugget?
said, people don't want you to change the fight after it's been put out. We all want to experience the original fight as it was. We all want to see it, right?
Let me prepare
Even if
a
we come in
suitable
years
stage
later,
for
we
our
still want to
union.
see that the way that it was as best as possible. That's why people come into Final Fantasy XIV 10 years after it comes out and then try and do the ARR extremes synced to experience how it was, even though they can't experience it fully because the jobs are changed. Because they wanted to experience it. If you change it week 2, then it's not the same. It's like if Elden Ring, like week 2, puts out a patch that nerfs all of the bosses by 10%. That's basically that. It's not super. I don't think a lot of people would want that. Even if it might be better for a significant amount of the player base, they would rather have the challenge. Hey Terrible, thank you so much. I hope you've had a good day as well. But that is the reason. That is the reason why they feel bad about changing the fight after the fact. Because everyone wants to experience it. Not just the week 1 raiders. Elden Ring actually did that with Melania. Was that a popular change? It would surprise me if people were happy with that change, at least.
You must make an ally of the wind. Rise above the white caps.
They didn't unanimously know, as in they didn't like the mechanic? Or they didn't like the change? Just asking to be sure that I'm not misreading what you're trying to say.
Like the stormy seas, I'm a harsh mistress.
It was half and half. Right. Of course, of the vocal part of the player base, of course. So we can never be sure if we know the general consensus in these kinds of things. But that isn't surprising. I do seem to recall that there was significant amount of players that weren't very happy that the P8S was nerfed so quickly, because they didn't get a chance. They didn't have a chance to try and beat it in time. But similarly, there were a lot of players that were like, oh, nice, that means it's easier for me. So it's like, it's something we can't agree on, but the most fair way to make it is to make it so that we don't change it. Because those that would like an easier fight you know, they'll eventually get it, like, by getting better gear. Like, the fight will become easier for them. So there's no need to change anything. And yeah, exactly, Alquana. That is exactly what would happen. Is if you got P8 as week 2, you would know that you got the easy version.
Feel the might of the navigator. Go on, my pets. Don't be shy.
That was a lot of people.
Boundless as the ocean. Swim free, my pet.
Anolana says, does Final Fantasy XIV have any timed achievements like ahead of the curve or cutting edge? They have 100 wins in Fall Guys. Technically. Because we don't know when it's coming back, when it's going away.
You can surely do better than that.
But it says, notably, everyone I knew and talked to were very pleased about the Millennia change, and they said they had similar experiences.
Bloody brilliant you are.
Yeah, I think it's very much about what Alquana says, that anyone, like everyone who does Savage rating, a very significant amount of those players are still trying to get challenged. So when they then beat it and are basically indirectly told, yeah, I mean, you beat it, but you didn't beat like the real version because it got nerfed. That doesn't feel good. It never feels good. So that's why it's not very popular for an MMO to nerf their fights after the fact, especially if the reason they nerfed it was because it was overtuned or something. Like, if they nerf it by fixing a bug or something like that, that's a different story. But I've actually heard very, like, sometimes that people complain that they fixed a boss because it was clearly beatable, even if it was bugged. So they wanted to beat the bugged version. They wanted to beat the bugged version because it was beatable. That is, of course, a very limited selection of players, but the point stands that as soon as the boss is out there in the world, there's going to be people that will be sad if you suddenly change it.
Strong are they who roam.
Bundy, we've talked about this like a dozen times. They said how much they feel that they had overtuned it. They did not actually say how much they nerfed it to compensate.
Stand firm amidst the storm.
They specifically said how much they believe they had overtuned it, but they didn't actually say how much they changed it for as the nerf. You brought this up a lot of times, and every time I've told you this. So please stop with that. Like, remember that we talked about it. Please.
You must persevere.
I feel like I missed a comment on this raid we've been doing here earlier because I was too caught up in this conversation.
Wind, guide my arrow.
Now watch me see if I can find it in the chat while being a healer. Right, Alquana saying, difficulty aside, voice lines in this Alliance series have been on point. I agree. Very much. I always like it when a boss fight has voice lines. This is something that I think makes them the most memorable. It's okay, Bondi. I know it's, we have talked about this before, it's ultimately because you're very passionate about the game. And there's nothing wrong with that.
You can overcome this. I know you can. Arise!
Oh, we didn't even get to see the start of the mechanic where he does a lot of things all at once. And Alquana, yes, someone right at the end, Reaper died by simping on Lim Lane.
Your prayers have given us strength. By fighting you, that strength
Thank you,
shall be
Ethan.
returned to the
And
stars.
unfortunate that you stopped playing Final Fantasy XIV, but I appreciate my guys helped you.
Come, grant us our heart's desire. Stay not your steps.
You have a specific Lim Lane res macro? Excuse me, Arshan. Oh, this was the mechanic I think I was thinking of. For some reason I thought that was in the first phase. Of course it's not. Let us turn our attention to this alliance raid with flippy squares. I love how crazy they go with the boss markers on this fight. How long has my dot been down?
Here our journey ends. Blessings be upon you on the road ahead.
I think the most important part about that, Anolana, is that he shoots like one arrow and then all this happens. Oh, whoops. Like he shoots one arrow into the sky and then that arrow flies around and explodes over there. Like he can do a lot with one shot.
Yes. Mankind has indeed grown strong.
Oh.
The sweet soul of parting. I beg you, stay the course to the end.
Catdemon says, one day I'll try Savage. Remember that Savage rating is basically optional, like across the board. So if you don't feel like you want to, don't feel pressured to. But it is wild in its own way. Blitz says, I want to try it. I mean, I guess you mean alliance raids like this. But I'm a free trial player. Eventually, you will have done everything.
You're back. The Omnivores.
That you want in the free trial, and then maybe you can afford the full game. I don't know what your situation is. Maybe you will decide to not to pay for the full game. But until then, remember that the critically acclaimed free trial situation, as we know, the memes. You have 70 levels of most of the content that is in the game. So I'm sure you can get, like, there are a lot of interesting alliance raids at level 70 as well. So don't even worry about it. You just have to reach it if you haven't yet. Can he zoom in and one-shot AVP his enemies? Wow. Didn't expect a callback in the same stream, did you? Surprise! Bondi says Bard buffs were to encourage the people who want to main Bard after Oshun. Ah. Yeah, you know, I was actually a little disappointed to hear that the free trial players won't be allowed to do ultimate, but I can understand why. Because it's difficult to take that one when, like, so my somewhat recent video on the Mentor Roulette, where we talk about, among other things, the fact that the Mentor Roulette has extremes in it, and there has been discussions that is like, should extremes be in the Mentor Roulette, where the counter argument as to why people think that it's bad that the sprouts are queuing for, like, extremes, right? The counter argument to that from the free trial player is, so what do you expect me to do? I can't use Party Finder, so I can only queue, which is a very reasonable argument. Pair that with the hypothetical alternate universe where ultimates were allowed in the free trial. Could you imagine the absolute chaos from queued ultimates? I could imagine that there would be a lot of toxicity. Like, an incredible amount. Because you would have basically Party Finder, except instead of being able to pick and choose your group at all, you would just have to deal with whatever you're served. And if you know, oh, it's that guy again who doesn't know how to do his rotation right, or who isn't geared properly, or whatever, you have to either leave or just sit there and not proc. And I could imagine that that would be extremely quick to get very toxic. But that doesn't change the fact that it is a bit of a shame that we didn't get to see it. Ah, okay. Yeah, Nolana, all alliance raids within like the level range are available to free trial players. It's specifically ultimates are not allowed. And the donut at the end. Mm. See, Bondi says, I didn't know free trial players couldn't join party finders when I got excited for free cop. And Bondi adds, my main thought is that it's reasonable to expect an ultimate to take longer than a month to clear with 8 out of 8 fresh. So that's a full static worth of sub money they'd lose if it was allowed for free. That is a good point. That could, of course, also play a factor in their decision to do it like that. They also can't. That's true. Like free trial players, there's a lot of things they can't do actually. Like, a lot of social things, especially, are completely off the table. I remember we actually talked about this on stream when we had yet to know. Like, all we knew was that the Stormblood, would be added to the free trial. That was what we knew at that point when we discussed it here. And I said, well, you can have a normal player make your group for you, and a subscribed player could put together your group for you. The problem is that you need that 8th player in your group. So if you want it to be free cop, right? If you want it to be free cop, then you should have that that subscriber leave the group, which means that you can't actually make which means that you can't actually make a 8 out of 8 ultimate group. You can only make a 7 out of 8, which is means you get like one rando in your group. So I remember I was talking about you could make like light parties, like have like 4 out of 4 join, or you could even like make weird groups. So you have your 8-man free trial static, and you just have like 3 of them in one group and 5 of them in another group. So you have like a weird combination so that when you queue, there's a smaller chance that the duty finder will actually match you up with other people than your prepared group. Oops. Ow. Basically, if you need to, if you're curious what kind of things are off the table for a free trial player, just imagine for a moment. Wait, why did he die? Imagine for a moment that that free trial player is actually a gold seller bot. the reason why you don't get drowned in like RMT, like in a RMT tells all day long is because the ones that try to do that are at the very least paying accounts, because the free trial ones can't do it. You can't join an FC as a free trial, because then there would certainly be, you can't make or join an FC, because then there would be RMT based FCs that basically have like an FC name that is the website itself, so that they just try and invite you so that their ad appears in front of you. Stuff like that. Like in WoW, I've sometimes seen problems where some rando added my name to their calendar for something, which meant that I could see their ad in my calendar, because there wasn't anything preventing them from doing that. So like, if there's anything social that a free trial account cannot access, it's almost guaranteed that it's because if they could, there would be someone using it for malicious reasons. If you could access the party finder with a free trial, then every time you're making groups for anything, almost anything, there would be free trial bots trying to join you to advertise their stuff. So it's ultimately for the best that these things are blocked off. Hey Ryan, I hope you're doing well. So that's pretty much the reason, like at least a likely reason why so much social stuff is just blocked off. It says, to be clear, free trial can join a party finder. Can they? Really? That is surprising. I was sure I'd been told that you couldn't join one. That is also true, Anolana. This is not good. That in WoW they have fast, cheap carry ads in the party finder. There are still some that kind of stuff in Final Fantasy XIV, but there's not a lot, because like when it started to. All right, I guess you just jumped down. When people really started to advertise a lot, I remember there was like an adjustment to the terms of service where they were like basically saying, I believe the rule is you're not allowed to advertise selling something in the party finder. You are allowed to advertise buying something. You can do that if you want to, but you're not allowed to advertise selling something. Sometimes there are people that do it anyway, but it's like very minor, and it's usually items in game, so like people let it slide. But this like specific detail means that if you start trying to sell anything that people believe is not like okay, they'll just report you. They'll just report you. I have been having a nice birthday stream, Orion. Thank you. And Anna says it's weird. Now WoW has 4 gold carries that are legal. That's not a now thing. That has been true at minimum since Mist of Pandaria. At minimum. Almost certainly for longer. Well, the thing is, getting spoiled on a story ultimately comes down to if you feel like it ruined it for you. If you think that it's ultimately just going to make you more excited to do that content, to know that it's there, then I don't think it ruined it for you. As long as it's as long as it's did my stream crash? I don't think it did. I hope it didn't. Seems like it's still here. But as long as... Oh, Ymir responded, thank you. As long as you're not ruining your experience by, like, seeing story ahead, then do you. Like, I talked about this in a video where I talked about what qualifies as a spoiler. That's subjective. But the reason why it can be really difficult with this is because for some people, the spoiler itself simultaneously acts as a motivator for getting into the game. Like a particular example being that one of my friends gave Final Fantasy XIV a second chance. He didn't get very far, like super far. He completed the A Realm Reborn post-game and then burned out, but he gave the game a second chance because he learned that the Nier raid existed. Like, he gave it a chance specifically because there was something he wanted to see. But he wouldn't never had known that if I was like, "Ooh, I think there's something in the game you'd like to see," and he's like, "Oh, what is it?" "Oh, I'll never tell. That's a spoiler, you know." Could you imagine? Yeah, that is true, Bondi. As long as it is paid for with skill, I'm pretty sure that it is totally legal. The thing is, I'm pretty sure that it is, you're not allowed to advertise selling something here. You're not allowed that. You can't do that. If you're advertising your sale basically anywhere else and it is for skill, and you don't like get shady about it and say, "Oh, you have to discuss it with us on this Discord and stuff." If you discuss it in game, like it's all above board, a GM would be able to check it. Then it is legal. If you check the support desk, an agreement between players, like, I can't exactly find it very quickly necessarily. You see, report violation of an agreement between players. If you actually make the agreement that this person has to pay you X amount of gil for boosting them in this in an ultimate, then technically you would have to pay them back if you don't deliver. Otherwise, you've broken the agreement. Simultaneously, if they don't pay you afterwards, if you do it like that, then they have broken the agreement. So as long as it's all above board, agreed in game, and it's skill, then it's all fair. Like, then it's fair game. The Gleaming says, "Yesterday I made a joke about guys when Balthazar being on the loose while my partner was crafting, and they thought I had spoiled the name of the masked guy from Little Alamigo." Ha! Well, you could just say yes. You could just say, yeah, absolutely. It's something that I talked about a little bit before, that if you accidentally spoil someone by saying something and they go, wait, what's that? I don't think I know about that. You can sometimes recover it by like really putting it on thick with an even worse spoiler as a lie, for example, so that they don't actually know if what you're saying even holds water. Right? If what you're saying sometimes isn't even true, then they don't know if it's a spoiler. Like, half the time you're like, "Oh yeah, guys, Van Bales are in Praetorium. That's a hard fight. The next time you're like, oh yeah, he has this ability where he turns his outfit pink. And he replaces his hat with a Fall Guys crown. It's really weird. His boss music also strange. Then your friend might be less likely to assume that you're speaking the truth when you start talking lore that could be spoilers, right? Bondi says that's why we do it at RP auctions, because it's full of Limsa AFKers sitting on billions of gil. That is pretty smart. Like, I've also been in this kind of stuff in Legion, in that I was in a group that did Mythic Plus boosts for gold. And it was typically, like, the thing is, the people that buy boosts in this type of content are typically not players that have the skill to do it legitimately. It's unlikely that they would buy a boost if they're capable of doing it normally. So the best place to look for buyers is places where you wouldn't find good players necessarily. That is not to say that you can't both be a Limsa AFKer and also an ultimate raider. After all, Bondi themselves show up to these auctions. Although they might not actually be participating in the auctions, you don't know who you'll find. I've never been to like one of those social clubs, but I have seen many ads about them in Limsa. So I don't know exactly how it goes. But he says the Venn diagram between raid degenerates and RP degenerates is two perfectly overlapping circles. Ah. Indeed. They're all the same. The reason why they're all AFKing in Limsa is because they're actually sitting there like waiting for their next ultimate raid. And that's actually what's happening. They're just, they don't want anything else, so they're just AFKing in Limsa, waiting for the next ultimate. And because there's time between the ultimates, it means they have plenty of time to stand around in Limsa. When does the After Dark RP club stream start? I feel like that one would be difficult to stream, don't you think? You just open the door into a room and you're like, close this door again. You say this is a joke, but it's not true. That I'm sure. I'm very sure. That's the thing, is that like, just in contrast, when I was doing those, like, for example, like, when much of the time I spent in World of Warcraft would be just standing around town, waiting for the next queue to do a thing. So you could say that, like, but the thing is, the more casual players would be like, you know, they might be out gathering something, you know, crafting, like, gathering professions in World of Warcraft. Maybe they're crafting something. Maybe they're just doing dailies somewhere. So it makes sense that gradually, as the more focused you are on, like, the content that you sit in a queue until it's time to game, it's more likely they're standing around in a city. Because they have no reason to be out in the middle of nowhere. Especially if it's in a type of content where you can just queue and just get smacked into the content without having to arrive. You just immediately spawn there. Why would you hang out anywhere else? So I could absolutely imagine that there's a huge overlap there, Bondi. But I mean, I could do a stream of us finding a club. But I think it might be safe to potentially consider if it could get problematic. I'll have to figure that one out. Blitz says, or maybe they're standing around at a house while one of them talks at a camera. I feel like I'm being called out here. At least it's my house, right? It wouldn't it be even weirder if I just like brought everyone around to like some rando's house in the area? Like just I don't have a large house, so we're just hanging out at this random person's large house. Now that would be weird, especially if the owner of the house just comes by and like, why are there like 15 people here? What's happening? Don't worry about it. They just walk into their house and everyone's just dancing. It's just like there's just even more people inside. Do you think anybody's just lied about which house is theirs? No. Absolutely not. That is incredible. Everyone who's left here are all the tall ones. It makes me look so small. And remember, this is Big Kai. By contrast, or relatively speaking. That must be weird, Bondi. I don't think I've experienced that. But maybe the fact that my house is just chaos combined with a slight school setting weirds them out. When are we getting Big Kai? I have considered like doing a stream of like, I have not planned, I've considered doing a stream of attempting the speed run of A Realm Reborn, which I believe is like 12 hours. And if I were to do that, I would probably make like, I don't know, like a Regaden, just because it would be hilarious. Bundy says I walked in and then immediately walked out. And 45 minutes later, they both signed my guest book with cutesy emoticons. Strange. That must have been a weird experience. But I have considered that, doing like a stream of that, but the reason why I haven't really done any planning on it is because if I was going to do that, I would preferably want to do it right. And as we talked about on my recent Small Kai stream, I'm very easy to distract with the live chat. Which means that such a speedrun stream would mean that I wouldn't be talking very much with chat. And I feel like that's not super fun. Like as a stream, like it might be very good as like a video on demand after the fact, but the stream itself, where it's just basically me going super tryhard mode, not saying super much, I don't think that would be super great. That was also something that got me a little bit away from like Savage raiding on stream, is that might be very entertaining to watch as like the encounter itself, but it wouldn't be a very interactive stream. And we did try Criterion recently, and I feel like if we had been off stream, we would probably have progressed more. I think. Not to say that it would have it any other way. I think it was better that we streamed it, even if it meant that we probably progressed way less. It says, I had no idea how small Mikotes were until I made Nixina. I was looking at the height and had to almost max it out just to be a bit over 5 foot. 5 feet, and everyone still towers over me. You know, if you chose minimum size Mikote, you would still be taller than the smallest small dragons, which would mean you would be taller than me. because they are the smallest. Female auras are the smallest race. Except for Lalafels. I'm glad to hear that, Anolana. On the one hand, we like when we did it, we decided to do it blind, specifically because we decided that would be more entertaining for both us and people viewing, and it meant that people had more of a chance to like come with suggestions, right? If we already had like, oh, we're following this strat, then you would have nothing to add. The only thing you could go is like, I think you're messing up this particular thing in the strat that we all know that you're doing. Whereas if we're doing it blind, then we're figuring it out together, especially if you don't know the strat, right? If you haven't looked up a guide, then you can figure it out with the stream, and that could make for a more entertaining stream. Max height Febra is 5'2". Yeah, and how low is minimum height? The max height female Makoto is 162 centimeters. Max height female Aura is 158.5. You know, it gets real specific when we're counting the half, right? The minimum height of the female Makoto is 149.7, and the minimum height of the female Aura is 146, as Bondi also said. Very small. A Viera and a male aura. Oh yeah, well, male auras are among the really tall ones, right? Which is always funny, right? Auras are great. I'm just saying, the story that led to me making this character was that I tried the free trial years ago, back when it only was up to level 35. I made a male Mikote gladiator. I got to like level 18 or something. And then I discovered that if I had bought the game, and I believe the Heavensward expansion at least, I could have this. So the day after I deleted my Mikote, bought the game with expansions and everything, and made this character exactly as she looks right now. And then I made her an Arcanist, which was way more fun than Gladiator to start with, because you had more back then, because you had dots. That I agree, autos are good. That's what sold me on the game, right? And like I got interested in trying the game because Red Mage was in the game, and I ended up buying it because auras were in the game. Yeah, very cute. Back in the old, yeah, exactly. Which is also something we've covered in this. Like, actually, we've covered an enormous amount of stuff in this stream. We've talked math, we've talked old summoner, we've talked predictions for New Dragoon, a little bit on Astrologian. We talked about Viper. We talked about Counter-Strike for a little bit. We've also talked a lot about WoW, but surprisingly, I'm pretty sure we talked more about math. Yeah, so we've covered a lot of stuff, and we still managed to do dailies, despite a lot. In fact, we managed to do the expert roulette twice. Exactly, the AWP aiming thing. But yeah, I think that is where we're going to be rounding up the stream. That's a long one. Actually, I think I've had 7-hour streams before. Drop me, please, AWP, please. Well, if you can't survive long enough to buy your own AWP, are you sure it's a good investment to give you one? Anyway, if you enjoyed all these people in the chat, you can see much more of them and me on the Discord community server, where you will also find the weekly schedule, where you would have seen this stream, among other things, coming. Which is updated every Sunday or Monday. That is in its own dedicated room. There's also an announcement room where you will see whenever I plan a new stream, post a new video, plan a video premiere, whatever it is, it usually appears there first. You can also go into the role assignments and grab the reminder role. If you do that, you'll get a little notification whenever I plan a stream, plan a video, whatever it is, or the schedule, and you'll also get a 15-minute warning when something time sensitive, like a stream like this one, or a video premiere comes out. So you could try that. And if you did enjoy the stream, which I hope you did, then it would help me a lot if you leave a like on the stream in the YouTube system. That tells YouTube that it was an enjoyable video, well, an enjoyable stream in this case, and that other people should watch it. Of course, I imagine that a lot of people that would watch the VOD will not watch the whole thing, but hey, we could hope. Thank you so much in advance. Steve says, I had the joy of the 14-day trial. Wow. Thank you for coming, Anolana. But I think that's everything. I think that's everything that I have. So tomorrow we have tea time. On more stream. So look forward to that. With that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I'll see you all very soon. Bye bye.